Theater Guild on the Air presents David Copperfield, offered by the United States Steel Hour. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens, starring Boris Karloff, Flora Robson, Cyril Ritchard, Hugh Williams, and Richard Burton. Helping to build a better America through better steels and products of steel is the job of the industrial family that serves the nation, United States Steel. Look for our trademark, USS, on any steel product. It's your guide to quality steel. And now, as the lights go down at the Belasco Theater in New York, here speaking for the Theater Guild, one of America's foremost theatrical producers, is Roger Pryor with a word about our play and players.
Tonight, for this Christmas Eve, the Theater Guild on the Air brings you David Copperfield, the best-loved of Charles Dickens' immortal novels, played for you by a brilliant all-star cast from Broadway's leading stage successes. As Uriah Heep, you'll hear Boris Karloff, now starring in Peter Pan. As Aunt Betsy Trotwood, Flora Robson, star of Black Chiffon. Our Mr. Micawber is Cyril Ritchard, star of The Relapse, and Hugh Williams, star of The Cocktail Party, as Mr. Wickfield. Richard Burton of The Ladies Not for Burning is David Copperfield, who tells us his own story. Our featured players are Isabel Elsom of The Curious Savage as Peggotty, Brenda Forbes of Ring Around the Moon as Mrs. Micawber, and David Cole of The Innocents, who plays David as a boy. We raise the curtain now on David Copperfield, adapted for radio by Robert Anderson and directed by Homer Fickett.
Whether I shall turn out to be the hero of my own life, or whether that station will be held by anybody else, these pages must show. To begin my life with the beginning of my life, I record that I was born, as I've been informed and believed, on a Friday at 12 o'clock at night. It was remarked that the clock began to strike, and I to cry simultaneously. To the enormous disappointment of my great aunt, Betsy Trotwood, I was born a boy, and therefore was named not Betsy Trotwood Copperfield, but in memory of my recently deceased father, David Copperfield. My first years were happy ones, presided over by my child of a mother with her pretty hair and youthful shape, and by Peggotty, our maid, who had no shape at all, and whose buttons popped off her dress at the slightest exertion.
Come along, Davy, and dance with Peggotty and me.
Peggotty will lose her buttons, Mother.
Lord, young Davy's right. Well, then she'll just have to pop them. Here we go, round and round and round.
But the happiness was abruptly ended by the gentleman with the black whiskers, whom my mother married in my 9th year, Mr. Edward Murdstone, who brought into our carefree home his tyrannical doctrine of firmness.
Now, Clara, be firm with the boy. Either he knows his lessons or he does not know them.
I'm afraid he does not know them, do you, Davy?
I can do them when it's just you here, Mother, but not when...
And what do you mean by that, I'd like to know?
Edward, you must give him time to get accustomed to you and your manner.
Very well. Master David, I'll give you a sum to do.
Please say it slowly, sir.
Why, of course. If I go into a cheesemonger shop and buy 5,000 double Gloucester cheeses at 4 halfpenny each, present payment, and then I buy...
I can't do it. I can't.
Ah, you won't do it, you mean. You're obstinate.
Please, Edward.
Come along with me. Come along.
Where are you taking him?
I tell you, Clara, I have often been flogged myself. Get in there, David.
Please don't. Please don't.
Mr. Murdstone, sir, pray don't beat me. I've tried.
Have you indeed? Well, then, try that.
Oh,
and that. And... Ah! Oh, you bite, do you? I'll show you what we do to animals that bite.
Oh.
For having bitten Mr. Murdstone's hand, I was sent away, over my mother's protest, sent away to school, where my chief humiliation was that upon arrival, the headmaster, Mr. Creakle, who never spoke above a whisper, said to me,
"Turn around, young man.
What are you doing, Mr. Creakle?
I'm pinning a sign on your back, by order of Mr. Murdstone.
Pray, sir, what kind of sign?
A sign to warn the other boys what kind of a wretch you are.
What does the sign say, if you please, sir?
It says, beware this boy. He butts.
Not long after my humiliation at Mr. Creakle's school, I was called back to my home. My mother was ill, her gentle spirit broken by Mr. Murdstone. I had been home a few days when one night Peggotty came to my room.
David, are you asleep?
What's the matter, Peggotty?
Oh, my poor precious David.
Is it Mamma, Peggotty?
Aye.
Does she want me?
She wanted you, and he wouldn't let you come to her.
I'll go to her now.
No, David, no. Come here.
Peggotty, Mamma isn't worse, is she?
Yes. My precious little David.
Much worse?
Yes.
Peggotty, Mamma's dead? Mamma's dead?
Now, listen to me, David. I have made arrangements for you to go to London, to be employed by Murdstone and Grinby in the wine trade.
But, Mr. Murdstone, the boy is barely 10 years old and his mother dead.
Peggotty, if you please. If he has to fight his way in this world, he might as well start as young as possible. Don't you agree, David?
Yes, sir.
Very well. You must live entirely on what you earn. And now you will leave tomorrow morning. The cartman, Barkis, will fetch you and take you to London, where you will lodge with Mr. and Mrs. Wilkins Micawber.
Mr. Barkis, will you have another piece of cake?
You'd better save some for when you get to London.
Oh, no. They're for the trip.
Did she make 'em now, the cakes?
Peggotty, do you mean, sir?
Ah, her that's seen you all.
Oh, yes. She makes all our pastry and does all our cooking.
Does she, though? No sweethearts, I believe. No person walks with her.
Oh, no. She's never had a sweetheart.
Didn't she, though? So she makes all the apple pasties and does all the cooking, does she?
Yes.
Well, I'll tell you what. Perhaps you might be writing to her?
Oh, yes, I will be.
If you was writing to her, perhaps you'd recollect to say, Barkis is willing. Would you?
Is that all the message?
Yes, that's all. Just Barkis is willing.
I arrived in London in the afternoon and was already at work washing, corking, and labelling wine bottles in the rat-infested warehouse of Murdstone and Grinby, when, looking up, I saw coming towards me a stranger. He was a jaunty, stoutish, middle-aged person in a brown coat and black tights and shoes, with no more hair on his head than there is upon an egg.
Do I have the pleasure of addressing Master Copperfield?
Why, yes, sir.
I am that person at whose house you are to reside during your stay in London. In short, I am Mr. Wilkins Micawber.
Oh, Mr. Micawber.
And the impression that your peregrinations in this metropolis have not as yet been extensive, and that you might have some difficulty in penetrating the arcana of the modern Babylon. In short, that you might lose yourself. I should be happy to call this evening and install you in the knowledge of the nearest way home.
As we reached home that evening, it soon was clear to me that Mr. Micawber owed money to almost every tradesman in London.
Hold up, Micawber!
Gentlemen! Blood cannot be obtained from a stone. Neither can anything on account be obtained at the present from Wilkins Micawber. In short, you are wasting your time. In short, good day. Get inside, Master Copperfield.
Micawber, I was worried for you.
Ah, my darling Emma.
Mr. Micawber, no matter what may come, I will never desert you.
Oh, I'm deeply touched, me dear. Master Copperfield, may I present the partner of me joys and sorrows, the bosom of me affections, in short, Mrs. Micawber.
How much I suffered as a child of 10, working as a labouring hind in the dregs of London, is beyond my power to tell. With my meagre earnings, I could afford only a penny loaf and a pennyworth of milk for breakfast, and often had no dinner at all. My only real happiness came with the Micawbers.
Master Copperfield, I never thought before I was married to Mr. Micawber, when I lived with Papa and Mamma, that I should ever find it necessary to take a lodger.
Are your Mamma and Papa still alive, Mrs. Micawber?
Her mamma departed this life before my difficulties commenced. Her papa lived to bail me out of jail several times and then expired, regretted by a numerous circle.
The twins want their supper.
Oh, and so do we, and so do we.
There's nothing in the house but a crust of bread and a piece of cheese.
Oh.
Perhaps, Master Copperfield.
I think I could just manage to loan you a shilling.
Oh, no, my dear Master Copperfield. But you could render us another kind of service, if you will. I've a few of Mamma's teaspoons I haven't pawned yet.
Oh, Emma, please.
Mr. Micawber's feelings would never allow him to dispose of them, and I'm tied down with the twins just now. I wonder if you would see what you could get for them.
Why, of course, Ma'am. Though I wish you'd accept a shilling from me.
Oh, not just now, Copperfield, thank you.
Mr. Micawber, what do you do? I mean, I have not been able to learn. What is your work?
Me work? Why, at the moment I'm engaged in keeping myself in readiness in case anything should turn up.
But in the months that followed, nothing did turn up for Micawber, except eventually the constable who took him off to debtor's prison. One night, I went to the prison to talk with Mr. Micawber. I found Mrs. Micawber and the twins visiting him.
You have come just in time for good news, Master Copperfield.
What is that, Mrs. Micawber?
Micawber's to be set free in 6 weeks.
And then I have no doubt I shall begin to be beforehand with the world and live in a perfectly new manner, if in short anything turns up.
What will you do when you are free of prison?
Well, I'm journeying into the country where dear Emma's family have some influence.
And do you go with him too, Mrs. Micawber?
I never will desert Mr. Micawber. He has his faults. I do not deny that he is improvident. I do not deny that he has kept me in the dark as to his resources and his liabilities. But I never will desert Mr. Micawber.
There, Emma, me angel. What's the matter?
I never will desert you, Micawber.
Oh, me life, I'm perfectly aware of it now. There.
Mr. Micawber?
Yes, Copperfield?
Since you are going away, I have thought that perhaps I would go away too, to my great-aunt's cottage in Dover.
Oh, what is this great-aunt's name?
Miss Betsy Trotwood.
She's not in my circle of acquaintances. Well then, Copperfield, I've nothing to bestow upon you at parting but advice. And that advice is never to do tomorrow what you can do today. Procrastination is a thief of time. Collar him.
I shall try my best, sir.
My other advice. Annual income, £20. Annual expenditure, £19, 19 shillings. Result, happiness. Annual income, £20. Annual expenditure, £20 plus sixpence. Result, misery. The blossom is blighted, the leaf is withered, the god of day goes down upon the dreary scene, and in short, you're flawed forever, as I am. And so, Copperfield, farewell.
The Dover Road is a beautiful road, but not to a penniless little boy who must trudge every inch on foot. Each milestone might well have been my gravestone, except that I was determined to reach my great-aunt Betsy Trotwood's cottage in Dover. More dead than alive, I at last knocked feebly on her door.
Hello? What's this? Go away! Go along! No boys here!
If If you please, Mom.
You're one of those miserable boys that rides the donkeys across my garden. Go along.
If you please, Aunt.
People are always riding donkeys through my garden.
If you please, Aunt, I am your nephew.
Aunt? Mercy. Hold me up, somebody. Help me. Janet! Janet!
Please, Aunt. It's the truth.
What's the matter, Miss Trotwood?
Donkeys? Donkeys? This boy.
I am David Copperfield of Blunderstone, where you came on the night when I was born and saw my dear Mamma.
This is the boy that should have been a girl.
Since my Mamma died, I have been taught nothing and thrown upon myself and put to work not fit for me. And so I've run away to you from London.
Oh, mercy on us, the poor boy. What shall we do, Janet?
Wash him and put him to bed.
Exactly so. A brilliant suggestion. Exactly so.
My aunt wrote to Mr. Murchison to pay a call so that they might decide what was to become of me.
I am here, Miss Trotwood, to take David back, to dispose of him as I think proper.
To dispose of him? What a way to talk of a child.
I am here to take him away. If he is not ready to go, my doors are shut against him henceforth.
Are they now?
Yes.
Then mine shall be open to him.
And what do you intend to do with the wretch?
I shall send him to school in Canterbury, where he can live with my good friend and lawyer, Mr. Whitfield, finest man I know.
Miss Trotwood, I tell you...
You may go when you like, Mr. Murchison. And in leaving, mind you don't ride your donkey through my garden.
And so my good Aunt Betsy sent me off to Canterbury to school, but not before giving me some advice, which I've always tried to heed.
Remember, David, never be mean in anything. Never be false, never be cruel. Avoid these 3 vices, and I can always be hopeful for you.
The great bells of the Cathedral of Canterbury were ringing as I arrived at the home of Mr. Whitfield, with whom I was to stay. He came towards me, a fine, generous, hearty man.
Master Copperfield, I am delighted to welcome you to my home.
How do you do, Mr. Whitfield? My Aunt Betsy sends her regards.
Thank you, David. And now I should like to present to you my little housekeeper and beloved daughter, Agnes.
How do you do, David? How do you do, Agnes?
Agnes has presided over my household since her dear mother died.
Papa.
Agnes knows it saddens me to talk of my departed wife. And here comes the 3rd member of our household, my trusted law clerk, Uriah Heep.
Oh, Mr. Whitfield, sir. I'm far too humble to be included as one of your household. Far too humble.
Oh, Uriah, that's rubbish. Shake hands with Master Copperfield.
Oh, indeed, if he'll be so kind as to give me his hand. There. You see how he withdraws his hand? It's unpleasant for him to shake hands with such an humble person.
Oh no, sir. It's not that. It's just...
Papa, shall I show David his room?
Yes, my dear. And Uriah, take Master Copperfield's things for him. They're too heavy for him to handle alone.
Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Whitfield, sir. It'll be my pleasure.
Mr. Whitfield?
Yes, David?
Uriah's hand. It's cold and bony, like a skeleton.
Thus was I welcomed into the Whitfield household, as a son and as a brother, a warm, friendly household, over which Uriah Heep seemed to hover like some great, evil bat. Innocent as I was, even at the age of 11, I think I sensed his hypocrisy.
You're working late tonight, Uriah.
Ah, Master Copperfield, like you, I'm studying. I'm improving my legal knowledge.
I suppose you are quite a great lawyer.
Me, Master Copperfield? Oh, no, I'm a very humble person. But I've much to be thankful for in living with Mr. Whitfield. For it's Mr. Whitfield's intentions to give me my articles, which would otherwise not lie within the humble means of mother and self.
Perhaps you'll be a partner in Mr. Whitfield's business one of these days. And it'll be Whitfield and Heath.
Oh, no, Master Copperfield. I'm much too humble for that.
You two having a pleasant talk?
Oh, yes, Mr. Whitfield, sir. Very pleasant.
I saw the light in here, and I wanted to make sure that you understood what work you are to do tomorrow,
I think I do, sir.
You have the routine accounts to draw up, but the most important thing is to make a report to Miss Trotwood of how we are handling her investment.
Oh, yes, sir. That's what I understood.
Good night, then. Good night, David.
Good night, sir.
Oh, a most excellent man.
Do you find studying the law easy, Uriah?
It's hard for me sometimes, but I don't know what it might be to a gifted person. There are Latin terms that are trying to a reader of my humble attainments.
Well, I could teach you Latin as I learn it.
Oh, thank you, Master Copperfield. I'm sure it's very kind of you to offer, but I'm much too humble to accept it.
Oh, that's nonsense, Uriah.
Oh, no, sir. There are people enough to tread upon me in my lowly state without me doing outrage to their feelings by possessing learning. Learning ain't for me. A person like myself had better not aspire. If he's to get on in life, Master Copperfield, he must get on humbly.
So passed my school days. Days of happiness. Days with Agnes, my counselor and friend. Suddenly, they were over, and I was 17 and bidding Agnes goodbye before I left for London to seek my fortune.
We'll miss you, David, when you go away. The house will not be like itself.
Or shall I be like myself, dear Agnes, without you? I seem to lack my right hand when I miss you, dear sister.
Dear sister?
Yes, for you've guided me like a sister. Do you mind my calling you that?
No, I don't mind. Although I wish...
What, Agnes?
Nothing, David. You may call me sister, if that's how you feel towards me.
Oh, I do. And even though I'm in London, I shall continue to confide in you as a sister. Whenever I fall into trouble or when I fall in love in earnest, I shall always tell you.
And I shall be waiting to listen.
I wonder that you were not in love in earnest by this time, Agnes.
Perhaps I am.
But you can't be. There is no one hereabouts deserves to love you.
I did not say that he loved me.
You were teasing me with riddles, Agnes. Just mind you don't marry someone without my consent.
I promise you, I shall marry no one unless it is someone you approve of.
Goodbye, Agnes. Will I see you in London?
Yes, David, from time to time, so that you may tell me when you fall in love. In earnest.
You are listening to David Copperfield, produced by the Theatre Guild on the Air, presented by the United States Steel Corporation.
We pause now for station identification. Now the curtain rises on the second act of David Copperfield, starring Boris Karloff as Uriah Heath, Flora Robson as Betsy Trotwood, Cyril Richard as Mr. Micawber, Hugh Williams as Mr. Wickfield, and Richard Burton as David.
I had been in London barely a month when I had need of Agnes, for I'd fallen in love in earnest. Mr. Spenlow, under whom I was training for the law, had taken me to his house for a Saturday and Sunday. he sent me on into the house alone. And there, standing in the hall, with a little dog clutched in her arms, was an apparition of brown curls, blue ribbons, and frilly white lace.
You must be Mr. Copperfield. I'm Dora Spenlow.
She may have said more, but I didn't hear it. All was over in a moment. I'd fulfilled my destiny. I'd loved Dora Spenlow to distraction. I was gone headlong before I'd sensed to say a word to her. It was not until the next morning, when we met in the garden, that I spoke to her.
Good morning, Mr. Copperfield.
You are out early, Miss Spenlow.
My governess is so stupid. She talks such nonsense about it being necessary for the day to be aired before I come out. Aired. Besides, it's the brightest time in the whole day, don't you think so?
It's very bright for me now, though it had been very dark to me a minute ago.
Do you mean a compliment? Or that the weather has really changed, Mr. Copperfield?
Well, I'm...
Yes, Jip. Jip has saved you more embarrassment, Mr. Copperfield, haven't you, Jip? Why is there all this talk about my needing a governess to protect me, when little Jip here can protect me a great deal better? Can't you?
He's a very nice little dog.
He's much better than a cross old governess who follows us about and tries to teach us sums and all sorts of practical things.
Do you suppose he'd allow me to pet him?
I do believe Jip is jealous of you, Mr. Copperfield. Jip, are you jealous of Mr. Copperfield?
When I wrote to Agnes, telling her of my happiness with Dora, she answered with sweet encouragement. But always there was a note of mystery and sadness when she wrote about her own life. The reason for this I learned one evening when Uriah Heep came from Canterbury and called on me in my rooms.
Master Copperfield, I mean Mr. Copperfield. You've heard something, I dare say, of a change in my expectations?
No, I have not.
Oh, then I shall have the pleasure myself. Actually, it was you who prophesied.
Prophesied what?
Don't you remember saying to me once that perhaps it might one day be Wickfield and Heap?
What do you mean?
And I recollect saying that I was much too humble and...
Uriah, tell me, what do you mean?
Why, I mean that now it is Wickfield and Heap.
No.
Oh, what a worthy man is Mr. Wickfield, but how imprudent.
Imprudent?
Oh, Master Copperfield, it's not for an humble person like myself to talk of such a worthy as Mr. Wickfield. I've only to allude to his imprudence in the matter of drinking.
But surely he can't.
Oh, my, yes, Master Copperfield. If anyone else had been in my place during the last year, by this time he'd have had Mr. Wickfield under his thumb. Quite under his thumb.
But you, I suppose you...
I, Master Copperfield. I have been but his humble helper.
I must see Agnes about this and at once.
Oh, I wish you would. She's here in London. She's lovely, isn't she, Master Copperfield?
She is superior in all respects to anyone around her.
Oh, thank you very much for
There is
that.
no reason why you should thank me.
Oh, Master Copperfield, humble as I am, humble as my mother is, the image of Miss Agnes has been in my breast for years.
You best not talk like this, Uriah.
Oh, with what a pure affection do I love the ground my Agnes walks on.
Have you mentioned this to her?
Oh, no, Master Copperfield. My Agnes is very young, and I still have to work my way upward. I'm only just emerging from my lowly station.
No matter what your station, she would never consent
Master Copperfield, I rest a good deal of hope on her observing how useful I am to her father. She's so much attached to her father that I think she may come on his account to be friendly to me.
So that's your scheme.
And I'm telling it you, Master Copperfield, so that you will not unconsciously go against me. I know that you wouldn't wish to make unpleasantness in the family. Would you, Master Copperfield?
Agnes, I've just come from Uriah Heep. How did your father...
It's too horrible to talk about, David.
But you saw how Father night after night sat morosely mourning Mother's death, seeking refuge from his sorrows in the ever-present bottle of port.
So it was that.
Uriah saw it too. And little by little he exploited Papa's weaknesses. When I would lock up the wine, he would get Papa more.
Agnes, my dear.
He finally made himself indispensable to Papa. And then he told him he was going away, unless Papa cared to make some other arrangement with him.
That other arrangement being the partnership. Oh, it's incredible.
Yes, and horrible. For since that time, Papa is actually afraid of him.
Your father, afraid of Uriah Heep?
Yes. Oh, there's something between them. Some mystery I do not understand, and probably never shall.
Oh, Agnes, let me help you.
David, please. The only way you can help us is to be kind to Uriah.
Kind to him? But you know what he plans, what he...
It makes no difference. We have no other choice. Because Papa and I, horrible as it is to say, Papa and I, we are in his power.
For the next month, I lived on Dora and coffee. When I wasn't calling on Dora, I was working hard that I might be worthy of Dora. As for Agnes, I didn't tell her of Uriah Heep's plans for her, because I knew it would distress her. And since Uriah had yet to work his way up a little more, I thought I had time. Meanwhile, I had a letter from that master of all letter writers, Micawber.
You find me, my dear Copperfield, engaged in the sale of corn upon commission. However, it's not an avocation of remunerative description. In other words, it does not pay. I am, however, delighted to add that I now have an immediate prospect of something turning up.
To hear of his prospects, I invited Micawber and his wife to my rooms for dinner.
As we are quite confidential here, Mr. Copperfield, I should like to have your opinion as to what branch of endeavour a man of Mr. Micawber's talents is likely to succeed in.
You embarrass me, my dear Emma.
If my opinion can be of help, I should be glad to give it.
I may have a conviction, Mr. Copperfield, that Mr. Micawber's manner qualifies him for the banking business.
Mr. Micawber feels that if he had a deposit at a banking house, my manner, as representing that banking house, would inspire confidence in her.
But if the various banking houses refuse to avail themselves of Mr. Micawber's abilities, what is the use of dwelling on that idea?
In short, Copperfield, my wife is convinced, and she has convinced me, that things cannot be expected to turn up of themselves. We must, in a measure, assist them in turning up.
So, here is Mr. Micawber with a great talent. I should say genius, but that may be the partiality of a wife.
Emma, my dear.
It's true.
What Mrs. Micawber is trying to say is that here I am with my capacities and without suitable employment. Now, where does the responsibility rest? Clearly on society.
Oh, it does indeed.
And so it appears to her, Copperfield, that what I should do is to throw down the gauntlet to society and say, in effect, show me who will take that up.
I quite agree, but how is this to be done?
By advertising. Mr. Micawber has to advertise in all the papers for a position worthy of his talent.
I feel I must do this, Copperfield, in justice to myself, in justice to my family, and in justice to society.
Shortly after I loaned Mr. Micawber the money to pay for his advertisement, I had cause to regret my extravagance. For my aunt, Betsy Trotwood, upon whose generous bounty I had been living, came to London with sad news.
These are comfortable rooms you have here, David.
They're as reasonable as I could find out.
That's just as well, because from now on I shall be living here with you.
As a chaperone, aunt?
What makes you say that?
You were cross that Dora and I are engaged.
Oh, of course I'm not cross. Though I think you are a little blind.
Blind?
Yes, blind as to where your true love lies.
Aunt, I know Dora and I are young and inexperienced, but we love one another truly.
Poor little couple. You think you are formed for one another and are to go through a party, supper table kind of life like two pretty pieces of confectionery.
Aunt, have you come to stay with me to dissuade me from Dora?
No, David. I've come to stay with you because I'm ruined.
Ruined?
Yes. It's a frumpy, grumpy story, David, but suffice it to say that I invested unwisely and am ruined.
But Mr. Wickfield handles all your...
No, these I invested myself. Mr. Wickfield had, nothing to do with it. Oh, David, I know this alters your plans somewhat. I don't know what your Dora will say.
All right.
But we must meet reverses boldly and not suffer them to frighten us, my dear. We must learn to act the play out. We must live misfortune down.
Down, Chip, down. Davy has something to say to me.
Dora?
Yes, Dodie?
Dora, could you love a beggar?
How can you ask anything so foolish, Dodie?
Dora, my own dearest, I am a beggar.
Oh, how can you be such a silly thing? I'll make Chip bite you.
Dora, I am your ruined David. I have not a penny. I must tell you this and offer you release from our engagement if you want it.
Oh, Dodie, don't talk like that.
Oh, my sweet Dora, does that mean your heart is still mine?
Yes, Dodie. Only don't be dreadful. Don't be practical. Because when you're practical, it frightens me so.
Some time thereafter, I received a letter from Canterbury. I was surprised to see that the address was not in Agnes's handwriting. I opened the letter and was amazed to read...
My dear Copperfield, you may possibly not be unprepared to receive the information that as a result to be flinging down the gauntlet to society, in short, as a result of me advertising, something has turned up. In fact, my dear Copperfield, I stand pledged and contracted to your old friend Uriah Heep to assist him in the capacity of, well, to be his confidential clerk. Mrs. Micawber is convinced that giving me mind to a profession so adapted to me fertile resources and me flow of language, I must distinguish myself and may find myself ere long a judge or a chancellor. Looking forward to our early reunion, I am ever yours, Wilkins Micawber.
Curious at this turn of events, I travelled down to Canterbury to see Micawber in his new surroundings.
My dear Copperfield, to a man possessed of the higher imaginative powers, the objection to legal work is the amount of detail which it involves.
How do you find Mr. Heep as an employer?
All I can say is that my friend Heep has been most generous in advancing me financial assistance.
And Mr. Wickfield?
Mr. Wickfield is, I dare say, a man of very excellent intentions, but he is, in short, he is obsolete.
I'm afraid his partner seeks to make him so.
My dear Copperfield, I'm here in a capacity of confidence. I would therefore suggest that in our intercourse we draw a line. On this side is the whole range of human intellect, with a trifling exception, and on the other is that exception, the affairs of Messrs. Wickfield and Heep.
He has won you over, hasn't he, Micawber?
Oh, don't close the door, Miss Wickfield. I'm just on my way to my humble dwelling. Good day, Copperfield. Miss Wickfield.
Ah, Agnes. How I've missed you lately.
Indeed, and so soon.
You were so much in the habit of thinking for me in the old days that my reliance is still on you.
But it must not be on me, David. It must be on someone else.
On Dora?
Of course. You still love her, don't you, David?
Oh, Agnes, you should see her. I've never seen such dancing blue eyes, such curls.
Yes, you do love her.
Are you sad that I'm in love, Agnes? You sounded sad.
Of course I'm not sad, David. I'm very happy for you.
Agnes, there's no one else but you to tell me. Dare I ask her to marry me?
If she will make you happy. If she will make you happy, I think you should ask her.
Oh, Agnes, you've never seen such adorable hands, such
I'm
exquisite...
sure, David. But you must tell us all about her at dinner. Now I must go to Father.
Oh, forgive me. In my happiness, I didn't ask.
You will see him at dinner. He is not the man you knew, David. He hardly dares to speak now without consulting Uriah with his eyes.
But you shall see.
After dinner that evening, Mr. Wickfield, Uriah, and I were left at the table, alone.
Mr. Wickfield, old friend and partner, let me fill your glass for another toast.
I think we've drunk enough toast, Uriah.
David, if Uriah wants us to drink another toast, perhaps we'd better.
But, Mr. Wickfield...
We mustn't offend him, David.
There now, fellow partner, Master Copperfield, I am about to drink to the divinest of her sex.
Uriah, mind what you say.
I know I am but an humble individual to give you her health, but I admire her. I adore her.
Uriah?
Now, Davy. Uriah has a right to toast his sweetheart if he will. Who is she, Uriah? To whom do we drink?
To Agnes Wickfield.
No!
Mr. Wickfield!
To be her father is a proud distinction, but to be her husband...
Stop! I will not stay here and listen to such blasphemy.
If I say I've an ambition to make your Agnes my Agnes, I have as good a right to it as any man.
You detestable serpent. Look at him, David. Look at my torturer. Under his influence, I have step by step abandoned name and reputation, peace and quiet, house and home. And now...
Mr. Wickfield, I have kept your name and reputation and your peace and quiet and your house and home.
Oh, David. What have I come down to since I first saw you in this house? Weak indulgence has ruined me. Indulgence in remembrance of my wife, and indulgence in forgetfulness offered by this. I have taken my last glass. I swear I have taken my last glass.
Oh, come now, Mr. Wickfield.
David, I'll tell you all about this fellow here.
Stop him, Copperfield, or he'll say things he'll be sorry to have said, and you'll be sorry to have heard.
I'll say anything. Why should I not be in all the world's power if I am in yours?
Because you have a daughter.
Scoundrel!
Now, let sleeping dogs lie. Who wants to rouse them? Can't you see? I'm as humble as can be.
Humble? You humble? You hypocrite!
Mr. Wickfield!
Well, Master Copperfield, I suppose you have sometimes plucked a pear before it was ripe.
Good night, Heap.
I did that tonight. But it'll ripen yet. It only wants attending to. I can wait.
And now weeks, months, seasons pass along. They seem little more than a summer day and a winter evening. Yet in that time I had been reasonably successful in my work, and above all else I had come of age and married Dora Spenlow. And I found marriage a strange condition. It was such a stupendous thing to know for certain that Dora put her hair up in papers. It was altogether such an astonishing event to see her do it. It was also a painful thing to wait dinner because of Dora's inability to manage the cook.
I did but see her passing by, and yet I'll love her till I die.
My dear, do you think the cook has any idea of time?
Why do you ask, Dodie?
Well, because it's 7 and we were to dine at 6. Don't you think you should talk with the cook?
Oh, no, please, I couldn't.
Why not?
Because I'm such a silly, and she knows I am.
My love.
Oh, no, please. Don't be a naughty Bluebeard. Don't be serious.
My sweet, I'm only trying to reason with you.
I didn't marry to be reasoned with. If you meant to reason with such a poor little girl as I am, you oughtn't have told me so, you cruel boy.
Dora, my darling.
No, I'm not your darling. Because you must be sorry you married me, or else you wouldn't reason with me.
I'm sorry, my love. I won't try to reason with you. I promise.
That's right, Dodie. Because reasoning makes me uncomfortable. And it's much better for me to be stupid than uncomfortable.
Aunt Betsy called her Little Blossom. And it seemed a gay name at first for my child wife, not meant for the cares and worries of this world. But when she took sick and weakened that winter, and I had to carry her up and down stairs, I thought, oh, what a fatal name it was, and how the blossom withered in its bloom upon the tree. And then, one night near the end, Dora called me to her side.
Dodie?
Yes, my darling?
Dodie, I'm going to say something I have often thought of. Will you mind?
Mind, my darling?
Perhaps you have often thought the same.
What is that, my dear?
I'm afraid I was too young.
Now, Dora.
Not just in years, but in experience and thoughts and everything.
Dora, don't.
I was such a silly little creature. I'm afraid it would have been better if we had only loved each other as boy and girl and forgotten it.
Oh, my Dora.
I have begun to think I was not fit to be a wife.
Soon after Dora's death, my mind was taken off my own troubles by a letter from Mr. Wickfield.
Dear David, Mr. Micawber, an old acquaintance of yours, I believe, has made some rather startling discoveries concerning the activities of Uriah Heep, and begs that you and your aunt travel to Canterbury to be present at what he characteristically calls an explosion. I am unable to take an active part in this, being confined to my bed with rheumatic fever, but I know that you will not fail me in this, my hour of need. Your friend, Wickfield.
Miss Betsy Trotwood, Mr. David Copperfield, calling on Mr. Heap.
Well, I'm sure this is an unexpected pleasure. Miss Trotwood, Master Copperfield.
Mr. Heap.
Things have changed in this office, Miss Trotwood, since I was an humble clerk at El Japone, ain't they? But I'm not changed, Miss Trotwood.
To tell you the truth, sir, I think you are pretty constant to the promise of your youth, if that's any satisfaction.
Oh, thank you for your good opinion. You needn't wait, Micawber. Won't you sit down, Miss Trotwood? David?
I prefer standing, thank you.
Micawber, did you hear me tell you not to wait?
Yes.
Then why do you wait?
Because I, in short, choose.
You're a dissipated fellow, as all the world knows, and I'm afraid you'll oblige me to get rid of you. Come along, and I'll talk to you presently.
If there's a scoundrel with whom I've already talked too much, that scoundrel's name is Heap.
Why, you insolent...
Hold on, Uriah.
Sit down, Mr. Heap.
Oh, ho! So this is a conspiracy. You've met here by appointment.
They met here at the request of your no longer humble servant, Wilkins Micawber.
Master Copperfield, you always wear a puppy with a proud stomach, even from your first coming here. And you envy me rise, do you?
Your rise.
Mr. Micawber, proceed with your charge.
I have written it all here in a brief letter.
Listen, save the man. He'd write letters by the ream, even if it was a capital offence.
Are you going to listen to this scum's charges against me?
We are indeed. Proceed, Micawber.
Dear Miss Trotwood and gentlemen, in appearing before you to denounce probably the most consummate villain that has ever existed, I ask no consideration for myself. The victim from the cradle of pecuniary liabilities, to which I have been unable to respond, I have ever been the sport and toy of debasing circumstances. Ignominy, want, despair, madness have collectively or separately been the attendants of my career.
Madness indeed, and you listen to this wretch.
Under such circumstances, I entered the office of the firm, nominally under the appellation of Wickfield and Heap, but in reality wielded by Heap alone. Heap, and only Heap, is the forger and cheat.
The devil take you. Give me that letter.
Approach one step nearer, and if your head is human, I'll break it.
No. Get on with your charge, man.
I'll listen to no more of this.
You'll stay in this room, you heap of infamy. Now sit down there, Heap. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. Forced as I was to avail myself of pecuniary advances offered by this contemptible Heap, I soon found myself by reason of numerous IOUs under his thumb. I then found that my services were constantly being called into requisition for the falsification of business and the mystification of Mr. Wickfield.
If you don't stop now...
Pray, Uriah, don't stop him now that he's getting at last to the point.
When Mr. Wickfield's faculties and memory for business became, through causes which it is not necessary or expedient for me to enter, weakened and confused, he obtained his signature to documents of importance, representing them to be other documents of no importance.
You shall prove this, Micawber.
The proof of this is at hand, as well as the proof that you systematically forged to various entries, books, and documents the signature of Mr. Wickfield.
Uriah Heep, you know what I want.
These are all lies.
Sit down, Heap.
I want my property.
But Aunt Betsy...
As long as I believed it had been made away with by Mr. Wickfield, I wouldn't breathe a syllable of its having been placed here for investment. But now that I know this fellow's answerable for it, I'll have it. David, come and take it away from him.
Everything will be taken from him in good time, Aunt.
Including his humbleness.
Where is your proof? Where is your proof?
There are the books and documents.
Ah, yes, if you had 'em, but you haven't. They're here in the safe. There, see where they... Where are they? They've gone.
Fancy that.
Some miserable thief has stolen the book.
They've come into Copperfield's possession. He has a power of attorney for Mr. Wickfield.
So you have them, do you? Well, what's to be done?
I will tell you what's to be done.
You, as Copperfield, no tongue?
You must make restoration of all you have stolen to the last farthing.
I won't do it. I won't do it. I may be humbled, but I will not be put upon.
Micawber, you will go around to the Guildhall and bring a couple of officers.
Stop. Copperfield, I've always hated you. You've always been an upstart, and you've always been against me.
Micawber?
All right, all right. I'll do what you want.
It is you, Uriah, who have been in your greed and cunning against the world. There never were greed and cunning in the world yet that did not do too much and overreach themselves. It is as certain as death. Now then,
Copperfield, I've not quite finished my letter. May I proceed?
Please do.
I have now concluded. It merely remains for me, with me ill-starred family, to disappear from the landscape on which we appear to be an encumbrance. Let it be injustice merely said of me, as of a gallant and eminent naval hero with whom I have no pretensions to cope, that what I have done I did in spite of mercenary and selfish objects, for England, home, and beauty. Yours, etc., 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 Wilkins Micawber.
Now my story nears its end. I have but to record that when Aunt Betsy regained her property, she paid off all Micawber's debts and sent him to start his life anew in Australia, where, by virtue of his diligence and application, he in time justified Mrs. Micawber's faith in him and became a magistrate. As for me, I returned to England after a year of travel, returned to recapture, if possible, a treasure I had unwittingly thrown away in my boyhood. And on Christmas Eve, I stood before the fire in the Wickfield parlour in Canterbury and watched Agnes.
David, why do you look at me so closely?
Try to guess your secret.
My secret?
Yes. Let me share it. My aunt has told me
What has she told you?
that you are in love. That is your secret, isn't it?
If it is not a new one.
Not new. And I must know him.
You do, as well as you know yourself.
Myself. Agnes. Agnes, look at me.
Spare me my blushes, David.
Oh, Agnes, if you only knew. I went away loving you. I stayed away loving you, and I've returned home loving you.
Oh, David.
But I never dreamed that you could love me.
Didn't you know, David? Hadn't you ever guessed?
But when, my darling? When did you... when did it all...
I have loved you all my life.
The curtain has fallen on the Theatre Guild on the Air production of David Copperfield, sponsored by the United States Steel Corporation. We express our thanks to our stars: Boris Karloff as Uriah Heep, Flora Robson as Betsy Trotwood, Cyril Richard as Mr. Micawber, Hugh Williams as Mr. Wickfield, and Richard Burton as David. Our thanks also to our featured players: Isabel Elsom as Peggotty, Brenda Forbes as Mrs. Micawber, and David Cole as the boy David, and to the other members of our cast whom you heard in these roles: as Agnes, Penelope Mundy; as Dora, Patricia Marmont; as Murdstone, John Merivale; and as Barkis, Carl Harbord. And here is Roger Pryor with a word about next week's play.
Next week, New Year's Eve, with Van Heflin as our star, the Theatre Guild on the Air brings you State Fair, that heartwarming, robust, and truly American story that you remember as a successful novel and motion picture. Co-starring with Van Heflin, you'll hear Gene Lockhart, his wife, Kathleen Lockhart, and their daughter, June Lockhart, playing the roles of father, mother, and daughter in the story.
Remember, next week on the United States Steel Hour, State Fair, starring Van Heflin, Gene Lockhart, Kathleen Lockhart, and June Lockhart. And remember, too, that the trademark of United States Steel, USS, on any steel product is your guide to quality steel. The Theatre Guild on the Air is under the supervision of Lawrence Langner and Teresa Helburn, with our Mina Marshall executive producer. S. Mark Smith is editor. Music was composed and conducted by Hara Levy. Your announcer is Norman Brokenshire. The United States Steel Corporation hopes that you'll be with us next Sunday at the same time.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. Tonight, the English star, Mr. Laurence Olivier, fresh from Hollywood, where he's been making Wuthering Heights, and just over from the Ethel Barrymore Theater, where he's been rehearsing with Catherine Cornell in Guthrie McClintock's new production, No Time for Comedy, joins us at Campbell Playhouse as John Jest in Beau Jest. With him is your favorite villain, Mr. Noah Beery, who will bedevil Mr. Olivier and me in the bloodthirsty person of his original Sergeant Lejeune, which Noah Beery made famous in the silent picture version of P.C. Wren's celebrated romance about the Foreign Legion.
Halt! Rodriguez! Halt! At ease. Rodriguez! At ease! Lieutenant Marchand.
Yes, sir.
Give your men 30 minutes rest. And prepare to advance in open order to relieve forts in the nest.
Yes, sir. Dismount!
Adjutant.
Yes, sir.
Adjutant, you have seen war in the desert. Does anything here strike you as strange?
Well, sir, if you want to know the truth...
Yes?
I don't like it, sir. There's something about that fort. Seems strange not to hear a sound out of them. I think they'd be cheering the relief force.
They may not have seen us. The sun is behind us. Over there.
Yes, sir.
Sound the regimental call.
Yes, sir.
No answer.
Do you think it's an Arab trap?
I don't think so, sir. That's not the way the Arabs work. Courage and cruelty I've seen in them, but nothing like this.
Adjutant, let me have your glasses.
Here you are, sir. You see anything, sir?
Flags flying. Men at their places along the wall. Rifles level.
It's strange, sir. There's not an Arab in sight.
Yes. When the bugle sounded, not one of them moved. Did you notice that?
How about the lookout platform, sir?
From that.
Yes, sir.
Once more, the call. Your adjutant, you take a look.
Thank you, sir.
See that man at the corner of the wall over on the right?
Yes, sir.
He's got a bullet hole in the middle of his forehead.
He has, sir. A trickle of blood down his face.
Still he stands there, propped up against the wall with the others, staring down the muzzle of his rifle. Those men are dead. Gentlemen, I'm going to ask for a volunteer to ride alone into Fort Zinzner. Step forward.
It's a hard thing to ask, Major. A fort full of dead men.
Any volunteers?
Major.
Just some of them.
I'll go, sir.
Good. Get in as best you can. Once you are in, sound the call.
Yes, sir.
Brave man. Have you a watch with you?
Yes, Major. Is that all?
That is all. If I haven't heard from you within 15 minutes, I will order a charge.
Yes, sir.
And good luck.
Thank you, sir.
That was the last time they heard him speak. They saw him ride towards the fort, picking his way among the dead Arabs. They saw him stop under the wall of Fort Zinzner. They saw him look up at the dead faces of the men on the wall. They saw him climb up on his horse's saddle and hoist himself up. Then he disappeared. A little before the 15 minutes were over, they saw a small dark cloud in the blue sky over the fort. At first it seemed like dust. As it grew heavier and started to swirl, they saw that it was smoke. Just before the fort burst into flames, they thought they heard the sound of a bugle playing a strange call. That man, the trumpeter, was my brother. There were 3 of us, and I am the only one alive. My name is John Jest. Here is our story. It begins in England at Brandon Abbas in Herefordshire. Here we were brought up by our aunt, Lady Brandon, her dead sister's 3 boys, Michael, Digby, John, and her own daughter, a little girl called Isabel. Michael was the captain, our hero and leader, Lady Brandon's favorite nephew. As a child, because of his looks, she called him Beau Jest, and the name stayed with him. Digby was the lieutenant. He was Beau's twin, smaller and a quarter of an hour younger. I was a year younger, their mascot and their obedient slave. There was a game we used to play in the lily pond at Brandon Abbas. It was called Naval Engagements. It was played with 2 toy boats, each crowded with lead soldiers and bearing 3 brass cannon, loaded with buckshot.
Is your ship ready, Lieutenant?
Ready, Captain.
Light the fuses. Ready? Go.
Hey, only one of my guns are firing.
Must be improper fusing. No battle. Fetch him in, John.
Aye, aye, Captain. You better tuck your trousers up, John.
Mind you don't lose men overboard.
I got them. Oh!
What happened?
I'm shot.
Stop making faces and come here.
Ooh.
Be quiet, Isabel. Don't look at it. Let me see, John.
Is the bullet inside his leg?
How does it feel, John?
Just like being shot. I'm going to be sick. What are you going to do with your knife, Beau?
Going to cauterize the wound, Captain, and prevent it turning septic?
No. Naval surgery without anesthetics. Cut out the cannonball. First, I have to sterilize the knife. Now, John, will you be gagged or chew on a bullet? I don't want to be disturbed by your beastly yells.
I shan't yell, Captain.
Sit on his head, Digby.
No.
Hold his hoof, then. Isabel, hide your eyes and keep still.
Is the bullet out yet?
Almost. Hold him still, Digby. Here it comes. Yeah. How do you feel now, John?
I feel all right.
I'm going to confer a new name on you for bravery. Stand up, Digby, and salute. John Jest, because you didn't cry when wounded in battle and didn't yell during a major operation of naval surgery without anesthetics, I now give you the rank and title for the rest of your life of Stout Fella.
Oh, thank you, Captain.
I say, Captain, do you think we could manage a Viking's funeral?
Right you are, Lieutenant. Stout Fella, you have also earned high honor of a full-dress Viking's funeral.
We can use my book.
And one of my soldiers. John, you may choose the one you want to be.
I'd like to be one of the new blue ones, if it's all right, Captain.
Hand me one, Dig. I now solemnly name this valorous soldier the Viking Earl, John Jest. Now, put him on a matchbox filled with explosives, Dig. You sit here, John. Stand up, everyone else. Hats off. Ready, Digby? Lighter. Now, shove her way out.
There she goes. I can still see the Viking in the center.
That's what I call a funeral.
I'd give something to have one like that when my turn comes. What's more, I'll write it down in my will. And none of you dirty little dogs will get anything from me unless you see it properly done.
I'll give you one, Beau, whenever you like.
So will I you, Dig, if you die first.
Shake on it.
Shake. Blow your bugle, Digby.
Most of the other great moments of my childhood were connected with a fabulous and historic jewel owned by Lady Brandon, the blue water sapphire. It had been in the family for several generations. Often people came to see the sapphire, princes, diplomats, jewel merchants from every corner of the globe. I remember the last time I saw it. We were home for the Christmas holiday. I was 18 then. Beau and Digby were at Oxford, and I was in my last year at school. On Christmas Eve, we persuaded Lady Brandon to get out the blue water for us to look at. Just the family, Beau, Digby, myself, and Isabel.
Well, there it is, children.
Dolly. Beauty, isn't she?
Remember the Indian Maharaja who fainted dead away when he saw it?
And it took 20 minutes to revive him. No wonder. It still makes me dizzy.
I thought we'd never get rid of him. He kept coming back to see it again, 3 or 4 times, wasn't it, Aunt?
Never mind the Maharaja. Look at the blue water.
Seems to get bigger and bigger. Makes you want to dive into it head first, just disappear inside it.
I say, what's
What's happened to the lights?
Now, don't wander about anybody. Knock things over.
The lights will go on again in a minute. They always do. It's something to do with the new power station.
But Aunt, this is the 3rd time it's happened this week.
Well, why doesn't somebody get a candle? It's pitch black.
Oh, there.
I hope they stay on.
Auntie, look. Look.
It's gone.
Whoever did this, please put it back. It's not funny.
You suppose it fell on the floor?
It was under the glass cover. Whoever took the blue water, please put it back at once. John?
Why do you accuse me?
You were nearest the table.
Oh, John, nobody accused you. Put the beastly thing back.
Me? I didn't take it.
Oh, why don't you put it back, whoever did take it? Let's not keep on pretending.
We shall all go to bed now. This room will be locked. But the key to it will be left in the little brass box in the hall. Only you 4 will know where it is. The thief will have a chance during the night to replace the sapphire without revealing his identity. If the blue water is not here in the morning, the police will be called in. No one will be spared, no matter who it is.
The next morning, we found the jewel had not been returned. Only Digby and Isabel and myself were at breakfast. Beau didn't appear. Lady Brandon sent down word that no one was to leave the house. She hadn't sent for the police yet, but we expected she would any minute. It was a strange morning, wandering about the house, each of us keeping to himself, waiting for something to happen. Around noon, I went into the library.
Johnny,
Yes, Isabel?
will you tell me something?
Certainly. What?
It's a silly question. Terribly silly. I know it's silly.
Well?
Johnny, did you take the blue water?
Why, no, I didn't.
Oh, I'm glad. Oh, I shouldn't have asked it, Johnny, but I wanted to hear you say it yourself.
Isabel, you're crying.
Oh, forgive me for asking.
Isabel, what's the matter with you? Isabel, do stop crying.
I can't help it. I can't help it. Johnny, I love you.
Darling. Darling. I wish I knew what to say, darling. Isabel, someday we'll get married, won't we?
Yes.
When I've scraped together a little money and proved somehow that I'm worthy please kiss me, Isabel.
Excuse me, could I talk to John alone? I have something rather important to say to him.
Yes, of course. Bye, John.
Goodbye, darling. What are you being so melodramatic about?
Beau's gone.
I don't know.
He left this note.
By the time you get this, I shall be well on the way to where I'm going. Please tell Aunt there's no further need to badger any of you about the blue water. If Scotland Yard is put on the trail, tell them you knew I contracted large debts at Oxford. I must have been led astray by evil companions. You and John, of course. Keep an eye on John. I bet you both. Ever yours, Beau. It can't be true.
Of course it isn't true.
I can't believe it. Not a Beau.
Things like an open book. He's taking the blame.
But who's he shielding?
Perhaps he doesn't know. Look, if Beau didn't do it, then maybe I did it.
You didn't, did you?
Neither did you, or Isabel.
Oh, of course not. It's ridiculous.
Exactly. John, we can't let him do it. It'll break Lady Brandon's heart. You know how she adores him.
What do we do?
Well, nothing for the moment. We'll say nothing. I'll speak to you later. I've got an idea.
That evening, I found a note on my pillow in Digby's writing. Dear John, I can no longer let the innocent suffer for my guilty sin. By the time you get this, I shall be well on my way to where I am going. Will you please tell Aunt that Beau's noble and beautiful gesture was a lot of nonsense, and that I'm the real thief? Tell her that by the time she gets this... I I paced my room for 3 hours. Then I started to pack. As the dawn came up, I tiptoed out through the kitchen door. Through the dim morning, I walked to the station and boarded the first train.
My darling, beautiful sweetheart, when you read this letter, you will be the first to agree that I cannot possibly do anything except what I am doing, although it may mean, for a time at least, being away from you, my dearly beloved. Just when we have found this miracle, our love, Isabel, dear.
May I speak with the officer in charge, please?
Yes, what do you want?
Are you the recruiting officer, sir?
I am.
Could you tell me, sir, if any Englishman...
What is this? What happens in England? Does the British Empire suddenly export all our most excellent young men to Paris to enlist in the French Foreign Legion?
Then there have been others.
2 others this week.
Well, where can I catch up with them? Where can I find them?
You mean if you are accepted into the Legion?
Oh, you've got to accept me. What do I do?
Well, first the physical examination. For you, that will be easy. But you know what you're doing?
Of course.
Listen to me, young man. In the beginning, a volunteer enlists for 5 years. His pay is 1 sou a day. The discipline is hard. Harder than that of any army in Europe. If a man deserts from a legion, he is shot. Think it over, young man. Think it over.
Dupre, get up. Get up. Perhaps a boot in the ribs will help.
Sergeant.
Yes, Englishman. Well, what is it?
My brother and I will carry him if he comes.
In the Legion, every man for himself. If he doesn't want to march, he can stay here. Now, don't you worry about Dupre. He won't be alone here for long. The vultures will keep him company. All right. Detail. Well, face. Forward. Double time. Fight!
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Beau Geste, starring Orson Welles with Laurence Olivier and Noah Beery. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In the Legion, there were many conflicting reports as to what particular job we were being trained for. Some said a border demonstration, peaceful penetration with the bayonets. Others talked of a far-flung uprising of all the Arab nations from the Atlantic Ocean to the Persian Gulf. Meantime, we drilled and drilled, marched and marched. Then one day came bad news. We were to be separated. Digby remained as trumpeter with the regiment in Gielgud. Beau and I, with the 2nd Company, were detailed to the worst section in the North African service, Fort Zindeneuf, 400 miles away. It was May when we set out, with Lejeune, now adjutant, in command. It took us 3 weeks to reach it. In the file beside me as we marched was the American, Hank.
Hey, son.
Yeah?
I want to tip you boys off to something.
Oh?
You being one of them Britishers, well, I figure, well, you mean okay anyways.
Oh, thank you.
Just want to tell you, there's a lot of conspiracies around this company. Now that we're getting away from civilization, things may start popping.
You don't say?
Yeah. Mostly they all have to do with you boys.
How do you mean?
Well, it's none of my business, of course. Boys got it figured out. You 3 brothers are a gang of international thieves.
What?
Yeah, hold your horses, son. Just telling you what they're saying. Seems they heard you fellas talking about some diamonds you got hidden away. They heard how one of you carries it like a kangaroo in a pouch on his stomach. They mean to get it, even if they have to knife you for it. And in case you don't know, one of the guys that has his eye on that diamond of yours is our new adjutant, Monsieur Lejeune.
At Fort Zindeneuf, we drilled all day in the sun. Lejeune saw to that. As for the nights, all we could do was to pretend that they were cooler than the day. The 2nd month, desert fever took us. Cockroach fever, men call it, because it crawls through the brain. Comes over a man suddenly, and he goes stark raving mad with the heat. Already 3 of the men had to be put in solitary confinement. In the bed next to my brother slept a German named Schwartz. One night, about 2 hours after lights out, my brother woke suddenly. There was a hand on his shoulder.
Hey. Hey there. Hello, Schwartz. What do you want? Why don't you sleep?
I want to talk with you. Are you enjoying life here at St. Omer?
Oh, quite.
You would like a change?
I like change.
Would you like perhaps to see again the civilized world? You and your brother and that precious diamond of yours.
I know what you're talking about.
Tell me, have you ever seen a pig die?
No.
You will.
You feeling ill?
You're not funny. Soon you will see a big pig die. A sacred pig. An adjutant pig.
So? And are you the butcher, Schwartz?
That depends. So many wish the privilege. Would you? Are you with us?
Mutiny?
No. We kill a swine.
I have no experience as a pork butcher.
Then, after we conclude that you wish to join the animals that are to be slaughtered, this pig or butcher, you must decide soon. You think about it. Tomorrow we must know. Understand?
Yes.
Remember, you must decide, pig or butcher.
It was noon of the next day before my brother could talk to me. He waited for me outside the canteen.
Can they hear us here?
No, go ahead, Bo. Be quick.
Let's figure this out, John. A mutiny here at St. What would that mean?
Suppose they succeeded. They'd have to escape across several hundred miles of desert.
Right. Problems, starvation, thirst, the heat of the desert, and maybe getting killed by Tuareg robbers.
Just mutilated.
Right, and left to the over-anxious vultures. Here's something else. I keep thinking of what your American friend said about the blue water. What's the main reason Schwartz and his gang want us along? I'll tell you. So that after we've helped them with the mutiny, they can do away with us in the desert and get this diamond they think we've got.
I hadn't thought of that.
Once more, there are those anxious vultures. Once more. Now, something else. Suppose that Jean, another diamond lover, is smarter than the mutineers think. Suppose he has his spies. Suppose he knows of this plot. Then what?
Then the mutineers played right into his hand.
Exactly. That's what he's waiting for. He has every one of us shot down, helps himself to the blue water, and gets a medal in the bargain.
And leaves us once more to the... We keep on ending up with those unpleasant birds.
Yes. Well...
What do we do?
Nothing. Wait. Just wait. I'll tell Schwartz now that we're not interested, but watch him day and night. Beginning tonight, you and I better take turns sleeping. First you sleep, then I'll sleep. Then you sleep, then I'll sleep, you see?
For 2 days and 2 nights, nothing happened. It was hotter than ever. Every morning as I looked into the men's eyes, I saw the desert fever rising, burning more brightly. The third night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed thinking of our years at Brandon Abbot, thinking of Isabel. I wondered if I'd ever get back to her and England. Fever-ridden men sleep fitfully. I lay awake listening to them. Just before the dawn, I became aware of a man standing at the end of the room. He had me covered with his revolver.
Get up. Quick. One sound out of you, and I'll shoot. Go on. Get up and come here. March. Ahead of me. Go to my room. Now, let's see it. Come on, let's see it.
See what?
The diamond. Did you hear me?
That is no diamond, LeJeune.
No? I know better than that. I'll tie you up in the desert. You and your brother with your hands in the small of your back. Your mouths full of salt and sand. Then we'll see if you've got a diamond. But that'll keep. Right now, there's work to be done. You want to live?
On the whole, I think so.
On the whole, you do you? All right, then. Now, listen to me. I know all about this mutiny, as I know everything else done and said and thought in this port. And I know who's in it. Schwartz, Voladair, Boldani, Vogue. And I'm going to attend to it. Now. Tonight. You hear? Well, answer me.
I hear you.
Well, say so then. Now, you'll go back with me to that barrack room. First, wake up your brother. Get your rifles, yours and his. I'll stand at the door and cover you. You go from bed to bed and take every rifle. If any man speaks, don't answer him. If any man moves, shoot him, as a mutineering dog should be shot. You understand?
I understand.
Make a sound or a false move, you'll be the first that dies. All right. If you want to live, move.
In the first glimmer of dawn, I did as he told me. I woke my brother. There were no sentries posted that night, nobody to challenge us. We went from room to room, disarming the men as they slept. We carried their rifles upstairs, stacked them all on the flat roof. And all the time, Lejeune had us covered.
All right. Put those rifles down here. Now, down in number 3, there are 8 men there. Get the air guns. Bring them up here. That's the lot. And then I have got a little surprise for Mr. Schwartz and his friends when they get up this morning. Well, what are you waiting for? Go on down. What's the matter with you? Can't you hear what I tell you?
Adjutant.
What are you staring at?
Listen.
All right. If that's what you want,
Shut up, you fool. Listen. Do you hear it?
The Arabs. You. Get back those rifles.
Yes, sir.
Quick. Down to the barracks room. Bugler. Bugler. Sound the arms. Every man to battle position. Quick. Don't attack. All right. Emergency ammunition. 200 rounds. Above the wall. 10-2. Rapid fire. That's it. Get away.
Towards noon, the Arabs retired. They fell back as suddenly as they'd come. The attack was over. But all afternoon, the Arabs kept up a desultory fire. Every now and then, a man was hit.
Undercover. Haven't you got any sense? Corporal, take that man downstairs. Give him first aid. Be back in 5 minutes, do you hear?
Yes, sir.
Schwartz! Schwartz!
Yes, sir.
Come up here. Up on the wall.
Yes, sir.
Look out there, toward the oasis. Tell me, what do you see?
They're climbing the trees, sir. They're shooting down at us from the trees.
Exactly, Mr. Schwartz. They are shooting at us from the trees. Now, we'll have to get those Arabs down from those trees, won't we, Mr. Schwartz?
Yes, Adjutant.
All right, Mr. Schwartz. Now, you climb up to that high lookout platform.
But, Adjutant,
and from there, you'll get a good shot at those Arabs.
Please, you
until they
can't
get you. Up!
But, Adjutant...
Get up there, I tell you. Go on, or I'll shoot you myself. That's it. Go on up. And while you're up there, maybe you can think up some more plots. Go on. Get up there. Too bad. Brave soldier. Just died for the Republic, eh? And one mutineer less. Now then, mutineer number 2. Ballader.
Yes, sir.
You're next.
Yes, sir.
Get up on that platform, Mr. Ballader. Go on. Climb. Corporal, call the roll.
Dubois. Peterson. Smith.
Yes, sir.
Boldini. Bolida. Brennan. Lafarge. Schwartz. Jacobi. Yes. Demeyer.
Out of 98 that morning, there were 46 of us left. That was the first day. The nearest relief post was Gielgud. It would be 3 days before help could come from there. In the morning, the Arabs would attack again. If they knew our real numbers, they'd scale the walls and cut us to pieces in a minute. That night, once more, Lejeune put us to work.
Here. Come up here. Help me with this.
Yes, sir.
I don't trust those others. Pick him up with the shoulders and the legs.
But he's dead, sir.
Sure. They get heavy when they're stiff, don't they, eh? Come on. Up the stairs with him.
Yes, sir.
Onto the parapet. What you going to do? How do you think? Put them to work, you idiots. They're no good when they're alive. Perhaps now that they're dead, they'll be of some use. Yeah. There. Prop him up against the wall. Push him against the parapet. That's it. That's it now. Straight up. Eyes front. Put his cap on his head. Now, give him a rifle. That's right. Sight it. Oh! Well, friend Schwartz, now you look quite a useful soldier for a change. Yeah. Come on, you two. Get another one.
Yes, sir.
Bring him up here. Fill the next embrasure with him. Rifle in his hand. Cap on his head.
Yes, sir.
38 of them. One in each embrasure. Now then, tomorrow when the Arabs attack, they'll think we've got a real garrison here, eh?
It worked. The next morning, the Arabs attacked again, but they kept their distance. All day, their fire poured into the fort, and inside, a handful of desperate men ran from parapet to parapet, shooting over the dead men's shoulders. Whenever a man fell, Lejeune would pick him up and put him back in his place on the parapet. He seemed to take a ghoulish delight in arranging them and sighting their rifles and putting their caps on straight. Once or twice, he lit cigarettes for the dead men. Cigarettes gradually burnt till they were spent in the dead men's mouths. But it worked. At the end of the day, they withdrew beyond the sandhills.
And now, my merry friends, before we go to sleep, we're going to have a little celebration. Yeah, just the few of us. We'll celebrate what a good time we're having. We let the Arabs hear us. We let them see how little we need to worry, how gay we are. We're going to laugh. Laugh, I tell you. Now, do you hear me? Laugh. That's it. Well, come on, you. Now from left to right. Laugh. Louder, can you? Laugh, I say. Louder.
In the middle of the silent quadrangle of dead men standing guard, we celebrated for hours, until we lay back exhausted on the stone roof of the fort. Late that night, Bo dragged himself near me.
Got a cigarette, John?
Just two, here.
Looks like the last lap, Johnny. Last cigarette.
Oh, it's nothing. The leaf is halfway here by now.
Hope so. John, if I die and you don't, why don't you do something for me?
Of course, Bo.
There are 2 letters in my pocket and a small package in a money belt around my waist. One letter's a sort of public letter, the other's for Lady Brandon. The package is for her, too, only the package isn't really important. The letter is important, though. Whatever you do, swear you'll give her that letter.
Bo, don't talk like that. You're not going to die. Maybe I'll die. Maybe we'll both die. Maybe neither of us will.
I don't know, John. I just feel it in my bones. Johnny, will you swear?
Of course I will.
Good. Well, goodbye, dear old Johnny. Wish to heaven I hadn't dragged you into this, but I think you'll come out all right. Give my love to Dig, will you? Here's a bill. I hope someday you two will be very happy.
In the morning, the fighting started again. The same tactics again, running along the walls, shooting dead men's guns. By noon, there were only 7 of us left. 2 hours later, there were only 4. Each took one wall. We ran like men possessed, shooting, running, shooting, running. We never looked at each other. It was late in the afternoon when I saw the bow had fallen. He lay there under the north wall, motionless, and I couldn't get to him. After that, I can remember nothing until it was night. Then suddenly my brain cleared, and I saw Lejeune bending over Beau's body, fumbling at his belt.
Get away from there, Lejeune!
Oh, no diamond, eh? No diamond.
Leave my brother's body alone. Give me that letter. Give me that packet.
Stand right. Stand back, you English swine.
Give them to me, Lejeune.
I'll move, and I'll shoot.
Give me those letters and that packet. I said give it.
The shot went wild, but my bayonet went straight through his heart. He fell dead on his back. I sank down on the stone. Then for the first time I realized that Beau was not yet dead. It was because of him that Lejeune's shot went wild. He had reached out and seized Lejeune's foot, jerking him off balance as he pulled the trigger.
Stout fellow, John. Got the letters?
You'll deliver them yourself, Beau.
No. We two are the only survivors. The relief will be here soon. Listen, Johnny. I'm for it, all right. I'm bled white. Listen. I never stole anything in my life. Tell the guy I said so. Johnny, do get a letter home.
Oh, wait. Look, I'll get some bread.
No, Johnny, now listen. Those letters. One's a confession. No need for you and Dick to carry on the game now, and you must get the confession published.
You've got nothing to confess, Bo.
Don't be an ass, Johnny. It's the living we have to think about. Leave the confession where it'll be found. I'll haunt you. I'll gnaw your neck and go boo in the dark. No, don't go. Here, Johnny. Promise. Johnny. I'm going blind. John, where are you? Promise. Confession. John.
John, wake up. Listen. You've got to listen. Wake up. Try hard.
Where am I? Where's Bo?
This is Digby. Digby, do you hear? You're in the fort of Lindenhof. Bo's dead. And you've killed Lejeune. Good thing, too. But the Legion won't look at it that way. We've got to escape quickly.
Digby, how did you get here?
Relief squadron from Jagadir. We heard there'd been an attack. We came up to the walls and saw the dead men looking out. They wanted the man to go into the fort alone. I volunteered. They're outside there now. If I don't get the call within 15 minutes, they'll charge. We've only got 5 minutes left.
Where's Bo? Where's Bo?
On his bed downstairs. Come, John. There's something we've got to do. You know what he'd have wanted. A Viking's funeral.
Yeah, that's right. We promised that day. At Brandon Abbott.
Now, quick, help me. I've piled wood around him and sprinkled oil on the wood and all over the barracks. It's all ready. There's just one more detail. Get up, John, quick.
What are you doing?
Remember, a Viking's funeral needs a dog. Don't you remember? A dog at the feet of the captain. Well, there's a dog. Lejeune.
Dick, have you gone mad, too?
Harry, we haven't time to lose. Help me. He wanted a full Viking's funeral. He'll get it.
We dragged the body of Lejeune downstairs to the barrack room and laid it at Beau's feet. Digby knelt down and struck a match. As he threw the match toward the bed, we raced back up the stairs. A moment later, the flames leaped high into the air. As we left the burning fort, we heard the cavalry coming up behind us. In the confusion of the fire, we escaped, heading west toward the coast. 5 weeks later, I saw the sea. Digby was dead, shot by a stray bullet from a marauding Arab. Almost a year went by before I reached England. I fulfilled my promise to Beau. The public letter was a sort of confession, saying that he alone had stolen the blue water sapphire. That was nonsense, of course. His lie had long outlived its purpose. The other note, the one to Lady Brandon, she read aloud to us, to Isabel and me. As she read, I seemed to hear the voice of Beau himself. Beau smiling and talking to us across all those miles from that land of the dead, from Lindenhof.
Dear Auntie, when you get this, I shall be dead. You've read it through. Perhaps you'll forgive me for doing what I thought was best. You see, I thought I was doing something that might in some measure repay you for your great goodness to me and my brothers. My dear aunt, I knew you'd sold the blue water to the Maharaja in order to keep the estate going, for our sake and for the sake of the tenants. I also knew you were frightened that the sale would become known, for technically you had no right to sell the jewel, which was left to you in trust. I knew you'd had a duplicate made, and I kept thinking how splendid it would be if we had a jewel robbery and the blue water substitute was stolen. You could put Scotland Yard on the trail as a burglar, and as long as it didn't catch him and recover the sapphire, everything would be splendid. And everything would have turned out fine, too, if those incredible brothers of mine hadn't gone and bolted, too, possibility that never occurred to me. Well, I hope my idea did work in part anyway, and that your secret has been kept. How can we ever repay all that you did for us? My love to you and to the others, too. And all the happiness in the world to John and Isabel, your nephew, Beaugest.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Rosalind Russell, Laurence Olivier, and Gail Patrick in My Favorite Wife. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we bring you a modern comedy based on an old-fashioned idea, the notion that woman's place is in the home. Of course, only a brave man would argue that point with a woman nowadays. But tonight, two women argue it with each other. In the play My Favorite Wife, Rosalind Russell and Gail Patrick both want the woman's place in Laurence Olivier's home. And all he can do about it is let the best woman win. Miss Russell, who's here from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, plays a feminine Enoch Arden. Like the sailor in Tennyson's poem, she returns after being shipwrecked on an island to find that her lawful wedded mate believes her dead and has married again. You remember that Enoch Arden was a self-sacrificing soul. When he found another man in his place, he went quietly on his way. But when Ellen Arden, our shipwrecked lady tonight, finds another woman in her place, she puts up a whale of a fight. Perhaps that's the woman's angle. Or maybe it's just because Leo McCarey, instead of Lord Tennyson, produced the RKO screen success. There's a trend these days toward gay romances like My Favorite Wife. And perhaps you've noticed that Hollywood has been making more musicals, too. That has a more far-reaching effect than you might guess. More musicals mean more girls in the cast. More girls mean more stockings for the wardrobe department to look after. And as our wardrobe man was telling me the other day, that means more Lux Flakes used at the studio. For the studio wardrobe department, that's a matter of shrewd business. And, of course, that credits all of you who use Lux Flakes with shrewd business judgment, too. Now I hope you'll all credit us with shrewd casting in My Favorite Wife, starring Rosalind Russell as Ellen Arden, Laurence Olivier as Nick, and Gail Patrick as Bianca. The magic works once more. A nod to our engineer in the control room, a signal to our players, a wave to sound effects, a flash of footlights, and the Lux Radio Theater becomes a courtroom. Our play begins.
Court of General Sessions, Judge Walter Bryson presiding as now in session. Are the parties ready in the matter of Ellen Wagstaff Arden?
What's the matter, clerk? Let's get on.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. The matter of Ellen Wagstaff Arden.
Oh, here, right here. Prison.
That's about time.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the case called, Your Honor. I wonder if you
Just
could...
a moment. Clerk, wasn't I supposed to marry somebody this morning?
Why, yes, Your Honor.
Well, let's get it over with. This can wait. This is a very complicated case, this Arden matter.
Your Honor...
Yes, but, Your Honor, the Arden
Wait a minute.
case...
Go ahead, clerk.
Your Honor, this man is Mr. Arden. He says his wife is dead.
Says what?
She's dead.
Who's dead?
Ellen Wagstaff Arden. Drowned.
Oh, that's sad. It's very sad.
Yeah, if Your
Your
Honor,
name
please...
Arden?
Yes, Your Honor.
I know it. That's what I thought. Well, Mr. Arden, according to this brief, your deceased wife, Ellen Wagstaff Arden, was a member of an anthropological expedition shipwrecked off the coast of Indochina.
Yes, Your Honor.
What was she doing on an expedition? Mother of 2 infant children.
Well, you'll find the circumstances set forth in my brief, sir.
Said Ellen Wagstaff Arden was engaged as photographer for a period of 3 months.
That's it. You see, we were going to take the trip together, but I became involved in the case, and I couldn't leave, so we talked it over, and finally she decided she'd like to take the trip herself. She needed a change. She had a tough time with the children, teething, and all
Just
that.
the facts. Never mind the teething.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're a lawyer. Stick to the facts.
Yes, Your Honor. They're in my briefs.
Well, let me read it. Stop interrupting. When did you say the ship went down?
Page 7, on September the 3rd, 1932. Page 7 here.
I'll find it. Page 7. Last seen entering one of the lifeboats, but what's shining in my eyes here?
I beg your pardon?
There's something shining in my eyes I can't see. Last seen entering... You over there, that young woman.
You mean me?
What do you think you're doing? Put that confounded mirror away. Do you want to blind me?
I'm very sorry.
Better wash your face instead of painting it. Makes me sick. What are you doing in this court, anyway?
I'm here with Mr.
Yeah,
Arden.
she's here with me, Your Honor.
Well, go over there and sit down. Stop using this court as a boudoir. Now, where was I?
On page 7, the shipwreck.
What efforts did you make to trace the whereabouts of your wife?
On page 8, I went to Bangkok and interviewed all the available survivors who agreed that the said Ellen Wagstaff Arden had been swept overboard before aid could reach her. Depositions are pending.
Quiet!
Yes, Your Honor, but I'd like to explain.
There's nothing to explain. Testimony's here, sworn affidavits, no evidence to the contrary. The law is clear. I hereby pronounce Ellen Wagstaff Arden legally dead. Wasn't I supposed to marry somebody?
Yes, sir. Us.
What do you mean, us? Who's us?
Mr. Arden and myself, Your Honor.
What's that? You going to marry again, Mr. Arden?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you quite sure you've had time to think it over?
Your Honor, Mr. Arden is over 21.
I'll be anchored quietly.
All right, hold hands, hold hands.
Here we go, darling. Hang on.
We're gathered here in the presence of these witnesses to join in matrimony. This man and this woman.
Is this where you wanted to go, lady?
Yeah. Thanks for the lift.
That's okay. Well, what are you crying about, sister?
I can't help it. You see that house?
Yeah?
I live there.
So what? It ain't a bad joint. Swimming pool and everything. Is that something to cry about?
No, but I haven't seen it for 7 years.
Yeah? Well, look, sister, not that it's any of my business, but when a girl dressed up in sailor pants asks for a lift and gets off at a classy
Do you
joint
mind?
like
It's
this...
an awfully long story. Maybe we'll meet again sometime.
Oh, okay. So long, sister.
Goodbye. Thanks again.
You're just scared. Watch me do a swan dive, Chinch. I can do a swan dive better than you can. You cannot either. Whee! Boy, it's like an iceberg in here.
Hello. Hello there.
Hello. Hello. Are you a lady or a man?
Well, I used to be a lady.
Well, then what for are you wearing sailor pants? Are you a sailor?
Well, not exactly.
My mother was practically a sailor. She went down in a shipwreck. We're not supposed to know.
Oh. Do you miss her very much?
Oh, sure.
Would you like to have her back?
Can't have her back. She's drowned. We put flowers on her grave every Easter with Daddy.
You do?
And then Daddy buys his hamburgers and root beer.
Oh. Tell me, is your grandmother in, Timmy?
How'd you know my name?
Oh, I just guessed. Is she in?
I forgot. We're not allowed to talk to strangers.
Maybe you can tell me. Is your grandmother in?
Pardon me. We're not allowed to talk to strangers. Is she going in the house? Yeah. I wonder can Grandma speak to strangers?
Yes, who is it? Come in, please.
Hello, darling.
Ellen, good heavens.
No. Take it easy, Mother.
Ellen.
Here, sit down, darling.
Oh, Ellen.
Take a deep breath. There. Are you all right now?
Oh, I can't believe it. I just can't believe it.
Bless your heart.
After all these years. Oh, is it really you, Ellen?
Of course it is.
Oh.
How's Nicky?
Nicky?
Yes, you know, your son, my husband. He's all right, isn't he?
Oh, yes. Nicky's fine.
Good.
Ellen, where have you been?
On an island, latitude 12, longitude 128. And I'd still be there if a Portuguese freighter hadn't wandered 200 miles off its course. They brought me back.
Oh, darling.
Oh, by the way, how was my funeral?
Lovely. Dr. Blake preached a wonderful sermon.
Oh. I wish I'd been there.
Oh, silly.
Tell me about Nicky. Is he as handsome as ever?
Nicky? Oh, I think so.
Where is he? Where is he now? I'm dying to see him.
Ellen, there's something I've got to tell you. Nick's married again.
He is? Is she nice?
No.
Do I know her?
No. He met her on the boat when he went to look for you.
On the boat. It's one thing I never thought about. Nick's marrying again. Just how long did he wait?
They only got married this morning.
Today?
And they went off in the car to Yosemite for the honeymoon.
Yosemite? Oh, don't tell me he's taken her to the same hotel that we... Oh, no.
Well, Nick had some business in San Francisco.
Did he? Well, I've got some business in Yosemite. Ma, do planes fly to Yosemite now?
Yes, I think that... What are you going to do?
I don't know, but I think I'm going to be a reception committee. I'm going to get to Yosemite first.
Front, boy. Front. Yes, madam. What can I do for you?
Hello. Is Mr. Arden here? Mr. Nicholas Arden?
No, Mr. Arden hasn't arrived yet.
Oh, thank you.
Are you the bride by any chance?
No, not exactly.
I beg your pardon, madam.
I'll just wait if you don't mind. Thank you very much.
Not at all, madam. That's very strange. Right with you, Bianca. Good evening. Good evening, sir. My name is Arden. Oh, yes, Mr. Arden. I believe that a young lady... Do you have a reservation for me, please? Yes, sir. Suite A, Mr. Arden.
Oh, Suite A.
It's our best.
Well, I'd rather not have it, if you don't mind. I couldn't take Suite A because I've been here before, you understand?
Yes, sir. Boy, Suite C.
Any trouble, darling?
Oh, certainly not. Sorry to keep you waiting, Bianca. Let's go, shall we?
Going up, sir?
Thanks.
Clerk, when that gentleman comes, will you let me know?
The gentleman is here, madam.
Oh. Well, I won't disturb him yet.
Huh?
What? Going up, sir.
Nicky, what's the matter?
That was... She... Oh, no.
Nicky, what is it?
Imagination seeing.
Come on, darling. The elevator's waiting. Oh, Nicky, I just love our room. Look at the view.
Yeah, beautiful.
Nicky, darling, aren't you going to kiss me?
Oh, sure. But, Bianca, I've got to go downstairs again.
Oh, what on earth for?
Well, I've got to make sure that, I'll be right back. I was expecting a call, you see.
But they'll ring up here.
Will they?
Is something the matter, Nicky?
No, it's just, you know what I need?
What, dear?
A shave.
What?
Yeah, I'll go down to the barber shop, be right back.
Oh, Nicky, why don't you shave yourself? I'd love to watch you. Remember the way Victoria always watched Albert?
Albert who?
Prince Albert and Queen Victoria, silly.
Oh, well, he didn't hack himself to pieces the way I do. I'll go down to the barber shop and be right back.
Don't be long.
Right back. Ellen.
Hello, Nick.
Ellen. It is you, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh, Ellen. Kiss me.
Oh, that's all I wanted to know, Nick.
Look, let's go somewhere where we can talk, huh?
Where?
Well, let's go to your room.
I haven't got a room.
Oh, well, I'll get you one. Oh, clerk.
Yes, Mr. Arden.
I'd like to have another room.
Another room?
Yes, I just said that.
Oh, certainly, sir.
Thank you. Is Suite A available?
Suite A?
Yeah.
Yes, Suite A.
Front. Suite A.
That's all there is to tell you. It's an awkward situation, of course, but you'll have to face it, Nick.
Yeah. You mean telling Bianca? Yeah, I know, but what am I going to say?
Well, that depends on what you feel.
Well, it's not as easy as all that. You see, Bianca's very sensitive. She's high-strung.
Oh, one of those.
Yeah. This is going to be a horrible shock.
Nick, are you in love with her?
No.
You must have told her you were, didn't you?
Well,
Sure you did.
All right, sure I did.
Oh, Nick, how could you? The minute my back was turned.
The minute?
Oh, Nick, look at you. If you could only see your face.
Oh, don't choke, darling. It's too serious. I'll take it as public from me again. Hello?
Mr. Arden, this is the desk clerk. Mr. Arden, we don't like to interfere with the privacy of our guests, but your wife is calling for you again.
Well, tell my wife I'll be right up. I'm still being shaved. You know, I've got a feeling you're enjoying my misery.
Nick, did you think she'd make a good mother? Was that why you were attracted to her?
Yeah, that's it.
You thought she'd be good for Timmy and Chinch?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, of course.
You don't believe me, huh?
I didn't say I don't believe you. I'm just facing facts. You love this woman enough to ask her to be your wife and the mother of my children. That takes a lot of love. You sure you don't love her?
The moment I saw you downstairs, I knew.
Ah, go on. I bet you say that to all your wives.
You know I could strangle you.
Well, that's the way out.
But I can't just barge in and say, sorry, my mistake, marriage is off. Can I? What am I, a dope?
Look, let's try something like this. I'll be, what's her name again?
Bianca.
Bianca. All right, I'm Bianca. Now, you come in.
Huh?
Come in. You've come to tell me.
Oh, yeah, all right, I'm in.
Yes, well, now say something.
Yeah. Hello, Bianca.
Oh, that's good. That is. Now, she'll say, hello, darling. Really, I'm terribly sorry. You've been such a long time.
She doesn't talk like that.
Oh, well, what's the difference? And then she'll say, darling, aren't you going to kiss me? Well, aren't you?
Ellen.
Oh, Nick.
Darling.
Could I see you a minute, please?
Say, what do you mean by barging in here?
Mr. Arden, I'm the clerk of this hotel.
Yeah, I know who you are.
Mr. Arden, I feel it my duty to inform you that we run a first-class place, and we don't like to be made a party to an intrigue. We've maintained a reputation for respectability for 33 years, and we don't intend to lose it in one night.
It's a very simple situation, mister. Explain it to him, Nick.
All right, I will. Now, I came up here with my wife, my bride, really. My wife, not my bride, my wife. Oh, why should I bore you with all the details?
I won't be bored.
Listen, it's as simple as A, B, C.
Don't tell me you've got somebody in B.
Nick, really, you'd better go.
If you please.
All right, I'll be back, Ellen.
I'm afraid not, Mr. Arden.
Goodbye, Nick. And don't forget, you're going to tell her.
Sure. I'll tell her.
This way, Mr. Arden.
Oh, shut up, will you?
None of my business, Ellen. But you've been home here since last night, and the children are beginning to wonder about things.
I know, Ma, I know.
Are you going to tell them who you are?
Of course, as soon as I get the chance. Ma, did you hear anything from Nick?
No, not a word. It's funny.
Not to me, it isn't. Do you suppose he's having trouble telling her?
Well, he's had a night and a day. That ought to be long enough.
That's just it. It's too long.
Listen, that must be Nick now.
Yes, there he is, getting out of the car, but... Oh, Ma.
What is it?
He's brought her with him.
Oh, dear. Don't you suppose he's told her?
I guess he hasn't.
Then perhaps it would be better if you weren't here, Ellen.
Well, I don't see why I should leave.
Well, it's just that it would be a little awkward.
I know. Tell her that I'm an old friend of the family from the South.
Ellen, I don't like this.
Shh, look out.
Well, here we are. Come on.
Nicky, aren't you going to carry me across the threshold? It's good luck.
Oh, yeah, sure. Watch it now.
Hiya, Nicholas, honey.
Huh? What? Oh.
Surprised?
Yeah, sort of.
Oh, Mrs. Arden, do you don't mind if I kiss the bridegroom?
Not at all.
Just one big sisterly kiss.
Hello, Bianca. She's visiting with us. Her mother and I went to school together in Virginia.
How nice.
Oh, Nicky, isn't he the sweetest thing, Mrs. Arden? I used to just adore him. He was the darndest boy I ever did see, but faithless. Just like a bumblebee going from flower to flower.
No.
Oh, I was only fooling, honey. I come from a fooling family. My great-grandfather, Lucius, was the first man to give the governor of North Carolina the hot foot. You all been married before, hadn't you, honey?
Why, no, of course not.
Now, whatever gave me the idea you was a widder?
Not yet.
Well, I'll mix a drink, shall I?
You must be tired, son. You both look tired.
That's what I've been thinking, but not daring to say. Oh, ain't I just terrible? Did you all drive all night long?
Yes, we did.
Oh, now ain't that just awful? No wonder you look tired. Well, just you make yourself comfortable, and we're going to have a nice dinner for you. And after dinner, Tinny and Chintz are going to entertain you.
If you don't mind,
Chintz is going to play her latest piano piece on the piano, and Timmy is going to recite for you. Won't that be just grand?
Yes, delightful.
The village smithy stands. The smith, a mighty man is he, with large and sinewy hands, and the muscles on his brawny arms are strong as iron bands. His
Nick, my head's splitting. I'm going to bed.
Oh, now, Chet.
I'm afraid I'll have to. Good night. Are you coming, Nick?
Oh, yeah. I'll be up in a little while.
I'll be waiting.
Good night.
Good night.
Sleep well, honey.
Guess she must be pretty tired.
Hey, kids, quiet.
I'm afraid somebody's got a very bad headache, kids. We'll have to quit.
Oh, gee. I was just getting started.
It's time for bed anyway. What do you say?
Okay. Night, Daddy.
Night, Chinch. Bless you. Night, son.
Night. Just when the party's getting good.
Good night, kids.
Night.
Night. Well, I all thought your old performance was mighty good this evening, Sister Ellen.
I thought you'd like that. You've done a good job, Nick. They're nice kids.
Yeah,
They're really wonderful.
I'm glad you think so.
Timmy's just like you. Obstinate, jealous.
Nick, I'm waiting.
Oh, in a minute. What were you saying?
I was saying Timmy's just like you. Obstinate, jealous, but adorable. I feel sorry for the woman who marries him.
Why?
'Cause he's a heartbreaker, just like you.
Go on. I'm one of the most faithful husbands ever lived.
With a wife in every room.
Nick, I'm waiting.
Oh, all right, all right.
Are you going to tell her?
Sure.
Well, when?
Right now. Of course, it's going to take tact and delicacy. Well,
she's waiting.
yeah. Well, here I go. Good night, Ellen.
Good night.
You used to kiss me good night.
Did I?
Yeah.
All right. Oh, you Casanova, you.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Rosalind Russell, Laurence Olivier, and Gail Patrick, will return for Act Two of My Favorite Wife. Right now, I've asked Lou Silvers to play a real old-time American tune. All right, Lou. Yes, years ago, Yankee Doodle went to town. Nowadays,
New Quick Lux has gone to town. Women say it's dandy. East and west and up and down. Millions keep it handy.
yes, New Quick Lux Flakes have gone to town with the women of America. From Boston to New Orleans, from New York to San Francisco, it's the same story. New Quick Lux is America's favorite way of washing nice things by a vote of 2-1. Twice as many women use New Quick Lux for stockings, underthings, sweaters, and nice dresses. Twice as many as use any other flakes, chips, or beads. In answer to a nationwide survey, American women clearly indicate where they stand. For nice things, it's New Quick Lux for them, 2-1. And here's why they choose New Quick Lux Flakes. First, because it's fast. In water as cool as your hand, New Quick Lux dissolves 3 times as fast as any of 10 other leading soaps tested. And that means a lot to a busy woman. Second, because it's pure. There's no harmful alkali in New Quick Lux. It's safe for any color or fabric that's safe in pure water. Women know that they can trust their prettiest washables to these gentle suds. And third, New Quick Lux is thrifty. A little goes so far, makes more suds, ounce for ounce, even in hard water, than any of the other soaps tested. Yes, it's really no wonder that
New Quick Lux has gone to town. Women say it's dandy. East and west and up and down. Millions keep it handy.
ask for New Quick Lux Flakes in the generous big package. It comes in the same familiar box, costs you no more. And now, our producer, Mr. DeMille. Act Two of My Favorite Wife, starring Laurence Olivier as Nick Arden, Rosalind Russell as Ellen, and Gail Patrick as Bianca. Slowly and with fear in his heart, Nick climbs the stairs to Bianca's room to inform her that the wife he had declared dead has declared herself very much alive. Slowly and with a sinking feeling, he opens the door of the room. to hear Bianca on the phone talking long distance to her mother.
And then we drove all night. All night, Mother. And when we got home, he didn't even tell the children. Oh, Mother, he just ignores me. What? I don't care what Father did. I'm not going to stand it another minute. I'm going to leave him. Mother, I'll call you back. Nick? Nick, is that you?
Oh, I didn't mean to disturb you. Talking to your mother.
I'm all through now.
Oh. How is your mother? Your mother's quite nice once you get to know her.
Nick, do you love me?
Why, Bianca, you're one of the most attractive girls I know.
I'm your wife.
Bianca, don't cry. Bianca, please. Look, Bianca.
Playing up to that southern snip just as if I weren't there. In the name of heaven, tell me, what's wrong with me?
Oh, Bianca, there's nothing wrong with you. Believe me, under other circumstances, well, who knows? No, Bianca, please, stop crying. Bianca, please, let me explain.
I'm waiting.
Now, let me start from the beginning. Now, once there was a man who met a girl. He'd been living alone for quite some time, but he told the girl he loved her, and in the natural course of events, he married said girl. Now,
What are you trying to say?
Just this. Bianca?
What?
Bianca. Listen, did you hear that? Doorbell. Somebody at the door.
You don't have to answer.
Oh, yeah, I do. Somebody's trying to get in. Doorbell, right back. Come in. What do you want, please?
Mr. Arden?
That's right.
Well, I'm Johnson of the American Life and Accident Assurance.
Oh, well, come right in, Mr. Johnson.
Oh, well, thank you. I'm awfully sorry to be intruding at this hour.
Not at all. Sit down, Mr. Johnson. Glad you came.
Oh, thank you. This will only take a minute.
No. So stay a while. Have a cigar, Mr. Johnson.
Just as you say.
Fine. Well, and what can I do for you, Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Arden, have you received any communication from your first wife, Ellen Wagstaff Arden?
Hmm?
Oh, of course not. Just as I expected. You see, our district manager, Mr. Pusey, is one of those fuss-budgety types who likes to check everything. Of course, it's customary to check when the company has paid out a large sum of money, but this is ridiculous.
What are you talking about?
Well, he claims to have a report that a woman answering the general description of your first wife was rescued by a Portuguese freighter, as was also a man named Stephen J. Burkett, who was reported drowned at the same time.
Would you mind saying that again?
Oh, no, please don't get angry with
this,
me.
Stephen J. Burkett, he was rescued at the same time as my wife?
Well, according to this unverified rumor, yes. Rescued after 7 years. It's ridiculous, isn't it?
And what else did your Mr. Pusey hear?
Well, not very much, really. It seems he talked to somebody who had talked to a Portuguese captain. He says the woman's name was Eve.
Eve?
It's lucky it wasn't Ellen.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, and by a curious coincidence, this Stephen Burkett called himself Adam.
What? Yeah, of course.
Yes. Well, you ought to be very grateful that the woman's name was Eve instead of Ellen, because aside from the money involved, can you imagine the pickle you'd be in?
Yeah, just imagine.
Well, and that settles it. Good night, Mr. Arden.
Good night.
Oh, and thank you again for permitting me.
Not at all.
Who is that? Oh, come in, Nick.
How can you sleep at a time like this?
I wasn't sleeping.
Oh, dreaming about Adam, I suppose.
Adam?
Yeah, Adam. Adam. Why didn't you tell me you weren't alone on that island? Why didn't you tell me this man Burkett was with you?
We didn't arrange it, Nick. We didn't want to be there. Those awful mosquitoes. Oh,
Never mind the mosquitoes. Why didn't you tell me about him?
Because I knew you'd carry on exactly the way you're carrying on now.
That's no excuse.
I wanted to pick the right time to tell you.
There never will be a right time for that.
Really? You know, it just occurs to me that I ought to feel insulted.
Huh?
I go through 7 years of agony. I come home to find my husband in the arms of another woman, married. My children don't know me. But all my husband can think about is, did I carry on with some poor man who wouldn't hurt a fly?
Oh, now, just a moment.
You just a moment. Did you tell her?
Huh?
Did you tell Bianca?
Well...
No.
Well, I was about to tell her when Mr. Johnson came.
How long does it take to tell a woman my wife's come back? I can say it in 2 seconds. You've had 2 days. Oh, Nick, you don't want to tell her. That's why you're picking on poor Adam. Any excuse will do.
Well, you can't blame me after hearing about Burkett from that man.
You don't trust me. I thought you'd be so proud of me, loving you, thinking of you every day for 7 years.
Well, where is he now?
Who?
You know who I'm talking about, Adam. Where is he?
Oh, Adam, jealous of poor Adam. Gentle, harmless. He lives at his club.
What club? What's the name
How
of it?
should I know? But he's a clean, living, upright, 100% American, and a gentleman.
How old a gentleman?
I never asked him.
Too personal, eh?
Well, he's slightly bald, if that helps. About 5'3".
Scrawny, huh?
Like a chicken.
You noticed that?
Well, after all, darling, Well, is there anything else you want to know?
Yeah. When do I meet him?
When do you tell Bianca? Good night, Nick.
Good night. Adam, eh? Adam.
Nick, stop.
Sorry, Bianca. I'm in a hurry, Bianca.
Where are you going now?
I'm going out to find Adam. What do you mean you never heard of him, Stephen J. Burkett?
Sorry, sir. There is no Mr. Burkett at this club.
Hello. I want to speak to Mr. Stephen J. Burkett.
Sorry, sir. We have no record of that name.
Burkett? No, sir. Not here.
I told you once before, sir. No Burkett.
Burkett? Yes, sir. We have a Stephen J. Burkett at the Pacific Club. Yes, he's here now. Yes, sir. Can I help you, sir?
Yeah. Look, I just called up about a Mr. Stephen J. Burkett. I'd like to see him.
Yes, sir. Shall I have him paged?
No, just point him out.
Certainly, sir. Boy, take this gentleman outside of the swimming pool. Point out Mr. Burkett to him.
Oh, yes, sir. This way, sir.
Thanks.
He ought to be around here, sir. He usually has his lunch served at the pool.
Yeah? Well, wait a minute. I think I see him. That little bald fellow over there, huh?
Where? Oh, no, sir. That's not Mr. Burkett. Oh, there he is, up there.
Up where?
Up there on the high dive.
The high dive? You mean that fellow? That big fellow?
Yes, sir. That's Mr. Burkett.
It is, eh?
They tell me he used to be a champion swimmer, sir.
Champion, eh?
Well, he ought to be with those shoulders.
Yeah. Yeah.
There he goes. Gee, nice dive, wasn't it, sir? Well, will there be anything else, sir?
Yeah. I want to reserve a table for lunch tomorrow, a table for two, right next to Mr. Burkett's.
Sherry for madame?
Yes, thank you.
And the martini here?
That's right.
Oh, Nick, what a grand place for lunch. I guess you thought you owed me something after all those awful suspicions.
I'm sorry, Ellen.
I tell you, let's drink to no more suspicions.
No more suspicion.
If married people can't be honest with each other, who can? After all.
Exactly.
What are you staring at, darling? Oh.
What are you staring at, darling?
Nothing.
I thought maybe you were watching that fellow dive.
Why, what fellow?
That fellow swimming over this way.
Eve! Hey, Eve!
Oh, dear.
Oh, hello, Eve. I thought I saw you down here.
Oh.
Oh, boy, bring in my robe, will you please?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm delighted to see you, Eve.
Oh.
Well, won't you present me?
Well.
My name's Arden. I didn't catch yours.
Burkett's the name. Why, hasn't Eve told you that we were...
Burkett? Did you say Burkett?
I said Burkett.
That's funny. I thought Burkett was bald. Well, Mr. Burkett, why don't you have lunch with us?
Delighted. The inner man is crying for nourishment.
We've ordered turkey a la king. Does turkey appeal to you, or do you confine yourself to raw meat?
Never touch it. I'm strictly a vegetarian. Waiter, bring me a glass of prune juice, a milkshake, and some raw carrots. Yes, sir. Well, Eve, how goes it?
Mr. Burkett, I'd better tell you. My husband hasn't slept since he heard you were on the island with me. He's arranged this meeting to trap us into a confession.
Just a moment.
He's a very clever lawyer, so beware. I'm going to be very foxy myself.
Well, I've got nothing to hide.
I know, but he has. You see, Nick's married again.
No.
Yes.
Why, that's wonderful. Congratulations, old man. Well, that's the best news I've ever had.
Why, what is it to you?
Well, can't you see? It simplifies everything. You see, I'd like to marry you.
Oh, you would you?
I've known your wife for 7 years, and no man could ask for a better companion, a truer friend, or a more charming playmate. I've admired her tremendously, but all she'd talk about was you. Well, now that you're married again, maybe she'll listen to me. Eve, will you marry me?
That's sweet of you,
Just
Adam.
a minute.
Well, I don't see why you should get upset. You're not allowed to have two wives, you know.
I know.
What's your answer, Eve? Will you? Let her
We're alone. What's your hurry? Your carrots aren't here yet.
Let me ask you this. How long were you married to Ellen before the island?
4 years. Why?
Well, I was with her for 7. So I claim her on the basis of seniority. I've got you there.
You've got me. You've got nothing but
If
a lot
you
of...
gentlemen will excuse me, I think maybe you could thrash this thing out better without me. Oh, don't get up. It might surprise you to know that I can get along very well without either of you. I'm perfectly able to take care of myself.
Ellen, look out, the pool! Ellen!
Get a life preserver!
Hold your breath, Ellen, and I'll save you.
But, Dr. Coleman, what do you think it could be? We've been married since last Wednesday, and I've hardly seen him, Doctor.
It's not at all unusual, Mrs. Arden.
Really, Doctor?
Oh, there are hundreds of such cases.
Here he comes now. Nick! Nick, where have you been?
Oh, hello. Excuse me, will you? I've got to get some dry clothes.
Why, Nick, your clothes are dry.
Huh? Oh, they're not for me. It's a friend of mine, fell in a swimming pool.
Wait, Nick. This is Dr. Coleman. He's going to help us. It's all right. He knows.
He knows what?
It's not at all unusual, Nick. There are hundreds of such cases.
Oh, well, it's been a pleasure, Doctor, but if you'll just excuse me, I got to get some dry clothes. See you later.
You see, Doctor, he just doesn't make sense. Sometimes I think I'm going mad. Stark, staring mad.
No, not at all unusual. The mood and pose is characteristic of the frustrated individual. If I may make a suggestion...
Yes, Doctor.
You just rest. I'll talk to your husband, quietly, casually.
Oh, please do. I don't care what you do, but please do something.
There, now, don't worry.
He's going out again. Nicky!
So long, I've got to get right back, soaking wet.
Where are you going? And what are all those clothes? Why, they're woman's clothes, Nicky. They're my clothes.
Yeah, I know. Listen, I just told you, a friend of mine.
Now, Mr. Arden, just be calm. Your friend can wait.
Nick, if you'll talk to Dr. Coleman just for a few minutes.
What do you want? What do you both want? Can a man come into his own home without being pestered by...
We're only trying to help you, dear. Don't you want to lie down?
No, I don't want to lie down. And I don't need a doctor either. Listen, I might as well tell you right now.
Tell me what, dear?
I'm married.
Of course you are, dear.
No. Look, my wife's not dead. She didn't drown. She fell in a pool. I was getting her some clothes, and there's a fellow, a big fellow. He was on an island with her, and now they're at the Pacific Club, and I've got to go there.
I understand, dear.
No, you don't understand. Now listen carefully. She was at the hotel when we arrived from our honeymoon, and that's why I was so upset, so distant, and oh my goodness, isn't it clear to you? Do I have to draw you a diagram?
You need a long rest, darling, doesn't he, Doctor?
Yes, a long rest.
Listen, what's the matter with you two?
Phillips, the door.
I think you're both crazy. That's what's the trouble.
Mr. Arden here.
I'll explain it once more.
Excuse me. You Mr. Nicholas Arden?
Not now. Now, look, my wife, the mother of my children, Ellen Wagstaff.
Mr. Arden.
What is this? What do you want?
Mr. Arden, I'm from police headquarters. Got a warrant for your arrest.
Arrest? You can't arrest me. What's the charge?
Bigamy.
Huh?
Bigamy?
You mind coming with us, Mr. Arden?
Bigamy. I'm arrested.
Oh, Nick!
Now do you believe me?
And so ends Act Two of My Favorite Wife, starring Laurence Olivier, Rosalind Russell, and Gail Patrick. Before Mr. DeMille brings us Act Three, let's see what the Browning family is up to. Tonight, Midge and Dot are having dinner with their good friend and neighbor, Janie Hammond. They're just finishing now.
That upside-down cake was marvelous, Mrs. Hammond. Do you suppose you could give Mother the recipe so we could have it all the time?
I'm so glad you like it, Midge. Now, you get my recipe file, Janie, so Midge and Dot can copy it off, while you and I do the dishes.
Oh, Mom, do I have to do the dishes even when we have company? Oh, we'll help Mrs. Hammond. Dot and I always do the dishes at home. I'll wash if you like. No, Dot, I want to wash. You see, Mrs. Hammond, Dot and I always take turns washing and drying when we're home because, well, we both think washing's more fun. Imagine anyone thinking it's fun to wash dishes and get red, rough hands.
Oh, but Midge and I use Lux Flakes, so our hands stay nice. See?
Your hands do look lots nicer than mine.
They certainly do, girls. Janie and I have been using our regular wash day soap for dishes, but it is hard on hands. Maybe we better change to Lux Flakes. How about it, Janie?
You know, that's what a great many women are doing nowadays. Changing from wash day soaps to gentle, new, quick Lux for their dishes. And no wonder, because they've been reading about the hundreds of dramatic one-hand tests that have been made. These tests of 5 leading soaps were made under conditions similar to home dishwashing. For 20 minutes, 3 times a day, each woman, and there were hundreds in all, dipped one hand in a dishpan of Lux suds, the other hand in suds from another soap. After weeks of doing this, the Lux hands were still soft, smooth, and attractive. The others were red, rough, and coarse-looking. Why, the difference was amazing. Now, why not make your own dishpan test? If you've been using a harsh soap for dishes, change to gentle, new, quick Lux Flakes tomorrow. It's fast, it's thrifty, and so kind to your hands. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on the third act of My Favorite Wife. Bigamy. The act of marrying one person when already legally married to another. There's a second definition, too. Bigamy. An excruciating headache for all parties concerned. In a court of law, the parties concerned now seek relief before the same judge who declared Ellen dead.
Well, it's easily understandable, Your Honor.
Quiet! Quiet!
If Your Honor pleases, I was only stating...
Quiet! I don't know what you're doing here in the first place, Mr. Arden. Bigamy's a criminal offense.
Yes, I know, Your Honor, but I'm out on bail.
I don't care anything about the bail. This is a civil court. What kind of a lawyer are you? Where did you go to school?
Harvard.
Harvard. Mm-hmm. I'm a Yale man myself. You're the bride?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kissless?
Yes, Your Honor.
Harvard man. I see nothing wrong with my decision, Mr. Arden. You presented your brief. The evidence is all here. Yes, all here, teething, so forth. What do you want me to do, reverse myself?
Your Honor, please, I have a precedent for this case. I cite the case of Mulligan versus Mulligan Benson in the city of Fresno in 1879.
Your Honor, how long do I have to stay here and listen to this worm?
Now, just a moment, Bianca.
Go on, Nick. Tell us what happened in the Mulligan versus Mulligan Benson, whatever it was.
Well, Mrs. Mulligan returned after an absence of considerable length to find that Mr. Mulligan, her husband, had remarried. Now, Mrs. Mulligan Benson, or rather Mrs. Benson Mulligan, the second wife...
It was sort of a mulligan stew.
Now, that'll cost you $25.
Oh, Your Honor.
You heard me, $25.
But you can't do that, Your Honor. I'm legally dead. Do you think it's nice to take money off a corpse?
That'll cost you $25 more. That's $50 you owe me. Clerk, you keeping track of this?
Oh, yes.
I'll see that you do.
Well, she is legally dead, Your Honor. You declared her legally dead in this very courtroom. Your decision is on file.
Clerk, did I do that?
Yes, you did, Your Honor.
I did?
Uh-huh.
Well, I'm going to declare her legally alive. And she can pay me that $50. Will someone swear she's a live woman?
Sure, I will.
You'll swear she's a live woman.
I'll say she is.
You shut up. Your Honor, you can do this. If she's legally alive, I'm guilty of bigamy.
Clerk, can you make anything out of this case?
Your Honor, it's all there in
I know it's there. I know. The brief. What's the matter with you, young man?
Mulligan stew. Boy, that was a good one.
Who are you?
Well, you see, Your Honor,
He was on the island with her, Your Honor. He's not important to this case.
I'll decide what's important to the case. What island?
Well, the island where my wife stayed for 7 years, Your Honor.
They were on an island together for 7 years?
Yes, Your Honor.
Not alone?
Yeah.
Same island?
Yeah.
Is that in the brief?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, that should be in the brief.
Your Honor, please, it's not important to this
I would like
case.
to get out of here before I explode.
I want to go home myself. I'd like to tell my wife about this case. She thinks all my cases are dull. Well, it seems to me the only thing I can do is annul the second marriage so you can marry your first wife. I don't know what you're going to do about that other fellow, though.
Well, I haven't had time to think that out, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I just want to tell you
Now, keep calm.
Well, then, come outside.
If you'd only come to me and told me...
Bianca, I did come to you and tell you.
You didn't say a word about it, you...
Ellen, I wanted to speak to you alone. So your husband hasn't had time to think it over, huh?
Poor Nick.
Sit down, Ellen. Ellen, I'm the kind of a man who finishes what he starts. I'm going back to that island, and I want you to come with me.
Back to the island?
What do you say?
Thanks, Steve, but I haven't waited 7 years just to give up in 3 days.
Oh, I think you're just being loyal. Oh, but I respect you for it.
Steve?
Yeah?
Will you do something for me?
Anything.
I know I shouldn't ask you, but...
What is it?
I've got to get him back. Will you help me?
How?
come back into the courtroom and just repeat that invitation in front of Nick about going back to the island.
All right. Why not? Come on.
Your Honor, there's just one other thing. I've taken all I can stand from this worm, and I won't take any more.
Bianca, I feel terrible about it. This hurts me more than it does you.
Yes, well, so will this.
Ow! My nose. It's bleeding.
Order. Quiet, or I'll clear the court. Young lady, I'll have no violence in my courtroom. That action will cost you exactly...
I know, $25, and it was worth it. And as for you, Mr. Nicholas Arden, as far as I'm concerned, you are legally dead.
Order!
Well, Eve, I guess I'm not needed here. See you at the board at 9 o'clock.
All right, Adam.
What is this?
You see, Your Honor, we're not interested in civilization, if this is civilization. When a man finds his mate, he knows he doesn't have to think it out. And there's an island that can be paradise. Goodbye, Eve. Till tomorrow.
Goodbye, Adam.
Come back here.
And it's all right with me if you bring the kiddies.
Kiddies? Well, in all my experience on the bench, I have never... I'll have to study the brief, then I'll render my decision.
Yes, Your Honor.
Quiet!
I don't care what happens or what your decision is. I'm going to get a divorce.
Quiet! Court's adjourned till 10 o'clock tomorrow. Harvard man.
Ellen, come back here. If you think you can take those kids to a fever-ridden pest hole with that idiot, you're making a big mistake.
Well, what's your offer?
Well, I thought you could go up to the mountain house for a while with the kids until the gossip dies down.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
And what are you going to do?
Well, I thought I might go off on one of those 60-day cruises where I could think this thing out calmly, rationally.
Oh. And when you come back, you might forgive me for not drowning, is that it?
No, it isn't that, Ellen. It's
Well,
just
I'll
that
think about it, too. Calmly and rationally. Only it won't take me 60 days. I can do it in 6 minutes.
Oh, now, Ellen,
I'll take the children to the mountain house tonight.
I'll drive you there.
No, Nicholas, that's sweet of you. But aren't you afraid of the gossip?
All right, kids.
Come on, Chinch.
Be careful, children. It's dark in the house.
We'll be careful. Well, come on, Dad. Aren't you coming in?
No, Timmy, your father's going to drive right back.
Oh. Are you going on another vacation, Dad?
That's right.
Going to Yosemite again?
No.
You don't have to get sore. I just asked you a question.
Well, thanks very much, Nick.
Oh, that's all right.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. It's going to be pretty dark going down the mountains on those hairpin turns.
Oh, but you're such a good driver.
No, I'm not worried about it. I don't think there's much fog.
There isn't any fog. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, Ellen, I forgot. Look, when are you going to tell the children that you're their mother?
I don't know. It may be a little difficult. I don't know how they'll take it from me.
Well, would it help if I wrote them a letter?
Oh, that would be nice, yes. Enclosed, please find your mother. No, this is my problem. I'll see how I get along with it, and if the right time comes, I'll know it. And if it doesn't, I'll know that, too. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Have you heard what they said? Yeah. But, Timmy, if she's our mother, then what's Daddy? Our father. Are you sure? Sure. What else could he be? I don't know. Nobody ever tells me anything.
Well, what are you two little monkeys talking about?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all.
Oh, I love this place. I used to come up here all the time.
With our mother?
Uh-huh. And your daddy. We used to have a lot of fun.
The three of you?
Well, uh-huh.
By the way, was our mother good looking?
Well, most people thought... Well, some people... Oh, I don't know, really.
Well, I just thought I'd ask. You see, we don't know very much about her.
Listen. Suppose your mother didn't drown. Suppose she came back.
You mean like a miracle?
Yes. Suppose she were right here in this... What would you... Look here. You know, don't you?
Sure.
Well?
How do you do, Mother?
How do you do?
How do you do?
Well, don't you think it's about time somebody started kissing somebody?
Okay, Mother.
Oh, you darlings.
You adorable, sweet.
Hello.
Nick.
I had a flat.
Hello, Dad.
I was going along and...
Come on, children, upstairs.
Why?
You've got to mind me now, you know.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Why don't you stay for dinner, Dad? Yeah, then we can all try out Mother's cooking.
Oh, you told him, huh?
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's great. You know, I was
What
wondering...
about the spare tires?
Huh? Oh, no air in them.
Do you want to phone the garage?
Can't. The wires are down. You see, there's been a landslide. The road's blocked. Probably won't be able to use the phone till morning. It's fixed.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Ellen. Ellen, I have some good news for you.
What?
There was a call from Judge Bryson's office. They said that Nicky's annulment has been granted and that you've been declared legally alive and you owe him $50.
I see.
So you and Nick are husband and wife again, and you can just pick up where you left off.
Oh, that's fine. Goodbye.
Goodbye, dear.
Who was that?
They just phoned to say the road is open.
Oh. Well, it's no use. I'm out of gas.
You seem to be out of everything but ideas.
May I stay?
Yes, you can stay for dinner.
Oh, thanks. I always sleep well up here.
Let's see. I wonder where. The children have their room, and our room becomes my room. It looks like you draw the attic.
Attic?
It's perfect for thinking things out. Who is it?
Hello. You asleep?
Yes. What do you want? What time is it?
1 o'clock.
Well, what's the matter?
Well, I just wanted to tell you were right about the attic. It's perfect for thinking. No good for sleeping, though. Mattress is lumpy.
Oh. Well, why don't you take that one over there?
That bed over there?
That mattress. Take it upstairs with you.
Oh, thanks. Very nice of you. I'm sorry to have disturbed you. Are you comfortable?
Very.
You look beautiful.
Thank you.
Oh, look, Ellen, what's the use? You know how I feel. I can go on thinking about it till doomsday. I'm stuck. I don't care what happened. I don't care what people say. I was always mad about you, and I always will be. Does that help any?
Yes. Well. But I still think you'd better go on your cruise.
Well, I'm not going. I'm not going to stay away from you for 60 days.
Oh, now, that's not so long. Let's see. This is the last of October, November, December. Be just about Christmas time.
Christmas time?
Yes, you come back and talk to me about it then. We'll have a lovely Christmas. After all, what's 59 days more?
Well, I think you're being very unreasonable. And furthermore, I won't trouble you any more tonight. Good night.
Oh. Oh, Nick.
Jimmy, wake up, Jimmy. Huh? Wake up, Jimmy. It's Christmas. What do you mean, Christmas? This is October. It's Christmas, I tell you. Santa Claus is here. I just saw him coming down out of the attic. Santa Claus? With a long white beard and red pants and everything. Santa Claus in October? Say, when's Thanksgiving this year?
Oh, Richardson! Oh, Dancer! Oh, Prancer!
Who is it? What is it? What's the matter?
Hello to one and all.
Oh, Nick, you crazy.
It's here again, that merry time, that happy time.
Oh, Nick, you fool, come over here.
Merry Christmas.
Oh, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, darling.
The curtain falls on Act 3 of My Favorite Wife. Before Mr. DeMille returns with our stars, Sally has a new version of an old story to tell you. It's called Goldilocks and the Three Pairs of Stockings.
Once upon a time, there was a lovely blonde named Goldilocks. She worked in a great big office in the city. There was a very nice man who worked in the same office. And one day, he asked Goldilocks to go out to dinner with him. Well, she was very excited. But when she jumped up to put on her hat and coat, pop went a run in her stocking. That made her just boiling mad. Because a girl just can't go out on a date with a new man when she has a run in her stocking. There wasn't anything to do but scamper home quick as a flash and put on another pair. So she did. But my goodness, when she leaned over to fasten her shoe, pop went a run in the second pair of stockings. Now, that was the very last pair of stockings Goldilocks had. I don't know what she would have done, but fortunately, her roommate came home that very minute.
Now what'll I do? Why, Goldilocks, whatever's the matter? Oh, it's my stockings. Runs, runs, runs. No wonder you get runs the way you rub that cake soap on your stockings instead of luxing them. I suppose you want to borrow a pair of mine. Oh, Angel, if you'll only lend me a pair, I'll... You what? I'll always use Lux Flakes, and my stockings will live happily ever after the way yours do.
And that's where the moral of the story comes in. Because new Quick Lux really does cut down on stocking runs. When you lux your stockings, they keep their natural elasticity. So, when you stoop down or run upstairs or put any kind of strain on the delicate threads, they stretch and then spring back into shape without popping into runs so often. Give your stockings this thrifty Lux Flakes care, and you'll find they wear much longer. Now, Mr. DeMille is bringing our stars to the microphone.
We've had a brilliant evening in the Lux Radio Theater, and here are the three stars who made it brilliant. Rosalind Russell, Laurence Olivier, and Gail Patrick.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. That play gave us quite a workout.
Let's hope the audience had as much fun out of it as we did. Doesn't Larry make a wonderful Santa Claus, Mr. DeMille?
Ideal, Rosalind. A credit to the profession.
Some department store is going to get a hold of him, and we won't find him until after Christmas.
He's a little thin, perhaps, but...
Oh, that's easy to fix. I always use a pillow.
Now, remember that. At any rate, Rosalind and I have solved that no time for comedy puzzle at last.
What puzzle is that?
Well, you see, Larry did the play No Time for Comedy on the stage with Catherine Cornell.
Then Rosalind made the picture with Jimmy Stewart. But tonight...
But tonight, you both found time for comedy, and I'll play My Favorite Wife.
Yes, at last. But what about next Monday night, Mr. DeMille?
Yes, who's going to be here?
Next Monday night, Gail, we go places. With Ginger Rogers, Edward Arnold, John Howard, and Joan Perry. And our play is the popular RKO screen success, Fifth Avenue Girl. It's the story of a typical American girl whose good sense and good sense of humor keep a family from falling apart. There's romance for her and entertainment for us. So I hope you'll all make a date next Monday night with our Fifth Avenue Girl, starring Ginger Rogers, Edward Arnold, John Howard, and Joan Perry.
Anybody who saw the picture won't want to miss it, Mr. DeMille. It's a grand play. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. And 4 stars to the 3 of you. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Ginger Rogers, Edward Arnold, John Howard, and Joan Perry in Fifth Avenue Girl. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Arthur Q. Bryan as Judge, Warren Ash as Burkett, Verna Felton as Ma, Dix Davis as Timmy, Mary Lou Harrington as Chinch, Lou Merrill as Hotel Clerk, Charles Seal as Court Clerk, Hal K. Dawson as Johnson, Ferdinand Munier as Doctor, Bud McAllister as Page Boy, Edwin Max as Truck Driver, and Ralph Sedan as Desk Clerk. The original story and screenplay of My Favorite Wife was written by Samuel and Bella Spivak. Rosalind Russell appeared tonight through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and will soon be seen in the Columbia picture, This Thing Called Love. Laurence Olivier's forthcoming picture is Lord Nelson and Lady Hamilton, an Alexander Korda production. Gail Patrick will be seen in the MGM picture, Fighting Sons. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers.
Our Lux Radio Theater production of My Favorite Wife has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of new, quick Lux Flakes, the tissue-thin soap flakes used by smart housewives everywhere and by the great motion picture studios here in Hollywood to protect the million-dollar wardrobes you see on the screen. This is your announcer, Melville Roig, bidding you good night on behalf of our cast and the Lux Radio Theater. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is the BBC Home Service. We present Richard Burton and John Neville in Henry at Agincourt, a sequence from William Shakespeare's Henry V, devised for broadcasting on the eve of St. George's Day.
Now entertain conjecture of a time when creeping murmur and the pouring dark fills the wide vessel of the universe. From camp to camp, through the foul womb of night, the hum of either army stilly sounds, that the fixed sentinels almost receive the secret whispers of each other's watch. Fire answers fire. Through their paly flames each battle sees the other's umbered face. Steed threatens steed in high and boastful neighs, piercing the night's dull ear. And from the tents, the armourers accomplishing the nights, with busy hammers closing rivets up, give dreadful note of preparation. Proud of their numbers and secure in soul, the confident and over-lusty French do the low-rated English play at dice, and chide the crippled, tardy-gated knight, who like a foul and ugly witch doth limp so tediously away. The poor condemned English, like sacrifices, by their watchful fires sit patiently and inly ruminate the morning's danger. And their gesture sad, investing lank lean cheeks and war-worn coats, presenteth them unto the gazing moon so many horrid ghosts. Oh, now, who will behold the royal captain of this ruined band, walking from watch to watch, from tent to tent? Let him cry praise and glory on his head, for forth he goes, and visits all his host, bids them good morrow with a modest smile, and calls them brothers, friends, and countrymen. Upon his royal face there is no note how dread an army hath enrounded him, nor doth he dedicate one jot of colour unto the weary and all-watched night, but freshly looks, and overbears a taint, with cheerful semblance and sweet majesty, that every wretch, pining and pale before, beholding him, plucks comfort from his looks. A largesse universal like the sun, his liberal eye doth give to everyone, thawing cold fear, that mean and gentle all behold, as may unworthiness define, a little touch of Harry in the night. And so our scene must to the battle fly, where, oh, for pity, we shall much disgrace with 4 or 5 most vile and ragged foils, right ill-disposed in brawl ridiculous, the name of Agincourt. Yet sit and see, minding true things by what their mockeries be.
Gloucester, believe? It's true that we are in great danger, the greater therefore should our courage be. Good morrow, Brother Bedford.
Good morrow, my liege.
God Almighty, there is some soul of goodness in things evil, would men observingly distill it out. For our bad neighbour makes us early stirrers, which is both healthful and good husbandry. Good morrow, old Sir Thomas Erpingham.
Good morrow, my liege.
A good soft pillow for that good white head were better than the churlish turf of France.
Not so, my liege. This lodging like me better, since I may say, now lie I like a king.
Lend me thy cloak, Sir Thomas. Brothers both, commend me to the princes in our camp. Do my good morrow to them, and anon desire them all to my pavilion.
We shall, my liege. Shall I attend, your grace?
No, my good knight. Go with my brothers to my lords of England. I and my bosom must debate a while, and then I would no other company.
The Lord in heaven bless thee, noble Harry.
God have mercy, old heart. Thou speakst cheerfully.
Captain Fluellen!
Who comes here? I will withdraw and mark.
Captain Fluellen!
So, in the name of Jesus Christ, speak lower. It is the greatest admiration in the universal world when the true and ancient prerogatives and laws of the wars is not kept. If you would take the pains but to examine the wars of Pompey the Great, I warrant you shall find there is no tittle-tattle or bibble-babble in Pompey's camp.
Why, the enemy is loud. You heard him all night.
If the enemy is an ass and a fool and a prating coxcomb, is it meet, think you, that we should also look you be an ass and a fool and a prating coxcomb? In your own conscience now.
I will speak lower.
I pray you and beseech you that you will.
Though it appear a little out of fashion, there is much care and valour in this Welshman.
Brother John Bates, is not that the morning which breaks yonder?
I think it be. We have no great cause to desire the approach of day.
We see yonder the beginning of the day. But I think we shall never see the end of it. Who goes there?
A friend.
Under what captain serve you?
Under Sir Thomas Erpingham.
A good old commander, and a most kind gentleman. I pray you, what thinks he of our estate?
Even as men wrecked upon a sand, that look to be washed off the next tide.
He hath not told his thoughts to the king.
No, nor is it not meet he should. For though I speak it to you, I think the king is but a man, as I am. The violet smells to him as it doth to me, the element shows to him as it doth to me. All his senses have but human conditions. His ceremonies laid by, and his nakedness he appears but a man. Those affections are higher mounted than ours, yet when they stoop with a like wing. Therefore, when he sees reason or fears as we do, his fears out of doubt be of the same relish as ours are. Yet, in reason, no man should possess him with any appearance of fear, lest he, by showing it, should dishearten his army.
He may show what outward courage he will, but I believe as cold a night as 'tis, he could wish himself in Thames up to the neck. And so I would he were, and I by him at all adventures, so we were quit here.
By my troth, I will speak my conscience of the king. I do not think he would wish himself anywhere but where he is.
And I would he were here alone, so should he be sure to be ransomed, and a many poor men's lives saved.
I dare say you love him not so ill to wish him here alone. Howsoever, you speak this to feel other men's minds. Methinks I could not die anywhere so contented as in the king's company, his cause being just and his quarrel honourable.
That's more than we know.
Aye, or more than we should seek after. For we know enough if we know we are the king's subjects. If these cause be wrong, our obedience to the king wipes the crime of it out of us.
But if the cause be not good, the king himself hath a heavy reckoning to make.
Aye.
When all those legs and arms and heads chopped off in a battle shall join together at the latter day, and cry all, we died at such a place. Some swearing, some crying for a surgeon, some upon their wives left poor behind them, some upon the debts they owe, some upon the children rawly left. Oh, I'm afeard there are few die well that die in a battle. Now, if these men do not die well, it'll be a black matter for the king that led them to it.
Aye. So, If a son that is by his father sent about merchandise do sinfully miscarry upon the sea, the imputation of his wickedness by your rule should be imposed upon the father that sent him. Or if a servant, under his master's command, transporting a sum of money, be assailed by robbers and die in many irreconciled iniquities, you may call the business of the master the author of the servant's damnation. But this is not so. The king is not bound to answer the particular endings of his soldiers, the father of his son, nor the master of his servant, for they purpose not their deaths when they purpose their services. Besides, there is no king, be his cause never so spotless, if it come to the arbitrament of swords, can try it out with all unspotted soldiers. Some peradventure have in them the guilt of premeditated and contrived murder, some of beguiling virgins with the broken seals of perjury, some making the wars their bullock that have before gored the gentle bosom of peace with pillage and robbery. Now, if these men have defeated the law and outrun native punishment, though they can outstrip men, they have no wings to fly from God. War is his beadle. War is his vengeance. So that here men are punished for before breach of the king's laws, in now the king's quarrel. Where they fear the death, they have borne life away, and where they would be safe, they perish. Then, if they die unprovided, no more is the king guilty of their damnation than he was before guilty of those impieties for which they are now visited. Every subject's duty is the king's, but every subject's soul is his own. Therefore should every soldier in the wars do as every sick man in his bed, wash every mote out of his conscience, and dying so, death were to him advantage. Or not dying, the time was blessedly lost wherein such preparation was gained. And in him that escapes, it were not sin to think that, making God so free an offer, he let him outlive that day to see his greatness, and to teach others how they should prepare.
'Tis certain. Every man that dies ill, the ill is upon his own head. The king's not to answer for it.
I do not desire he should answer for me, and yet I determined to fight lustily for him.
I myself heard the king say he would not be ransomed.
He said so, to make us fight cheerfully. But when our throats are cut, he may be ransomed, and we ne'er the wiser.
If ever I live to see it, I will never trust his word after.
You pay him. Yes. That's a pearless shot out of an elder gun that a poor and a private displeasure can do against a monarch. You may as well go about to turn the sun to ice with fannin in his face with a peacock's feather. You'll never trust his word after. Come, 'tis a foolish thing.
Your reproof is something too round. I shall be angry with you at the time of convenient.
Well, let it be a quarrel between us, if you live.
I embrace it.
How shall I know thee again?
Give me any gauge of thine, and I will wear it in my bonnet. Then if ever thou darest acknowledge it, I will make it my quarrel.
Here's my glove. Give me another of thine.
There.
This will I also wear in my cap. If ever thou come to me and say after tomorrow, this is my glove, by this hand I'll take thee a box on the ear.
If ever I live to see it, I will challenge it.
Thou durst as well be hanged.
Well, I will do it so I take me in the king's company.
Well, keep thy word. Fare thee well.
Be friends, you English fools, be friends. We have French quarrels enough.
Fare thee well.
Upon the king. That is our lives, our souls, our debts, our careful wives, our children, and our sins. Lay on the king. We must bear all. Oh, hard condition. Twin born with greatness, subject to the breath of every fool whose sense no more can feel but his own ringing. What infinite heart's ease must kings neglect that private men enjoy? And what have kings that privates have not too, save ceremony, save general ceremony? And what art thou idle ceremony? What kind of God art thou that sufferest more of mortal griefs than do thy worshippers? What are thy rents? What are thy
comings in. Oh, ceremony, show me but thy worth. What is thy soul of adoration? Art thou aught else but place, degree, and form, creating awe and fear in other men, wherein thou art less happy being feared than they in fearing? What drink'st thou oft instead of homage sweet, but poisoned flattery? Oh, be sick, greatness, and bid thy ceremony give thee cure. Think'st thou the fiery fever will go out with titles blown from adulation? Will it give place to flexure and low bending? Canst thou, when thou commandst the beggar's knee, command the health of it? No, thou proud dream that placed so subtly with a king's repose. I am a king that find thee, and I know 'tis not the balm, the sceptre, and the ball, the sword, the mace, the crown imperial, the intertissued robe of gold and pearl, the farcid title running for the king, the throne he sits on, nor the tide of pomp that beats upon the high shore of this world. No, not all these thrice gorgeous ceremony. Not all these, laid in bed majestical, can sleep so soundly as the wretched slave, who with a body filled and vacant mind gets him to rest crammed with distressful bread. Never sees, horrid night, the child of hell, but like a lackey from the rise to set, sweats in the eye of Phoebus, and all night sleeps in Elysium. Next day after dawn doth rise, and help Hyperion to his horse, and follow so the ever-running year with profitable labour to his grave. And but the ceremony, such a wretch, winding up days with toil and nights with sleep, had the forehand advantage of a king. The slave, a member of the country's peace, enjoys it, but in gross brain little wots what watch the king keeps to maintain the peace, whose hours the peasant best advantages.
My lord, your nobles, jealous of your absence, seek through your camp to find you.
Good old knight. Collect them all together at my tent. I'll be before thee.
I shall do it, my lord.
O God of battles, steel my soldiers' hearts. Possess them not with fear. Take from them now the sense of reckoning, unless the opposed numbers pluck their hearts from them. Not today, O Lord. Oh, not today. Think not upon the fault my father made in compassing the crown. I, Richard's body, have interred new, and on it have bestowed more contrite tears than from it issued forced drops of blood. 500 poor have I in yearly pay, who twice a day their withered hands hold up towards heaven to pardon blood. And I have built 2 chantries, where the sad and solemn priest sings still for Richard's soul. More will I do. Though all that I can do is all too little, since that my penitence comes after all, imploring pardon. My brother Gloucester's wife. Stay, Gloucester. Stay, and I will go with thee. The day, my friends, and all things, stay for me.
The king?
The king himself is rode to view their battle.
Of fighting men they have full 300,000.
There's
5 to 1. Besides, they all are fresh.
God's arms strike with us. 'Tis a fearful odds. God be with you, princes all. I'll to my charge. If we no more meet till we meet in heaven, then joyfully, my noble Lord of Bedford, my dear Lord Gloucester, and my good Lord Exeter, and my kind kinsmen, warriors all, adieu. Farewell, good Salisbury, and good luck go with thee.
Farewell, kind lord. Fight valiantly today. And yet, I do thee wrong to mind thee of it, for thou art framed of the firm truth of valor.
He is as full of valor as of kindness. princely in both.
Oh, that we now had here but 1/10,000 of those men in England that do no work today.
What's he that wishes so?
My
Your
lady.
Majesty. Ah, my cousin Westmoreland. No, my fair cousin. If we are marked to die, we are enough to do our country loss. And if to live, with a fewer men, a greater share of honor, God's will, I pray thee, wish not one man more. By Jove, I am not covetous for gold, nor care I who doth feed upon my cost. It yearns me not if men my garments wear. Such outward things dwell not in my desires. But if it be a sin to covet honor, I am the most offending soul alive. No, faith, my cousin, wish not a man from England. God's peace, I would not lose so great an honor as one man more, methinks, would share with me for the best hope I have. Oh, do not wish one more. Rather proclaim it, Westmoreland, through my host, that he which hath no stomach to this fight, let him depart. His passport shall be made, and crowns for convoy put into his person. We would not die in that man's company that fears his fellowship to die with us. This day is called the Feast of Crispian. He that outlives this day and comes safe home will stand a tiptoe when this day is named, and rouse him at the name of Crispian. He that shall live this day and see old age will yearly on the vigil feast his neighbors and say, tomorrow is St. Crispian. Then will he strip his sleeve and show his scars and say, these wounds I had on Crispin's day. Old men forget, yet all shall be forgot, but he'll remember with advantages what deeds he did that day. Then shall our names, familiar in his mouth as household words, Harry the King, Bedford and Exeter, Warwick and Talbot, Salisbury and Gloucester, be in their flowing cups freshly remembered. This story shall the good man teach his son, and Crispian shall ne'er go by from this day to the ending of the world. But we in it shall be remembered. We few, we happy few, we band of brothers, for he today that sheds his blood with me shall be my brother. Be he ne'er so vile, this day shall gentle his condition, and gentlemen in England, our bed, shall think themselves accursed they were not here, and hold their manhoods cheap, whiles any speaks that fought with us upon St. Crispin's day.
My sovereign lord, bestow yourself with speed. The French are bravely in their battle set, and will with all expedients charge on us.
All things are ready if our minds be so.
Perish the man whose mind is backward now.
Thou dost not wish more help from England, Carl?
God's will, my liege, would you and I alone, without more help, might fight this battle out.
Why, now thou hast unwished 5,000 men, which likes me better than to wish as one.
Here comes the herald of the French, my lord.
Once more I come to know of thee, King Harry. If for thy ransom thou wilt now compound before thy most assured overthrow. For certainly thou art so near the gulf, thou needs must be englutted. Besides, in mercy, the constable desires thee thou wilt mind thy followers of repentance, that their souls may make a peaceful and a sweet retire from off these fields, where wretches, their poor bodies must lie and fester.
Who hath sent thee now?
The constable of France.
I pray thee, bear my former answer back. Bid them achieve me, and then sell my bones. Good God, why should they mock poor fellows thus? The man that once did sell the lion's skin while the beast lived was killed with hunting him. Many of our bodies shall no doubt find native graves, upon the which I trust shall witness living brass of this day's work. And those that leave their valiant bones in France, dying like men, though buried in your dung hills, they shall be famed, for there the sun shall greet them, and draw their honours reaching up to heaven, leaving their earthly parts to choke your clime, the smell whereof shall breed a plague in France. Tell the constable we are but warriors for the working day. Our gayness and our guilt are all besmirched with rainy marching in the painful field. There's not a piece of feather in our host. Good argument. I hope we will not fly. And time hath worn us into slovenly. But by the mass, our hearts are in the trim, and my poor soldiers tell me yet ere night they'll be in fresher robes, or they will pluck the gay new coats through the French soldiers' ears and turn them out of service. If they do this, as if God please they shall, my ransom then will soon be levied. Herald, save thou thy labour. Come thou no more for ransom, gentle herald. They shall have none, I swear, but these my bones, which if they have as I will leave them, shall yield them little. Tell the constable.
I shall, King Harry, and so fare thee well. Thou never shalt hear, herald, any more.
My lord, most humbly on my knee, I beg the leading of the vanward.
Take it, brave York. Now, soldiers, march away, and how thou pleasest, God, dispose the day.
Forward!
Done, thrice valiant countrymen, but all's not done. Yet keep the French the field.
The Duke of York commends him to your majesty.
Lives he, good uncle. Thrice within this hour I saw him down. Thrice up again and fighting. From helmet to the spur all blood he was.
In which array, brave soldier, doth he lie larding the plain. And by his bloody side, yoke fellow to his honour-owing wounds, the noble Earl of Suffolk also lies. Suffolk first died. And York, all haggled over, comes to him where in gore he lay steeped, and takes him by the beard, kisses the gashes that bloodily did yawn upon his face, and cries aloud, "Tarry, dear cousin Suffolk, my soul shall thine keep company to heaven. Tarry, sweet soul, for mine, then fly abreast, as in this glorious and well-foughten field we kept together in our chivalry." Upon these words I came and cheered him up. He smiled me in the face, wrought me his hand, and with a feeble grip says, "Dear my lord, commend my service to my sovereign." So did he turn, and over Suffolk's neck he threw his wounded arm and kissed his lips. And so, espoused to death, with blood he sealed a testament of noble ending love. The pretty and sweet manner of it forced those waters from me which I would have stopped, but I had not so much of a man in me. And all my mother came into mine eyes and gave me up to tears.
I blame you not. For hearing this, I must perforce compound with mistful eyes, or they will issue too. But hark! What new alarm is this saying? The French have reinforced their scattered men. Give the word through!
Kill the boys and the luggage goer. 'Tis expressly against the law of arms. 'Tis as arrant a piece of knavery, mark you now, as can be offered. In your conscience now, is it not?
'Tis certain there's not a boy left alive, and the cowardly rascals that run from the battle have done this slaughter. Besides, they have burned and carried away all that was in the king's tent, wherefore the king most worthily hath caused every soldier to cut his prisoner's throat. Oh, 'tis a gallant king.
Aye. He was born at Monmouth, Captain Gower.
Ah.
What call you the town's name where Alexander the Pig was born?
Alexander the Great.
Why, I pray you, is not Pig great?
Oh,
the pig or the great or the mighty or the huge or the magnanimous are all one reckonings, save the phrases, little variations.
I think Alexander the Great was born in Macedon. His father was called Philip of Macedon, as I take it.
I think it is Macedon where Alexander is born. I tell you, Captain, if you look in the maps of the world, I warrant you shall find in the comparisons between Macedon and Monmouth that the situations, look you, is both alike.
Oh?
There's a river in Macedon, and there is also, moreover, a river at Monmouth. It is called Wye at Monmouth, but is out of my brains what is the name of the other river. But is all one, 'tis as alike as my fingers is to my fingers, and there is salmons in both. If you mark Alexander's life well, Harry of Monmouth's life is come after it indifferent well. For there is figures in all things. Alexander, God knows, and you know, in his rages and his furies and his wraths and his chollers and his moods and his displeasures and his indignations, and also being a little intoxicated in his brains, did in his ales and his angers, look you, kill his best friend Clytus.
Our king is not like him in that. He never killed any of his friends.
It is not well done, mark you now, to take the tales out of my mouth ere it is made and finished.
But
I speak but in the figures and comparisons of it. As Alexander killed his friend Clytus, being in his ales and his cups, so also Harry Monmouth, being in his right wits and his good judgments, turned away the fat knight with the great belly doublet. He was full of jests and jibes and knaveries and mocks. I forgot his name.
Sir John Falstaff.
That is he. I tell you, there is good men born at Monmouth.
Here comes His Majesty.
My lord,
I was not angry since I came to France. Until this instant. Take a trumpet, herald. Ride thou unto the horsemen on yon hill. If they will fight with us, bid them come down, or void the field.
They do offend our sight. Besides, we'll cut the throats of those we have, and not a man of them that we shall take shall taste our mercy.
Go and tell them so.
Your Majesty.
Here comes the herald of the French, my liege.
Huh. His eyes are humbler than they used to be.
How now? What means this, herald? Knowest thou not that we have fined these bones of ours for ransom?
Comest thou again for ransom?
No, great king. I come to thee for charitable license, that we may wander o'er this bloody field, to book our dead, and then to bury them, to sort our nobles from our common men. For many of our princes, woe the while, lie drowned and soaked in mercenary blood. So do our vulgar drench their peasant limbs in blood of princes. And their wounded steeds fetlock deep in gore, and with wild rage yerk out their armed heels at their dead masters, killing them twice. Oh, give us leave, great king, to view the field in safety and dispose of their dead bodies.
I tell thee, truly, herald, I know not if the day be ours or no. For yet a many of your horsemen peer and gallop o'er the field.
The day is yours.
The day is ours.
The day is ours! The day is ours! The day is ours!
Praise be God, and not our strength for it. What is this castle called that stands hard by?
They call it Agincourt.
Then call we this the field of Agincourt, fought on the day of Crispianus.
Your Majesty. Your grandfather of famous memory, and please, Your Majesty, and your great-uncle, Edward, the Black Prince of Wales, as I have read in the chronicles, fought the most brave battle here in France.
They did, through heaven.
Your Majesty says very true. Your Majesty is remembered of it. The Welshmen did good service in a garden where leeks did grow, wearing leeks in their Monmouth caps, which Your Majesty know to this hour is an honourable badge of the service. And I do believe Your Majesty takes no scorn to wear the leek upon St. David's Day.
I wear it for a memorable honour, for I am Welsh, you know, good countryman.
All the water and why cannot wash Your Majesty's Welsh blood out of your body. I can tell you that. God bless it and preserve it as long as it pleases Grace. And His Majesty, too.
Thanks, good my countryman.
By gee, I am your Majesty's countryman. I care not who knows it. I will confess it to all the world. I need not to be ashamed of your Majesty, praise be God, so long as your Majesty is an honest man.
God keep me, sir. Herald, go with Montjoy. Bring me just notice of the numbers dead on both our parts.
Your Majesty.
Call yonder fellow hither.
Soldier, you must come to the king.
Soldier, why wearest thou that glove in thy cap?
And please your Majesty, 'tis the gage of one that I should fight withal, if he be alive.
An Englishman?
And please your Majesty, a rascal that swaggered with me last night, who, if alive and ever dared to challenge this glove, I have sworn to take him a box of the ear. Or if I can see my glove in his cap, which he swore as he was the soldier he would wear if alive, I'll strike it out soundly.
What think you, Captain Llewellyn? Is it meet this soldier keep his oath?
He's a craven and a villain, else than please your Majesty in my conscience.
Then keep thy vows, sir, when thou meetest the fellow.
So I will, my liege, as I live.
Who servest thou under?
Under Captain Gower, my liege.
Gower is a good captain, and his good knowledge and literature in the wars.
Call him hither to me, soldier.
I will, my liege.
Captain Llewellyn.
Your Majesty.
Take thou this glove and stick it in thy cap. If any man challenge it, he is an enemy to our person. Apprehend him, and thou dost me love.
Your Grace does me as great honours as can be desired in the hearts of his subjects.
Knowest thou Gower?
He's my dear friend, and please you.
Pray thee, go seek him and bring him to my tent.
I will fetch him.
My Lord of Warwick, my brother Gloucester. Release? Follow Llewellyn closely at the heels. The glove which I have given him for a favour may haply purchase him a box of the ears. It is the soldier's. I, by bargain, should wear it myself. Follow, good cousin Warwick. If that the soldier strike him, as I judge by his blunt bearing, he will keep his word. Some sudden mischief may arise of it. For I do know Llewellyn valiant and touched with choler, hot as gunpowder, and quickly will return an injury. Follow and see there be no harm between them. Go you with me, Uncle of Exeter.
I warrant it is to knight you, Captain.
God's will and his pleasure, Captain Gower. I beseech you now, come apace to the king. There is more good towards you peradventure than is in your knowledge to dream of.
Sir. Know you this glove in my cap?
Know the glove? I know the glove is a glove.
I know this. And thus I challenge it.
An arrant traitor as any is in the universal world, or in France or in England.
How now, sir, you villain?
Do you think I'll be forsworn?
Stand away, Captain Gower. I will give treason his payment into blows, I warrant you.
I am no traitor.
That's a lie in thy throat. I charge you in his Majesty's name, apprehend him.
How now? What's the matter?
My Lord of Gloucester, here is, praise to God for it, a most contagious treason come to light, look you, as you shall desire in a summer's day. Here is his Majesty.
And now? What's the matter?
My liege, here is a villain and a traitor, as look your grace, has struck the glove which your Majesty has given me.
My liege, this was my glove. Here is the fellow of it. And he that I gave it to in change promised to wear it in his cap. I promised to strike him if he did. I met this man with my glove in his cap, and I've been as good as my word.
Oh, your Majesty here now. Saving your Majesty's manhood. What an arrant, rascally, beggarly, lousy name it is. I hope your Majesty has bear me testimony and witness and will avouchment that this is the glove your Majesty has given me. In your conscience now.
Soldier, give me thy glove.
Sire.
Look, here is the fellow of it. 'Twas I indeed thou promisedst to strike, and thou hast given me most bitter terms.
And please your Majesty, let his neck answer for it if there be martial law in the world.
How canst thou make me satisfaction?
All offences, my lord, come from the heart. Never came any from mine that might offend your Majesty.
It was ourself thou didst abuse.
Your Majesty came not like yourself. You appeared to me but as a common man. Witness the night, your garments, your lowliness. And what your highness suffered under that shape, I beseech you to take it for your own fault and not mine. For had you been as I took you for, I made no offence. Therefore, I beseech your highness, pardon me.
Uncle of Exeter.
My lord.
Fill this glove with crowns and give it to the fellow. Keep it, fellow, and wear it for an honour in thy cap till I do challenge it. Give him the crowns.
Here you are, fellow.
My liege. And, Captain, you must needs be friends with him.
Aye, this day and this light. The fellow has metal enough in his belly. Hold. There is 12 pence for you. And I pray you to serve God and keep you out of brawls and brabbles and quarrels and dissensions, and I warrant you it is better for you.
I'll none of your money.
'Tis a good shilling, I warrant you, or I will change it.
Now, Harold, are the dead numbered?
Here is the number of the slaughtered French.
What prisoners of good sort are taken, Uncle?
Charles, Duke of Orleans, nephew to the king. John, Duke of Bourbon, and Lord Boucicaut. Of other lords and barons, knights and squires, full 1,500, besides common men.
This note doth tell me of 10,000 French that in the field lie slain. 10,000. Of princes in this number and nobles bearing banners, there lie dead 126. Added to these of knights, esquires, and gallant gentlemen, 8,400, of the which 500 were but yesterday dubbed knights. So that, in these 10,000 they have lost, there are but 1,600 mercenaries. The rest are princes, barons, lords, knights, squires, and gentlemen of blood and quality. Here was a royal fellowship of death. Where is the number of our English dead?
Money.
Edward, the Duke of York. The Earl of Suffolk. Sir Richard Ketley. Davy Gam. Esquire. None else of name, and of all other men, but 25. O God, thy arm was here, and not to us, but to thy arm alone ascribe we all. Take it, God, for it is none but thine.
'Tis wonderful.
Wonderful indeed. Come, go we in procession through the village, and be it death proclaimed through our host, to boast of this or take that praise from God, which is his only.
Is it not lawful, and please your majesty, to tell how many is killed?
Yes, Llewellyn, but with this acknowledgement, that God fought for us.
Yes, my conscience, he did us great good.
Do we all holy rites? Let there be sung non nobis and te deum, the dead with charity enclosed in clay. And then to Calais, and to England then, when ne'er from France arrived more happier men.
That was Henry at Agincourt, devised from Shakespeare's Henry V. Richard Burton played Henry V and John Neville played the chorus, with Martin Lewis, Richard Bebb, John Gabriel, George Merritt, Dudley Jones, Manning Wilson, Geoffrey Matthews, Hamilton Dice, Richard Williams, Olaf Poulet and Peter Howell. It was produced by John Gibson, and that was first aired in 1956.
now sit upon the ground and tell sad stories of the death of kings. How some have been deposed, some slain in war, some haunted by the ghosts they have deposed, some poisoned by their wives, some sleeping killed, all murdered. For within the hollow crown that rounds the mortal temples of a king keeps death his court, and there the antic sits, scoffing his state and grinning at his pomp, allowing him a breath, a little scene to monarchize, be feared, and kill with looks, infusing him with self and vain conceit, as if this flesh which walls about our life were brass impregnable. And humor thus comes at the last, and with a little pin bores through his castle wall. And farewell, King.
Today, and again next Sunday at the same time, the Columbia Workshop, radio's foremost laboratory of writing and production techniques, has the honor to present the Old Vic Theatre Company of London, England. Their first radio appearance in the United States, a special hour and one-half arrangement of The Tragedy of King Richard III by William Shakespeare, with Laurence Olivier in the role of Richard and Ralph Richardson as the narrator. The musical score is original with and is conducted by Herbert Menges. The Old Vic Theatre Company is directed by John Burrow, who has, for these workshop broadcasts, the association of Richard Sanville of CBS. The text was prepared for radio by James and Elizabeth Hart.
Richard III is the final play in Shakespeare's great historical cycle, which depicts the rise and fall of the royal house of Plantagenet. It is the bloodiest chapter in a chronicle which abounds in bloodshed, the darkest scene in a dark panorama of hate, treachery, and ambition turned to mania. Yet the greatest part of Richard III's action takes place in the first period of real peace that England had known for a century. The interminable wars with France were over. Just over, too, was the long and terrible struggle for the English crown between the Lancastrian and the Yorkist branches of the royal house, called the Wars of the Roses. If Richard III touches deeper chords of terror than the preceding plays, the reason is not to be found in the greater violence of the historic events it traces, but in the character of Richard himself. Here is Richard.
Now is the winter of our discontent made glorious summer by this sun of York. And all the clouds that lowered upon our house in the deep bosom of the ocean buried. Now are our brows bound with victorious wreaths, our bruised arms hung up for monuments, our stern alarums changed to merry meetings, our dreadful marches to delightful measures. Grim-visaged war has smoothed his wrinkled front. And now, instead of mounting barbed steeds to fright the souls of fearful adversaries, he capers nimbly in a lady's chamber to the lascivious pleasing of a lute. But I, that am not shaped for sportive tricks, nor made to court an amorous looking glass, I that am rudely stamped and want love's majesty to strut before a wanton ambling nymph, I that am curtailed of this fair proportion, cheated of feature by dissembling nature, deformed, unfinished, sent before my time into this breathing world, scarce half made up, and that so lamely and unfashionable that dogs bark at me as I halt by them. Why, love forswore me in my mother's womb, and for I should not deal in her soft laws, she did corrupt frail nature with some bribe to shrink mine arm up like a withered shrub, to heap an envious mountain on my back, to shape my legs of an unequal size, to disproportion me in every part, like to a chaos or an unlicked bare whelp that carries no impression like the dam. Why, I, in this weak piping time of peace, have no delight to pass away the time, unless to spy my shadow in the sun, and descant on mine own deformity. Then, since this world affords no joy to me, but to command, to check, to o'erbear such as are of better person than myself, I'll make my heaven to dream upon the throne, and whiles I live to account this world but hell, until my misshaped trunk that bears this head be round impaled with a glorious crown. But yet I know not how to get the crown, for many lives stand between me and home, and I, like one lost in a thorny wood, that rents the thorns and is rent with the thorns, seeking a way and straying from the way, not knowing how to find the open air, but toiling desperately to find it out, torment myself to catch the English crown, and from that torment I will free myself, or hew my way out with a bloody axe. Why, I can smile and murder whiles I smile, and cry content to that which grieves my heart, and wet my cheeks with artificial tears, and frame my face to all occasions. I'll drown more sailors than the mermaid shall. I'll play the orator as well as Nestor, deceive more slyly than Ulysses could, and like a Sinon, take another Troy. I can add colors to the chameleon, change shapes with Proteus for advantages, and send the murderous Machiavel to school. Can I do this, and cannot get a crown? Tut, were it further off, I'd pluck it down.
Richard in the year 1471, his portrait painted by his own hand. He could look into himself and see his bitter, twisted heart, his brilliant, twisted mind, as clearly as he could see his withered, twisted body in a looking glass. And though he was only Duke of Gloucester, King Edward's youngest brother, his succession barred by Edward's two sons and by the Duke of Clarence, his second eldest brother, it was already on the throne his sights were set. Though he was without wealth or property, he was already scheming to acquire both by marrying the woman who had more cause than anyone in the world to hate him. This woman was Anne, the daughter of the great Earl of Warwick, whom Richard's troops had slain in battle, daughter-in-law of Henry VI, the Lancastrian king, whom Richard had murdered in the Tower of London, widow of Henry's son, the Prince of Wales, whom Richard and his brothers had taken prisoner and stabbed to death. And now Richard is about to commence his loveless wooing of this lady. Regard him as he stands in the shadow of a London doorway and watches her approach down the narrow street. and is escorting an open coffin in which lies the body of Henry VI, her father-in-law and Richard's victim. She's bound for the burial ground at Chertsey.
Set down your honorable load. If honor may be shrouded in a hearse, whilst I awhile obsequiously lament the untimely fall of virtuous Lancaster. Poor key-cold figure of a holy king, pale ashes of the house of Lancaster, thou bloodless remnant of that royal blood. Be it lawful that I invocate thy ghost to hear the lamentations of poor Anne, wife of thy Edward, of thy slaughtered son, stabbed by the selfsame hand that made these wounds. Oh, cursed be the hand that made these holes. Cursed the heart that had the heart to do it. Cursed the blood that let this blood from hence. Come, now towards Chertsey with your holy load, taken from Paul to be interred there.
Stay! You that bear the cross, and set it down.
What black magician conjures up this fiend?
Villain, set down the cross, or by St. Paul, I'll make a cross of him that disobeys.
What? Do you tremble? Are my gods afraid?
Man of dog, stand down when I command.
Alas, I blame you not. For you are mortal, and mortal eyes cannot endure the devil. Avaunt, thou dreadful minister of hell.
Sweet saint, for charity be not so cursed.
Foul devil, for God's sake hence and trouble us not. Villain, thou knowest no law of God nor man. No beast so fierce, but knows some touch of pity.
But I know none, and therefore am no beast.
Oh, wonderful when devils tell the truth.
More wonderful when angels are so angry. Vouchsafe divine perfection of a woman, to leave this keen encounter of our wits and fall somewhat into a slower method, is not the causer of the timeless deaths of these Plantagenets, Henry and Edward, as blameful as the executioner?
Thou wast the cause, and most accursed effect.
Your beauty was the cause of that effect. Your beauty that did haunt me in my sleep to undertake the death of all the world so I might live 1 hour in your sweet bosom.
If I thought that, I tell thee, homicide, these nails should rend that beauty from my...
These eyes could not endure that beauty's wrack. You should not blemish it if I stood by. As all the world is cheered by the sun, so I by that. It is my day, my life.
Let night o'ershade thy day, and death thy life.
Curse not thyself, fair creature. Thou art both. He that bereft thee, lady, of thy husband, did it to help thee to a better husband.
Name him. Where is he?
Here. Why dost thou spit at me?
Would it were mortal poison for thy sake.
Never came poison from so sweet a place.
Never hung poison on a fouler toad. Out of my sight, thou dost infect mine eye.
Teach not thy lips such scorn, for it was made for kissing, lady, not for such contempt. My tongue could never learn sweet smoothing words. But now thy beauty is proposed my fee, my proud heart sues and prompts my tongue to speak. If thy revengeful heart cannot forgive, lo, here I lend thee this sharp-pointed sword, which if thou please to hide in this true breast, and let the soul forth that adoreth thee, I lay it naked to the deadly stroke, and humbly beg the death upon my knee. Nay, do not pause, for I did kill King Henry, but 'twas thy beauty that provoked me. Nay, lift me up.
Rise, dissembler. Though I wish thy death, I will not be thy execution.
Then bid me kill myself, and I will do it.
I have already.
That was in thy rage. Speak it again, and even with the word, this hand which for thy love did kill thy love, shall for thy love kill a far truer love.
Oh, I would I knew thy heart.
'Tis figured in my tongue.
I fear me both are false.
Say then, my peace is made.
That shalt thou know hereafter.
But shall I live in hope? Vouchsafe to wear this ring.
To take is not to give.
Look, how my ring encompasseth thy finger. Even so thy breast encloseth my poor heart. Wear both of them, for both of them are thine. Bid me farewell.
'Tis more than you deserve. But since you teach me how to flatter you, imagine I have said farewell already.
Was ever woman in this humor wooed? Was ever woman in this humor won? I'll have her, but I will not keep her long. What, I that killed her husband and his father? Hath she forgot already that brave prince, Edward her lord, whom I some 3 months since stabbed in my angry mood at Tewkesbury and made her widow to a woeful bed? A sweeter and a lovelier gentleman the spacious world cannot again afford. My dukedom to a beggarly denier, I do mistake my person all this while. Upon my soul she finds, although I cannot, myself to be a marvelous, proper man. I'll be at charges for a looking-glass, and entertain a score or two of tailors to study fashions to adorn my body. Since I am crept in favor with myself, I will maintain it with some little cost. Shine out, fair sun, till Clarence still breathes. Edward still lives and reigns. Clarence, beware, thou keep'st me from the light. But I will sort a pitchy day for thee. For I will buzz abroad such prophecies that Edward shall be fearful of his life, and then to purge his fear, I'll be thy death. Clarence, thy turn is next, and then the rest, counting myself but bad, till I be best. Clarence, good day. What means this armed guard?
His Majesty, I beseech your graces both to pardon me. His Majesty has straitly given in charge that no man shall have private conference of what degree soever with your brother.
You may partake of anything we say?
His Majesty hath appointed this conduct to convey me to the Tower.
But what's the matter, brother? May I know?
Because my name is George. He hearkens after prophecies and dreams, and from the crossrow plucks the letter G, and says a wizard told him that by G his issue disinherited should be. These I learn, and such like toys as these, have moved his highness to commit me now.
'Tis not the king that sends you to the Tower. It is the queen, his wife, Clarence. 'Tis she that tempers him to this extremity. We are not safe, Clarence. We are not safe.
By heaven, I think there is no man secure but the queen's kindred.
I beseech your grace to pardon me, and withal forbear your conference with the noble duke.
We are the queen's abjects and must obey. Brother, farewell. I will unto the king. Meantime, this deep disgrace in brotherhood touches me deeper than you can imagine. Well, your imprisonment shall not be long. I will deliver you. Meantime, have patience.
I must perforce.
Farewell.
Farewell.
tread the path that thou shalt ne'er return. Simple, plain Clarence, I do love thee so that I will shortly send thy soul to heaven, if heaven will take the present at our hands. I
am a lord, here come to have the warrant that I may be admitted where he is.
I have it here. But, sir, be sudden in the execution. With all obdurate. Do not hear him plead. For Clarence is well spoken, and perhaps may move your heart to pity if you mark him.
Tut, my lord, I shall not stand to prate. Talkers are no good doers. Be assured.
Your eyes drop millstones when fools' eyes drop tears. I like you, lad. About your business straight. Go dispatch.
Who's there? What wouldst thou, fellow? And how camest thou hither?
I would speak to Clarence, and I came hither on my legs. Let him see this commission and talk no more.
I am by this commanded to deliver the noble Duke of Clarence to your hands. I will not reason what is meant hereby, because I will be guiltless of the meaning. The Duke's within asleep, and here are the keys. I'll to the king and signify to him that thus I have resigned to you my charge.
You may, sir, 'tis a point of wisdom. Fare you well.
Keeper. Give me a cup of wine.
You shall have wine enough, my lord. Anon.
In God's name, what art thou?
A man, as you are.
Thy voice is thunder, but thy looks are humble.
My voice is now the king's, my looks mine own.
How darkly and how deadly dost thou speak. Your eyes do menace me. Why look you pale? Who sent you hither? Wherefore do you come? To murder me.
Aye.
You scarcely have the heart to tell me so. Wherein, my friend, have I offended you?
Offended me you have not, but the king.
I shall be reconciled to him again.
Never, my lord. Therefore prepare to die.
If you are hard for me, go back again, and I will send you to my brother Gloucester, who shall reward you better for my life than Edward will for tidings of my death.
You are deceived. Your brother Gloucester hates you.
Oh, no. He loves me, and he holds me dear. Go you to him from me.
Aye. So I will. Look behind you, my lord. Take that. If all this will not do, I'll drown you in the Malmsey butt within.
You have heard Act One of a special hour and one-half Columbia Workshop arrangement of William Shakespeare's King Richard III, presenting the Old Vic Theatre Company of London, England, in their first American radio appearance, and starring Laurence Olivier as Richard. Act Two will follow immediately after a 15-second pause for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
his audacious suit of wealthy Anne, a suit swiftly to be brought to its conclusion in marriage. Then, with the murder of his brother, the Duke of Clarence, Richard has launched his progress towards the throne. True, his older and one remaining brother, Edward, still reigns as king. But Richard well knows Edward is only living out a lingering death. True, Richard must count the Queen, Elizabeth, as his bitter antagonist, and with her common-born kinsmen, Dorset, Rivers, Grey, and Vaughan, whom she has raised to noble stations. But Richard knows that the Queen and her faction have themselves powerful enemies in the older nobility, chiefly in the Duke of Buckingham, Richard's own cousin. He can count on Buckingham as an ally, and he can hope for some support from Hastings, the Lord Chamberlain, just released from the Tower, blaming his imprisonment upon the Queen at Richard's sly suggestion. True, there are two small sons of the King and Queen, but Richard will deal with them in their turn. Meanwhile, hard on Clarence's death, he'll go to court, there to meet the King and Queen, Rivers, Dorset, Grey, Buckingham, and Hastings.
Good morrow to my sovereign king and queen. And princely peers, a happy time of day.
Happy indeed as we have spent the day. Gloucester, we have done deeds of charity, made peace of enmity, fair love of hate, between these swelling hate-incensed peers.
A blessed labor, my most sovereign lord. Among this princely heap, if any here by false intelligence or wrong surmise hold me a foe, if I unwittingly or in my rage have aught committed that is hardly borne by any in this presence, I desire to reconcile me to his friendly peace. It is death to me to be at enmity. I hate it, and desire all good men's love. First, madam.
My Lord of Gloucester.
I entreat true peace of you, which I will purchase with my duteous service. Now, of you, my noble cousin Buckingham.
Good, my lord.
If ever any grudge were lodged between us. Now, of you, Lord Rivers.
My lord.
And Lord Grey, of you.
My lord.
That all without desert have frowned on me. Dukes, earls, lords, gentlemen, indeed of all.
Why so? Now I have done a good day's work. And more in peace my soul shall part to heaven, since I have made my friends at peace on earth.
A holy day shall this be kept hereafter. I would to God all strifes were well confounded. My sovereign lord, I do beseech your highness to take our brother Clarence to your grace.
Why, madam, have I offered love for this, to be so flouted in this royal presence? Who knows not that the gentle duke is dead? You do him injury to scorn his cause.
Who knows not he is dead? Who knows he is?
Oh, in heaven, what a world is this?
Is Clarence dead? The order was reversed.
But he, poor man, by your first order died, and that a winged Mercury did bear, some tardy cripple bare the countermand that came too lag to see him buried.
Oh, my brother killed no man. His fault was thought, and yet his punishment was bitter death. Who sued to me for him? Who in my wrath kneeled at my feet and bade me be advised? Who spoke of brotherhood? Who spoke of love? Who told me how the poor soul did forsake the mighty Warwick and did fight for me? Who told me in the field at Tewkesbury, when Oxford had me down, he rescued me and said, "Dear brother, live and be a king"? Who told me, when we both lay in the field, frozen almost to death, how he did lap me even in his garment, and did give himself all thin and naked to the numb, cold night? All this from my remembrance, brutish wrath sinfully plucked, and not a man of you had so much grace to put it in my mind. The proudest of you all have been beholding to him in his life, yet none of you would once beg for his life. Oh, God, I I fear thy justice will take hold on me, and you, and yours, and mine. Come, haste, my lord. Help me to my closet. Oh, poor Clara.
This is the fruit of rashness. Marked you not, my cousin Buckingham, how pale did look the guilty kindred of the Queen when they did hear of Clarence' death?
My lord, you do me shameful injury falsely to draw me in these vile suspects. And by heaven I will acquaint his majesty of those taunts I often have endured.
What? Threat you me with telling of the king? Tell him and spare not. Look, what I have said I will avouch in presence of the king. Our brother was imprisoned by your means.
By him that raised me to this careful height, from that contented help which I enjoyed, I never did incense his majesty against the Duke of Clarence, but have been an earnest advocate to plead for him.
You may deny that you were not the cause of my Lord Hastings' late imprisonment.
She may, my lord.
She may, Lord Rivers. Why, who knows not so? She may do more, sir, than denying that. She may help you to many fair preferments, and then deny her aiding hand therein, and lay those honors on your high desert.
Lord of Gloucester, I have too long borne your blunt upbraidings and your bitter scoff. I had rather be a country servant maid than a great queen with this condition, to be thus baited, scorned, and stormed at. Small joy have I in being England's queen.
And let him be that small. God, I beseech him. Thy honor, state, and seat is due to me.
This is the old queen, Margaret of Anjou, widow of Henry VI, mother of Edward, Prince of Wales, both of whom found death through Richard in the struggle which deprived the House of Lancaster of the crown and set the Yorkists upon the throne. Unexpectedly returned from England from the exile in France, Queen Margaret now strides into the court she has so much cause to hate, and Richard greets her.
Thou wrinkled witch, what makest thou in my sight? Wert thou not banished on pain of death?
I was, but I do find more pain in banishment than death can yield me here by my abode. Hear me, you wrangling pirates, that fall out in sharing that which you have pilled from me. Which of you trembles not that looks on me? A husband and a son thou owest to me, Gloucester, and thou a kingdom, madam, and all of you allegiance. This sorrow that I have by right is yours, and all the pleasures you usurp are mine.
The curse my noble father laid on thee when thou didst crown his warlike brows with paper, and with thy scorn drewest rivers from his eyes, and then to dry them gavest him a kerchief steeped in the blood of Rutland, my sweet brother. His curses, then from bitterness of soul denounced against thee, are all fallen upon thee, and God, not we, hath plagued thy bloody deed.
So justice.
No man that prophesied revenge for it, Cumberland and present, wept to see it.
What were you snarling all before I came, ready to catch each other by the throat, and turn you all your hatred now on me? Did York's dread curse prevail so much with heaven that Henry's death, my lovely Edward's death, their kingdom's loss, my woeful banishment, should all but answer for that peevish brat? And curses pierce the cloud and enter heaven, why then give way, dull clouds, to my quick curses. Though not by war, by surfeit die your king, as ours by murder, to make him a king. Edward thy son, that now is Prince of Wales, for Edward my son, which was Prince of Wales, die in his youth by like untimely violence. Thyself a queen, for me that was a queen, outlive thy glory like my wretched self, and after many lengthened hours of grief die, neither mother, wife, nor England's queen. Rivers and Dorset, you were standers by, and so wast thou, Lord Hastings, when my son was stabbed with bloody daggers. God, I pray him that none of you may live your natural age, but by some unlooked accident cut off.
Have done thy charm, thou hateful withered hag.
And leave out thee, say, dog, for thou shalt hear me. If heaven have any grievous plague in store exceeding those that I can wish upon thee, oh, let them keep it till thy sins be ripe, and then hurl down their indignation on thee, thou troubler of the poor world's peace. The worm of conscience still the gnaw thy soul. Thy friends suspect for traitors while thou livest, and take deep traitors for thy dearest friends. No sleep close up that deadly eye of thine, unless it be some tormenting dream affrights thee with a hell of ugly devils. Thou elfish-marked, abortive, rooting hog, thou that wast sealed in thy nativity, the slave of nature and the son of hell, thou slander of thy mother's heavy womb, thou loathed issue of thy father's loins, thou rag of honor, thou detested
Margaret.
Richard.
Huh?
I call thee not.
I cry thee mercy then, for I did think that thou hadst called me all those bitter names.
Why, so I did, but looked for no reply. Oh, let me make the period to my curse.
'Tis done by me and ends in Margaret.
Thus have you breathed your curse against yourself? Poor painted queen, vain flourish of my fortune. Why strewest thou sugar on that bottled spider, whose deadly web ensnareth thee about? Fool, fool, thou whetst the knife to kill thyself. The day will come when thou shalt wish for me to help thee curse this poisonous bunchback toad.
Peace, peace, for shame, if not for charity.
Oh, princely Buckingham, I'll kiss thy hand in sign of league and amity with thee. Thy garments are not spotted with our blood, nor thou within the compass of my curse.
Nor no one here, for curses never pass the lips of those that breathe them in the air.
I will not think, but they ascend the sky, and there awake God's gentle sleeping peace. Oh, Buckingham, take heed of yonder dog. Look, when he fawns, he bites, and when he bites, his venom tooth will wrinkle to the death. Oh, have not to do with him, beware of him. Sin, death, and hell have set their marks on him, and all their ministers attend on him.
What doth she say, my lord of Buckingham?
Nothing that I respect, my gracious lord.
What? Dost thou scorn me for my gentle counsel, and soothe the devil that I warned thee from? Oh, but remember this another day, when he shall split thy very heart with sorrow, and say, poor Margaret was a prophetess. Live each of you the subject of his hate, and he to yours, and all of you to God's.
My hair doth stand on end to hear her cursing. And so doth mine. I muse why she's at liberty. I cannot blame her. By God's holy mother she hath had too much wrong, and I repent my part thereof that I have done to her. A virtuous and a Christian-like conclusion. Madam, His Majesty doth call for you, and for your grace, and you, my noble lord.
Hastings, I come. Lord, will you go with me?
Hastings, my lord. What news? The king is sickly, weak, and melancholy, and his physicians fear him mightily. Now, by St. Paul, that news is bad indeed. Oh, he hath kept an evil diet long, and overmuch consumed his royal person. 'Tis very grievous to be thought upon. What, is he in his bed? He is. Go you before, and I will follow you. He cannot live, I hope, and now may die, since Clarence is packed post-horse up to heaven. Clarence, whom I indeed have cast in darkness, I do beweep to many simple gulls, namely to Hastings, Catesby, Buckingham, and tell them 'tis the Queen and her allies that stirred the King against the Duke, my brother. Now they believe it, and withal whet me to be revenged on rivers foreign grey. But then I sigh, and with a piece of scripture tell them God bids us do good for evil. And thus I clothe my naked villainy with odd old ends stolen out of Holy Writ, and seem a saint when I most play the devil. Which done, God take King Edward to his mercy, and leave the world for me to bustle in.
Doth the news hold of good King Edward's death?
Aye, sir, it is true.
Then, masters, look to see a troublous world.
No, by God's good grace, his son shall reign.
Woe to the land that's governed by a child.
Lamentation. I am not barren to bring forth complaint. All springs reduce their current to mine eyes, that eyes, being governed by the watery moon, may bring forth plenteous tears to drown the world. Oh, for my husband, my dear Lord Edward.
Madam, bethink you like a careful mother of the young prince, your son. Send straight for him, let him be crowned. In him your comfort lives. Drown desperate sorrow in dead Edward's grave, and plant your joys in living Edward's throne.
'Tis well said, my Lord Rivers. Let the prince be fetched forthwith from Ludlow with some little train, hither to London to be crowned our king.
Madam, have comfort. None can cure their harms by wailing them. So let us now determine who they shall be that straight shall post to Ludlow. Convoke the lords, and do thou sit with her to give thy counsel in this weighty business.
With all my heart, good Brother Gloucester. Come, Rivers, call the others to the chamber.
I will go seek them out, madam.
A moment, noble Gloucester.
Well, speak then, Buckingham.
My lord, whoever journeys to the prince, for God's sake let not us two stay behind. For on the way, I'll sought occasion to part the queen's proud kindred from the king.
My other self, my counsel's consistory, my oracle, my prophet, my dear cousin, I, like a child, will go by thy direction. Towards Ludlow, then, for we'll not stay behind.
What is the news?
Such news my queen has grieved me to report.
The prince?
Well, madam, and in health. Last night, His Highness at Northampton lay. Tomorrow or next day he will be here.
What is thy doleful news, then?
Lord Rivers and Lord Grey have sent to Pomfret. With them Sir Thomas Vaughan. Prisoners.
Who has committed them?
The mighty Dukes Gloucester and Buckingham.
Ah, me, I see the ruin of my house. The tiger now has seized the gentle hind. Insulting tyranny begins to jet upon the innocent and aweless throne. Welcome destruction, death and massacre. I see as in a map the end of all. Now must I take my youngest, little York, and with him flee to sanctuary.
Haste, Prince, to London. Dearest nephew, the weary way hath made you melancholy.
I want more uncles here to welcome me.
Those uncles which you want were dangerous. Your grace attended to their sugared words, but looked not on the poison of their hearts. God keep you from them and from such false friends.
God keep me from false friends. But they were none. I thought my mother and my brother York would long ere this have met us on the way. Oh, fie, what a slug is Hastings that he comes not to tell us whether they will come or no.
And in good time, here comes the sweating lord.
Welcome, Lord Hastings. Will my mother come?
On what occasion? God he knows, not I. The Queen your mother and your brother York have taken sanctuary. The tender prince would fain have come with me to meet your grace, but by his mother was perforce withheld.
Aye, what an indirect and peevish course is this of hers. Lord Cardinal, will your grace persuade the Queen to send the Duke of York unto his princely brother presently? If she deny him, then Lord Hastings from her jealous arms pluck him perforce.
My Lord of Buckingham, if she be obdurate to my entreaties, God in heaven forbid we should infringe the holy privilege of blessed sanctuary.
You break no sanctuary in seizing him. The benefit thereof is always granted to those whose dealings have deserved the place and those who have the wit to claim the place. My nephew neither claimed it nor deserved it, and therefore, in mine opinion, cannot have it. Oft have I heard of sanctuary men, but sanctuary children, ne'er till now.
My Lord of Gloucester, you all rule my mind. Come on, Lord Hastings. Will you go with me?
Our loving brother. Welcome, dread lord. So must I call you now.
How fares the noble Duke of York, our nephew?
Well, gentle uncle.
Now that your brother's here, my gracious prince, myself and my good cousin Buckingham will to your mother to entreat of her to meet you at the tower and welcome you.
What? Will you go to the tower, brother? Our Uncle Gloucester needs will have it so. I shall not sleep in quiet at the tower.
Why? What should you fear?
Marry, my Uncle Clarence, angry ghost. My grandam told me he was murdered there. I fear no uncles dead.
Nor none that live, I hope.
And if they live, I hope I need not fear. Come, brother York, and with a heavy heart thinking on them, go I unto the tower.
This completes Act 2 of the Columbia Workshop special hour and one-half presentation of the Old Vic Theatre Company of London, England, in William Shakespeare's Richard III. Act 3 will follow after a 15-second pause for local station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
With Anne's property firmly in his grasp, his brother Clarence assassinated, King Edward dead, the Queen separated from her kinsman, and the two boy princes, Wales and York, her royal sons, detained in the Tower of London, Richard, now Lord Protector of the realm, leaps to faster and even bloodier action. he dispatches an order to Pomfret Castle in the north, and the Queen's henchmen, who are his captives there, are promptly put to death. Then Hastings, the Lord Chamberlain, is forced to make a choice of loyalty between Richard and the little princes in the Tower. And Hastings, when he chooses the late King Edward's heirs, at once finds himself preposterously accused of using witchcraft to shrink Richard's long, withered arm, whereupon he too is murdered. Now, as we meet Richard once again, we hear him plotting with his ally, the Duke of Buckingham, to remove all chance of public support for the little princes in the Tower by launching slanders against their legitimacy.
Go to the Guildhall, Cousin Buckingham. There, at your meetest vantage of the time, doubt the legitimacy of Edward's children. And should there needs to say yet more, tell them that when my mother got with child that insatiate Edward, my princely father then had wars in France, and by true computation of the time found that this Edward was not his begot. Yet touch this sparingly as 'twere far off, because, my lord, you know, my mother lives.
Doubt not, my lord, I'll play the orator, as if the golden fee for which I plead were for myself.
If you thrive well, bring them to Baynard's Castle, where you shall find me well accompanied with reverend fathers and well-learned bishops.
I go, and towards 3 or 4 o'clock, look for the news that the Guildhall affords.
What say the citizens? Touched you the legitimacy of Edward's children?
I did. His own adulterous birth likewise, as being got your father then in France. Withal, I did infer your lineaments, being the right idea of your father, both in your form and nobleness of mind. Indeed, left nothing fitting for your purpose untouched or slightly handled in discourse. And when my oratory drew towards end, I bade them that did love their country's good cry, God save Richard, England's royal king.
And did they so?
No. So God help me, they spake not a word, but like dumb statues or breathing stones stared on each other and looked deadly pale. But haply some 10 followers of my own at lower end of the hall hurled up their caps, and some 10 voices cried, God save King Richard. And thus I took vantage of these few. Thanks, gentle citizens and friends, quoth I. This general applause and cheerful shout argues your wisdom and your love to Richard. And even here brake off and came away.
Oh, will not the mayor then and his brethren come?
The mayor is here at hand. Intend some fair. Play the maid's part. Still answer nay and take it. Go within. The mayor knocks.
I go. And if you plead as well for them as I can say nay to thee for myself, no doubt we bring it to a happy issue.
Welcome, Lord Mayor and gracious citizen. Welcome, my Lord of Buckingham. I think the Duke will not bespoke withal. Here comes his servant. How now, Catesby? What says your lord to my request?
He doth entreat your grace, my noble lord, to visit him tomorrow or next day. He is within with 2 right reverend fathers, divinely bent to meditation.
Return, good Catesby, to the gracious Duke. Tell him, myself, the mayor, and aldermen, in deep designs in matter of great moment, are come to have some conference with his grace.
I'll signify so much to him straight.
Ah, my lord, this prince is not an Edward. He is not lolling on a lewd day bed, but on his knees at meditation, not dallying with a brace of courtesans, but meditating with 2 deep divines, not sleeping to engross his idle body, but praying to enrich his watchful soul. Happy where England would this virtuous prince take on his grace the sovereignty thereof. But sure, I fear we shall not win him to it. Marry, God defend his grace should fail, nay. Look up, where he stands between two clergymen, two props of virtue for a Christian prince. Famous Plantagenet and gracious prince, lend favorable ear to our request, and pardon us the interruption of thy devotion and right Christian zeal.
I do beseech your grace to pardon me, who, earnest in the service of my God, deferred the visitation of my friend. That leaving this, what is your grace's pleasure?
Your gracious self to take on you the charge and kingly government of this your land, not as protector, steward, substitute, or lowly factor for another's gain, but as successively from blood to blood, your right of birth, your empery, your own. For this, consorted with the citizens and by their vehement instigation, in this just cause, come I to move your grace.
Your love deserves my thanks, but my desert, unmeritable, shuns your high request. First, if all obstacles were cut away and my path were even to the crown, as the right revenue and due of birth, yet so much is my poverty of spirit, so mighty and so many my defects, that I would rather hide me from my greatness than in my greatness covet to be hid. But God be thanked, there is no need of me, and much I need to help you where there need. The royal tree hath left us royal fruit, which mellowed by the stealing hours of time will well become the seat of majesty. Now, on him I lay that you would lay on me, the right and fortune of his happy stars, which God defend that I should wring from him.
You say the princes are your brother's sons? So say we too, but not by Edward's wife. A beauty waning and distressed widow seduced the pitch and height of his degree to base declension and loathes bigamy. By her, in his unlawful bed, he got young Edward, whom our manners call the prince. Then, good my lord, take to your royal self this proffered benefit of dignity.
Do, good my lord, your citizens entreat you. Oh, make them joyful. Grant their loss.
Alas, why would you heap these cares on me? I am unfit for state and majesty. I cannot, nor I will not yield to you.
Yet, whether you accept our suit or no, your brother's son shall never reign our king. And in this resolution here, we leave you. Come, citizens, we will entreat no more.
Call them back. Sweet prince, accept their suit. If you deny them, all the land will rue it.
Will you enforce me to a world of care? Call them again. I am not made of stone, but penetrable to your kind entreaties, albeit against my conscience and my soul, cousin of Buckingham and sage, grave men. Since you will buckle fortune on my back, I must have patience to endure the load. But if black scandal or foul-faced reproach attend the sequel of your imposition, your mere enforcement shall acquittance me from all the impure blots and stains thereof, for God doth know, and you may partly see how far I am from the desire of this.
God bless your grace. We see it and will say it. Amen. Long live King Richard. Long live King Richard. England's worthy king. England's worthy king. Long live King Richard. Long live King Richard. Long live King Richard. Long live King Richard.
He's reached it now. Richard has reached the throne. and surrounded with the usual complement of lords, spiritual and temporal, of all the usual pomp and circumstance, is invested with the royal scepter and diadem at the Abbey at Westminster. But never a more uneasy head wore a crown, and never a throne mounted by a king cast a darker shadow towards the future.
Stand all apart. Cousin of Buckingham, give me thy hand. Thus high by thy advice and thy assistance is King Richard seated. But shall we wear these glories for a day, or shall they live and we rejoice in them?
Still live they, and forever let them last.
Young Edward lives. Think now what I would speak.
Say on, my loving lord.
Why, Buckingham, I say I would be king.
Why, so you are, my thrice-renowned liege.
Am I king? 'Tis so, but Edward lives. Cousin, thou wast not wont to be so dull. Shall I be plain? I wish the prince is dead, and I would have it suddenly performed. What sayest thou now?
Your grace may do your pleasure.
Tut, tut, thou art all ice. Thy kindness freezes. Say, have I thy consent that they shall die?
Give me some little breath, some pause, dear lord, before I positively speak in this. I will resolve you herein presently.
The deep revolving witty Buckingham no more shall be the neighbor to my counsels. Hath he held out with me so long untired, and stops he now for breath? Well, be it so. Catesby.
My gracious sovereign.
Knowest thou not any whom corrupting gold will tempt unto a close exploit of death?
I know a discontented gentleman, whose humble means match not his haughty spirit. Gold were as good as 20 orators, and will no doubt tempt him to anything.
What is his name?
His name, my lord, is Tyrrell.
And bloody act is done. The most arch deed of piteous massacre that ever yet this land was guilty of. Thus, girdling one another, lay the gentle babes. Their lips were 4 red roses on a stalk, which in their summer beauty kissed each other. A book of prayers on their pillow lay, which almost changed my mind. I smothered the most replenished sweet work of nature that from the prime creation ere she framed.
Kind Tyrrell, am I happy in thy news?
If to have done the thing you gave in charge beget your happiness, be happy then, for it is done.
But didst thou see them dead?
I did, my lord.
And buried, gentle Tyrrell?
The chaplain of the tower hath buried them. But where, to tell the truth, I do not know.
Ah, my poor princess. Ah, my tender babes. Wilt thou, O God, fly from such gentle lambs and throw them in the entrails of the wolf? When didst thou sleep when such a deed was done. Oh, to God, that the inclusive verge of golden metal that must round my brow were red-hot steel to sear me to the brain. Anointed let me be with deadly venom, and die ere men can say, God save the Queen.
To feed my humour, wish thyself no harm. Poor soul, I blame thee not.
No, why? When he that is my husband now came to me as I followed Henry's course, this was my wish. Be thou, I quoth, accursed, for making me so young, so old a widow. And be thy wife, if any be so mad, more miserable by the life of thee than thou hast made me by my dear Lord's death. Lo, ere I could repeat this curse again, within so small a time, my woman's heart grossly grew captive to his honey words, and proved the subject of mine own soul.
Who have any cause to mourn but I?
If ancient sorrow be most reverend, give mine the benefit of seigneury. I had an Edward till a Richard killed him. I had a Harry till a Richard killed him. Thou hadst an Edward till a Richard killed him. Thou hadst a Richard till a Richard killed him.
Oh, Margaret, thou prophesied the time should come that I should wish for thee to help me curse that bottle spider, that foul bunchback toad.
Richard yet lives, but at hand ensues his piteous and unpitied end. Earth gapes, hell burns, fiends roar, saints pray to have him suddenly conveyed from hence. Cancel his bond of life, dear God. I pray that I may live to say, the dog is dead.
For King Richard to stand against the fury of such hate as this would be the marvel of his or any other age. In it are the elements to shape his remaining days. From it springs his final and most potent antagonist, Henry, Earl of Richmond, last survivor of the old Lancastrian line, long in exile across the Channel in Brittany, all but disregarded as a serious claimant to the crown, all but forgotten during the popular reign of the late Edward. Upon the brutal killing of the little princes in the Tower, this quiet earl now becomes the hope and rallying point of all the British nobles, sickened by King Richard's bloody rule, shamed at their own complacence. Buckingham is among the first to join the rebels, though in his case fear, not justice, is the motive. And from this time on, every day the disaffection mounts. And every day messengers bring tidings of the rebellion's growing strength to an increasingly uneasy Richard.
With you. My lord, I hear the Marquis Dorset fled to Richmond in those parts beyond the sea where he abides.
Good news or bad that thou comest in so bluntly?
Bad news, my lord. Ely has fled to Richmond, and Buckingham, backed with a hardy Welshman, is in the field, and still his power increaseth.
How now, what news? Mighty sovereign, on the western coast rideth a puissant navy. To the shores throng many doubtful, hollow-hearted friends, unarmed and unresolved to beat them back. 'Tis thought that Richmond is their admiral.
As I remember, Henry VI did prophesy that Richmond should be king, when Richmond was a little peevish boy. How chance the prophet could not at that time have told me, I being by, that I should kill him. Richmond. When last I was at Exeter, the mayor in courtesy showed me the castle, and called it Rougemont, at which name I started, because a bard of Ireland told me once I should not live long after I saw Richmond.
My gracious sovereign, now in Devonshire, Sir Edward Courtenay and his brother there, with many more confederates, are in arms.
In Kent-Village, the Guildfords are in arms.
My lord, the army have wrecked Buckingham.
Out on the owls! Nothing but sons of death! My liege, the Duke of Buckingham is taken.
Someone take order Buckingham be brought straightway to Salisbury and the headsman's block.
That is the best news. That the Earl of Richmond is with a mighty power landed at Milford is colder news, but yet they must be told.
Away towards Salisbury! While we reason here, a royal battle might be won and lost. Then fiery expedition be my wing. Jove's Mercury and herald for a king. Here, pitch our tents, even here in Bosworth Field. Up with my tent. Here will I lie tonight. But where tomorrow? Well, all's one for that. Up with the tents. Come, noble gentlemen, let us survey the vantage of the ground. It calls for some men of sound direction. Let's lack no discipline, make no delay. For, sirs, tomorrow is a busy day.
This place is Bosworth Field, a broad and gentle plain lying athwart the British Midlands. And in this twilight hour, all sky and space and calm. And now, as he settles for the night, should Richard lay his ear against the ground, he could scarcely fail to catch the distant rumble of his adversary's coming. The Earl of Richmond is crossing England in a day, spurring himself and his men towards King Richard, Bosworth Field, and tomorrow.
Fellows in arms and my most loving friends, bruised underneath the yoke of tyranny, the wretched, bloody, and usurping boar that spoiled your summer fields and fruitful vines, swills your warm blood like wash and makes his trough in your emboweled bosoms, this foul swine is now even in the center of this isle, near to the town of Leicester, as we learn. From Tamworth thither is but one day's march. In God's name, cheerly on, courageous friends, to reap the harvest of perpetual peace by this one bloody trial of sharp war.
Every man's conscience is 1,000 men to fight against this guilty homicide.
I doubt not that his friends will turn to us.
He hath no friends but what are friends for fear, which in his dearest need will fly to us.
All for our vantage, then. In God's name, march! True hope is swift and flies with swallows' wings. Kings it makes gods, and meaner creatures kings!
What is the clock?
It's supper time, my liege. It's 9 o'clock.
I will not sup tonight. What, is my beaver easier than it was, and all my armor laid into my tent?
It is, my liege, and all things are in readiness.
Ratcliffe, My lord. Fill me a bowl of wine. Give me a watch. Saddle White Surrey for the field tomorrow. Look that my staves be sound, but not too heavy. Catesby. My lord. Give me a bowl of wine. I have not that alacrity of spirit, nor cheer of mind that I was wont to have. Bid my guard watch. Leave me. Catesby. Lord. About the mid of night, come to my tent and help to arm me. Leave me, I say. O coward conscience, how thou dost afflict me. The lights burn blue. It is now dead midnight. Cold, fearful drops stand on my trembling flesh. What do I fear? Myself? There's none else by. Richard loves Richard. That is, I am I.
Washed to death with fulsome wine. Poor Clarence, by thy guile betrayed to death. Tomorrow in the battle think on me, and fall thy edgeless sword. Despair, and die.
Dream on thy cousin, smothered in the tower. Let us be led within my bosom, Richard, and weigh thee down to ruin, shame, and death. Thy nephew's souls bid thee despair and die.
Let me sit heavy on thy soul tomorrow. Rivers that died at Pomfret, despair and die. Bloody and guilty, guiltily awake, and in a bloody battle end thy days. Think on Lord Hastings, despair and die. The first was I that helped thee to the crown. The last was I that felt thy tyranny. Oh, in the battle think on Buckingham, and die in terror of thy guiltiness.
Is there a murderer here? No. Yes, I am. Then fly. What, from myself? Great reason why. Lest I revenge. What, myself upon myself? Alack, I love myself. Wherefore? For any good that I myself have done unto myself? Oh, no. Alas, I rather hate myself for hateful deeds committed by myself. I am a villain. Yet I lie am not. Fool, of thyself speak well. Fool, do not flatter. My conscience hath 1,000 several tongues, and every tongue condemns me for a villain. Perjury, perjury in the highest degree. Murder, stern murder in the direst degree. All several sins, all used in each degree, throng to the bar, crying, "Oh, guilty! Guilty!" I shall despair. There is no creature loves me. And if I die, no soul shall pity me.
Nay, wherefore should they? Since that I myself find in myself no pity to myself.
My lord.
Who's there?
My lord, 'tis I. The early village cock hath twice done salutation to the morn. Your friends are up and buckle on their armor.
Oh, Catesby, I have dreamed a fearful dream. What thinkest thou? Will our friends prove all true?
No doubt, my lord.
Oh, Catesby, I fear.
Aye, fear.
Nay, good my liege, be not afraid of shadows.
By the Apostle Paul, shadows tonight have struck more terror to the soul of Richard than can the substance of 10,000 soldiers armed in proof and led by shallow Richmond.
It is not yet near day. Come, go with me. Under our tents I'll play the eavesdropper, to hear if any mean to shrink from me.
Good morrow, Richmond.
Good morrow, noble lord.
How have you slept, my lord? The sweetest sleep, the fairest boding dreams that ever entered in a drowsy head have I since your departure had, my lord. How far into the morning is?
Upon the stroke of 4.
Why then, 'tis time to arm and give direction. More than I have said, loving countrymen, the leisure and enforcement of the time forbids to dwell on. Yet, remember this. God and our good cause fight upon our side. The prayers of holy saints and wronged souls, like high-reared bulwarks, stand before our faces. Richard accepts. Those whom we fight against had rather have us win than him they follow. For what is he they follow? Truly, gentlemen, a bloody tyrant and a homicide. One raised in blood and one in blood established. One that hath ever been God's enemy. Now, if you fight against God's enemy, God will in justice ward you as his soldiers. Then, in the name of God and all these rights, advance your standards, draw your willing swords. For me, the ransom of my bold attempt shall be this cold course on the earth's cold face. But if I thrive, the gain of my attempt, the least of you shall share his part thereof. Sound drums and trumpets, boldly and cheerfully. God and St. George, Richmond and victory!
Who saw the sun today?
Not I, my lord.
Then he disdains to shine. For by the book he should have braved the east an hour ago. A black day will it be to somebody. Catesby?
My lord?
The sun will not be seen today. The sky doth frown and lower upon our army. I would these dewy tears were from the ground. Not shine today.
Why, what is that to me more than to Richmond? For the self-same heaven that frowns on me looks sadly upon him.
Arm, my lord, the foe vaunts in the fields. Come, battle, to Paris and my horse. Go, gentlemen, every man to his charge. Let not our babbling dreams affright our souls, for conscience is a word that coward use, devised at first to keep the strong in awe. Our strong arms be our conscience, sword our law. March on, join bravely, let us toot pell-mell, if not to heaven, then hand in hand to hell.
Rescue, my lord of Norfolk, rescue!
king enacts more wonders than a man, daring and opposite to every danger. His horse is slain, and all on foot he fights, seeking for Richmond in the throat of death. Rescue, fair lord, or else the day is lost. A horse! A horse! My kingdom for a horse! Withdraw, my lord, I'll help you to a horse.
Slave, I have set my life upon a cask, and I will stand the hazard of the die. I think there be 6 Richmonds in the field. 5 have I slain today instead of him. A horse! A horse! My kingdom for a horse!
God and your arms be praised, victorious friends. The day is ours. The bloody dog is dead. And then, as we have ta'en the sacrament, we will unite the white rose and the red. England has long been mad and scarred herself. The brother blindly shed the brother's blood. The father rashly slaughtered his own son. The son compelled, being butcher to the sire. All this divided York and Lancaster. Now civil wounds are stopped. Peace lives again. That she may long live here, God say, Amen.
Long live King Henry! Long live King Henry! Long live
The Columbia Workshop has presented the Old Vic Theatre Company of London, England, in a special 1 1/2 hour arrangement of the tragedy of King Richard III by William Shakespeare, starring Laurence Olivier in the part of Richard and Ralph Richardson as narrator. Other feature players in the cast were Joyce Redmond as Queen Anne, Margaret Leighton as Queen Elizabeth, Ina Burrell as Queen Margaret, Harry Andrews as Buckingham, Sidney Tatler as Catesby, and Peter Copley as Tyrrell. Special music was composed and conducted by Herbert Menges. The text was prepared for broadcast by James and Elizabeth Hart, and the production was directed by John Burrell, who had the association of Richard Sandville of CBS. Ralph Richardson, who was the narrator in today's broadcast, will have the title role of Henrik Ibsen's Peer Gynt, which will be the second of the 2 special 90-minute Columbia Workshop presentations of the Old Vic Theatre Company of London. This repertory company is currently appearing in New York City under the auspices of Theatre Incorporated. Tune in again next week for Peer Gynt by the Old Vic Theatre Company. Your announcer is Harry Marble.
Lux presents Hollywood.
Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Vivien Leigh and Laurence Olivier in Rebecca. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The motion picture industry was delighted when Laurence Olivier and Vivien Leigh decided to return to the United States after too long an absence. As you know, they're recognized as two of England's finest artists. We've honored Miss Leigh with our Academy Award for her performance as Scarlett O'Hara and Mr. Olivier for his Hamlet. So I was especially delighted I was able to persuade them to appear on the Lux Radio Theater. Since they're sailing next week for England, their schedule is extremely tight, and we consider it a rare privilege to have them in their first and only radio appearance together on our stage. We chose David O. Selznick's immortal screenplay, Rebecca. First, because of Laurence Olivier's brilliant characterization in his original role of Maxime de Winter. And second, because the role of Mrs. de Winter is tailored to the charm and acting ability of Vivien Leigh. We regret that Sir Laurence and Lady Olivier can't stay longer in our country. But we hope when they sail next week for England, they'll take along plenty of Lux Toilet Soap. Vivien Leigh has been a friend of Lux for years. Now here's our play, starring Laurence Olivier as Maxime de Winter and Vivien Leigh as the woman who tells the story of Rebecca.
Last night I dreamt I went to Mandalay again. It seemed to me I stood by the iron gate leading to the drive, and for a while I could not enter, for the way was barred to me. Then, like all dreamers, I was possessed of a sudden with supernatural powers, and passed like a spirit through the barrier before me. The drive wound away in front of me, twisting and turning, and finally, there was Mandalay. Mandalay, secretive and silent. Time could not mar the perfect symmetry of those walls, but I knew I looked upon an empty, desolate shell, with no whisper of the past in its staring, blackened windows. We can never go back to Mandalay again. That much is certain. But sometimes in my dreams I do go back, to the strange days of my life which began for me in the south of France. There, on a great cliff towering above the sea, I first saw him. He was looking down, staring at the rocks below. And then suddenly, I thought I saw him about to... No! Stop!
What the devil are you shouting about? Who are you? What are you staring at?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to stare, but you were so close to the edge of the cliff, I was afraid that...
Oh, you were? Well, what are you doing here?
I was only walking. I came up the path and I...
Well, get on with your walking. Don't hang about here screaming. Go on.
I'll never come to Monte Carlo out of season again. Not a single well-known personality in the hotel. This coffee's stone cold. Waiter, garçon.
I don't believe he can hear you, Mrs. Van Hopper.
Well, get him. What are you being paid for, girl? Oh, but that's Max de Winter. Look, see him coming this way. What are you looking so surprised about?
I saw him today on the cliff path.
Mr. de Winter, how do you do?
How do you do?
I'm Edith Van Hopper. Do you remember me? It's so nice to run into you here. Do sit down and have some coffee. Mr. de Winter's having some coffee with me. You may go.
Of course.
I'm afraid I must contradict you. We shall both have coffee with me. Garçon, coffee, please.
Oui, monsieur.
You know, I recognized you just as soon as you came in. Are you playing the tables much here at Monte?
No, I'm afraid that sort of thing ceased to amuse me years ago.
Oh, I can well understand that. If I had a home like Mandalay, I should certainly never come to Monte. I hear it's one of the biggest places in that part of the country, and you just can't beat it for beauty.
A cigarette, Mrs. Van Hopper.
Oh, thank you.
And you?
Oh, no, thank you.
What do you think of Monte Carlo? Or don't you think of it at all?
Well, I think it's rather artificial. She's spoiled, Mr. De Winter. That's her trouble. Most girls would give their eyes for the chance to see Monte.
Wouldn't that rather defeat the purpose?
Well, now that we've found each other again, I do hope I shall be seeing something of you. Your valet's unpacked for you, I suppose.
I'm afraid I don't possess one. Perhaps you'd like to do it for me.
Well, this young lady might make herself useful. She's a capable child in many ways, aren't you, dear? Mrs. Van Hopper.
That's a charming suggestion, but I'm afraid I cling to the old motto. He travels fastest who travels alone. Perhaps you've not heard of it. Good night.
Well, what do you make of that? Do you suppose that sudden departure was intended to be funny? Oh, perhaps he didn't quite realize how it looked. Poor thing. I suppose he just can't get over his wife's death. They say he simply adored her.
When I came alone to the dining room the following day, he was already there, at the next table. As I sat down, I paid the penalty of my awkwardness. I knocked over a vase of flowers, the water soaking the cloth.
Mademoiselle.
Oh, I'm so sorry. What a stupid thing to do.
You can leave that, waiter. Go and let another place at my table. Mademoiselle will have lunch with me. Oui, monsieur.
Oh, no, I couldn't possibly.
Why not?
Oh, please don't be polite. It's very kind of you, but...
I wasn't being polite. I should have asked you to lunch with me even if you hadn't been so clumsy. Sit down. We needn't talk to each other if we don't feel like it.
Well, thank you very much.
What's happened to your friend?
Oh, she's ill in bed with a cold.
Oh. I'm sorry I was rude to you yesterday. The only excuse I can offer is that I have become boorish through living alone.
You weren't really. You just wanted to be by yourself.
Tell me, is Mrs. Van Hopper a friend of yours or just a relation?
No, she's my employer. I'm what is known as a paid companion.
Oh, I didn't know that companionship could be bought. Is that a sketching pad? Do you sketch?
Yes, a little.
Were you going sketching this afternoon?
Yes.
Where?
Oh, I haven't made up my mind.
I'll drive you somewhere in the car.
Oh, no, please don't. I didn't
Nonsense. Order your lunch and we'll get along. You've taken long enough for that sketch. I shall expect a really fine work of art.
You're not a very easy subject. Your expression keeps changing all the time.
Does it? Well, I'd concentrate on the view instead if I were you. It's much more worthwhile. Rather reminds me of our coastline at home. Do you know Cornwall at all?
Oh, yes. Yes, I went there once on a holiday. I was in a shop there, and I saw a postcard with a beautiful house on it, right by the sea. And I asked whose house it was, and the old lady said, "That's Mandalay."
Yes. Mandalay is beautiful. But to me, it's just the place where I was born and have lived in all my life. Now, I don't suppose I shall ever see it again.
Oh. Well, we're lucky not to be home during the bad weather, aren't we? I can't ever remember enjoying swimming in England until June, can you? But the water's so warm here, I could stay in all day. There's a dangerous undertow. There was a man drowned here last year, but I never have any fear of drowning. Have you?
Why did you say that?
Oh, if I said something wrong, I didn't mean to.
Come along. I'll take you home.
That night I learned the reason for his strangeness. I was late getting back to the hotel. As I opened the door of Mrs. Van Hopper's suite, I heard her talking to someone on the telephone.
Oh, yes, I knew him quite well. I knew his wife, too. She was the beautiful Rebecca Hildreth, you know. The most glamorous creature in all England. She was drowned, poor thing, while she was sailing near Mandalay.
I am glad it cannot happen twice. The fever of first love. For it is a fever and a burden, too. I have forgotten much of Monte Carlo, of those morning drives with him, of where we went, of what we said. But I have not forgotten how I trembled as I sat beside him. wish there could be an invention that bottled up the memory like perfume. And then, whenever I wanted to, I could uncork the bottle and live the memory all over again.
At what particular moment in your young life would you want to keep?
Oh, all of them. All of these last few days.
Sometimes, you know, those little bottles contain demons that have a way of popping out at you, just as you're trying most desperately to forget.
Yes, of course.
Stop biting your nails.
Oh, I didn't know I was. Would you please tell me, Mr. De Winter, why you asked me to come out with you? It's obvious that you want to be kind, but why do you choose me for your charity?
I asked you to come out with me because I wanted your company. You've blotted out the past for me more than all the bright lights of Monte Carlo. But if you think I just asked you out of kindness or charity, you can get out of the car and find your own way home. Go on, open the door and get out. Here. Take my handkerchief. You better blow your nose.
Thank you, Mr. De Winter.
Please don't call me Mr. De Winter. I have a very impressive array of first names. George, Fortescue, Maximilian. But you needn't bother with them all at once. My family call me Maxim. Come in. Well, hello. What are you doing here? Anything the matter?
I've come to say goodbye, Maxim. We're going away.
What on earth are you talking about?
But it's true. We're going now. I'm afraid. I was afraid I wouldn't see you again.
Where's she taking you to?
New York. I don't want to go. I shall hate it. I shall be miserable.
Do you mind if I finish shaving? I shan't be long.
But I can't stay.
Tell me something. Which would you prefer, New York or Mandalay?
Oh, please don't joke about it. Mrs. Van Hopper's waiting, and I'd better say goodbye now.
I'll repeat what I said. Either you go to America with Mrs. Van Hopper, or you come home to Mandalay with me.
You mean you want a secretary or something?
I'm asking you to marry me, you little fool.
Marry you?
Well, my suggestion doesn't seem to have gone at all well. I'm sorry.
Oh, but you don't understand. It's that well, I'm not the sort of person men marry.
What on earth do you mean?
Well, I don't belong in your sort of world, for one thing.
What is my sort of world?
Well, Mandalay. Oh, you know what I mean.
Well, I'm the best judge of whether you belong there or not. Of course, if you don't love me, that's a different thing. Fine blow to my conceit, that's all.
I do love you. I love you most dreadfully. I've been crying all morning because I thought I'd never see you again.
Bless you for that. I'll remind you of this one day, and you won't believe me. It's a pity you have to grow up.
I was afraid to tell Mrs. Van Hopper, for I knew what she would say. When we were alone, she congratulated me, but I didn't like her smile.
But of course you know why he's marrying you, don't you? The fact is that empty house got on his nerves. He just couldn't go on living alone. You haven't flattered yourself that he's in love with you, I hope. Not after being married to Rebecca Hildreth, the most beautiful, the most cultured woman in all England. Oh, well, goodbye and good luck, Mrs. De Winter.
We were married that evening in a little village near the sea. And in May, we came to Mandalay. We arrived early in the evening. It was raining as we drove through the high iron gates. The drive twisted and turned as a serpent. And then suddenly, there was the house, Mandalay. A thing of grace and beauty, and yet somehow almost frightening. As we came into the great hall, I saw that it was crowded with people, the staff of the house and the estate. They stood silent and curious, gazing at me. And then someone advanced from the sea of faces. She was tall and gaunt, dressed in deep black, and her prominent cheekbones and hollow eyes gave her a sort of skull's face.
This is Mrs. Danvers. You don't have to worry about the house at all, darling. Mrs. Danvers takes care of everything.
Good evening, Mrs. Danvers.
Good evening, madam. I have everything in readiness for you.
Oh, that's very good of you.
Will you go to your room now, madam, or will you have tea in the library?
Why, I don't think
The room first, Mrs. Danvers.
Yes, sir. This way, if you please, madam. I hope you'll approve the new decorations of these rooms, madam.
Oh, I didn't know that they'd been changed. What did it look like before?
It had an old paper and different hangings. It was never used much, except for occasional visitors.
Oh, then it wasn't Mr. De Winter's room originally.
No, madam. He has never used the east wing before. The only good view of the sea is from the west wing.
The room's very charming, and I'm sure that I shall be comfortable.
If there's anything you want done, madam, you have only to tell me.
Mrs. Danvers, I suppose you've been at Mandalay for many years.
I came here when the first Mrs. De Winter was a bride.
I do hope we'll be friends, Mrs. Danvers. But you must be patient with me. This sort of life is new to me, and I do want to make a success of it and to make Mr. De Winter happy. So I know that I can leave all the household arrangements to you.
I hope I shall do everything to your satisfaction, madam. I have managed the house since Mrs. De Winter's death, and Mr. De Winter has never complained.
I think I'll go downstairs now.
Certainly, madam. The room in the west wing I was telling you about is there, through that door. It's not used now. It's the most beautiful room in the house, the only one that looks down across the lawns to the sea. It was Mrs. De Winter's room.
I knew even then that Mrs. Danvers despised me, standing there watching me, laughing silently at my awkwardness, telling me over and over that there had been another before me, the beautiful Rebecca Hildreth. There was everything to remind me of that. The letter R embroidered on the linens, her writing paper in the drawers of the desk, her dog who still slept outside her room. She was everywhere at Mandalay. Rebecca, who had died and who still wandered through that house. I met someone else the next morning when I came down to breakfast.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning.
You're Mrs. De Winter, aren't you?
Yes.
My name's Crawley. I manage the estate for Maxim. Awfully glad to meet you.
How do you do?
Fearful lot of stuff piled up while Maxim was away.
Yes, I'm sure there must have been. I do wish I could help you with some of it.
Help him? Frank never allows anyone to help him. Like an old mother hen with his bills and rents and taxes. Come on, Frank, we must go over these estimates.
I'll get my papers.
You'll find quantities of breakfast over there, darling. But you must eat it all, or Cook will be mortally offended.
I'll do my best, Maxim.
Later on this afternoon, maybe, we'll take a walk around the estate. Just you and I, darling. There's a good deal I'd like you to see.
I'll be ready, Maxim. Anytime.
Come along, Jasper. Come along. Keep that coat round you, dear.
It isn't raining now, Maxim, must I?
Certainly, certainly. Can't be too careful with children.
Oh, it's glorious here. I love every foot of it, Maxim.
Jasper, here. Not that way. Jasper, come back.
He went down those steps by the cliff. Where does that lead to?
It leads to a little cove where we used to keep a boat.
Let's go down.
No, a perfectly dull and uninteresting stretch of sand, just like any other.
Oh, please, Maxim.
Some other time, darling, not today.
Listen. Is that Jasper? Well, there must be something wrong. Perhaps he's hurt himself.
No, he's all right. Leave him alone, dear.
I think I'd better go...
No, come back. Don't bother about him, I tell you. He can't come to any harm. He'll find his own way back.
Jasper? 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 Oh, there you are. What do you want in that cottage, Jasper? Come on home. Come on, Jasper.
He comes here looking for her.
Oh, I didn't know there was anybody.
I know that dog. He comes from the house. He ain't yours.
No, he's Mr. De Winter's dog.
I know that dog. He comes down looking for her.
Whose cottage is this?
Mrs. De Winter.
Oh. Come here, Jasper.
You won't tell anyone you saw me in here, will you?
Don't you belong on the estate?
Yes, but I wasn't doing nothing. I was just putting my shells away. She's gone in the sea, ain't she? She'll never come back no more.
No, she'll never come back. Come on, Jasper. Come on, boy. Maxim, here I am. Wait. Oh, Maxim, I'm sorry I was such a time.
You knew I didn't want you to go there, but you deliberately went.
Oh, why not? There was only a cottage down there and a strange man.
Well, don't go there again, do you hear?
Oh, why not?
Because I hate the place. And if you had my memories, you wouldn't go there or talk about it or even think about it.
What's the matter? Oh, I'm sorry. Maxim.
We should have stayed away. We should never have come back to Mandalay. What a fool I was.
Oh, I've made you unhappy. Somehow I've hurt you. I can't bear to see you like this because I love you so much.
Do you? Do you? I've made you cry. Forgive me. I sometimes seem to fly off the handle for no reason at all, don't I? Come, we'll go home and have some tea and forget all about it.
Yes, let's forget all about it.
In a few moments, we'll bring you Act Two of Rebecca. And now, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter, to give us the Lux Radio Theater's movie news of the week. What's the good word tonight, Libby?
The big news this week, John, is the Hollywood premiere Thursday night of the 20th Century Fox picture All About Eve. Darrell F. Zanuck can be proud of this sophisticated comedy about life behind the footlights.
It's going to be a gala event, all right. Everyone wants to see Betty Davis and Ann Baxter in two very dramatic roles.
Oh, yes. Betty is a famous star whose career is threatened by an apparently sweet and admiring young actress, played by Ann Baxter. Almost too late, she finds she's befriended a ruthless schemer with no scruples about stealing her career and the man she loves.
Anne turns out to be a rather unsympathetic character, doesn't she?
Yes, indeed.
But she's certainly easy on the eyes.
Oh, and what a glamour girl she is in All About Eve. She has charm and vivacity, too. That Lux complexion of hers never looked lovelier than it does in the close-ups.
Camera close-ups are so revealing. That's why, of course, so many famous stars depend on Lux Soap beauty care.
Yes, John. Screen stars can't take chances with million-dollar complexions. Lux Soap gives delicate skin the protecting care it needs. No wonder stars like Ann Baxter wouldn't be without it.
There's something about that active lather. It leaves skin looking so fresh.
All you do is smooth on that rich, active lather. Work it well in, rinse, and then pat with a soft towel to dry. That's Ann Baxter's daily care, and I think every woman who tries it will be delighted with the new beauty active lather facials give her skin.
That's a smart tip, Libby. Lux Soap is as gentle as fine a soap as you can buy for complexion care. Why not get Hollywood's own beauty soap tomorrow? Remember, 9 out of 10 screen stars use fragrant white Lux toilet soap. Now, our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Act Two of Rebecca, starring Laurence Olivier as Maxim and Vivian Lee as Mrs. De Winter.
The weather was wet and cold for almost a week, and we didn't go down to the beach again. But I couldn't forget the dark, lost look in Maxim's eyes when we came up the path through the woods. It was my fault. I'd gone down to that cottage. I seemed to have opened up a road into the past, and now, because of it, there was a barrier between us. I began to dread any mention of the sea, until one morning in the library, I was alone with Frank Crawley.
Oh, but you're not disturbing me, Mrs. De Winter? Please, if there's something I can explain about the estate.
Well, I was down at the cottage on the beach the other day, Mr. Crawley. The place seems to be going to rack and ruin. Are those all Rebecca's things down there?
Yes. Yes, they are.
What did she use the cottage for?
The boat used to be moored near there.
The boat? Oh, was that the boat that she was sailing in when she was drowned?
Yes, it capsized and sank, and she was washed overboard.
Where did they find her?
Near Edgecombe, about 40 miles up channel. About 2 months afterwards. Maxim went up to identify her. It was horrible for him.
Yes, it must have been. Mr. Crawley, please don't think me morbidly curious, but would you answer just one more question?
If it's something I'm able to answer.
Tell me, what was Rebecca really like?
I suppose she was the most beautiful creature I ever saw.
Maxim had to go up to London at the end of June, some business at the estate. Frank Crawley had gone along with him, and I was alone at Mandalay. I was surprised one evening to hear voices coming from the west wing, from the room that had been Rebecca's. I recognized one as Mrs. Danvers. The other was a man's voice, a stranger.
I really don't think it was wise for you to come here, Mr. Jack.
Oh, nonsense, nonsense. It's been just like coming back home. I must say I feel a little like the poor relations sneaking around through back doors. Well, toodaloo, Danny.
Goodbye, Mr. Jack. And please be careful.
I will, don't worry. Oh, hello.
Good evening.
Oh, Danny, all your precautions were in vain. The mistress of the house was hiding behind the door.
Oh, I wasn't really. I heard voices
What
in
about
here.
presenting me to the bride, Danny?
This is Mr. Favell, madam.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Won't you have some tea or something?
Now, isn't that a charming invitation? I've been asked to stay to tea, Danny.
It's rather late.
Oh, well, perhaps you're right. And we must lead the bride astray, must we? Oh, goodbye. Oh, and I know what was wrong with our introduction. Danny didn't tell you, did she? I'm Rebecca's favorite cousin. Toodaloo.
The man went quickly down the stairs, and Mrs. Danvers went after him. I had a terrifying impulse to see what lay behind the door in front of me, the door of Rebecca's room. I pushed it open slowly. I could hear the sea plainly through the window. I had expected to see the furniture swathed in dust sheets, but nothing was covered up. There were flowers on the dressing table, a satin dressing gown on the chair, and beneath a pair of bedroom slippers. And then, suddenly, the door closed behind me.
Do you wish anything, madam?
No, I just came in.
You've always wanted to see this room, haven't you? Why did you never ask me to show it to you? It's a lovely room, isn't it? The most beautiful room you've ever seen. Everything is kept just as Mrs. De Winter liked it. Nothing has been altered since that last night. This is where I keep her clothes. You would like to see them, wouldn't you? Feel this wrap. It was a Christmas present from Mr. De Winter. He was always giving her expensive gifts the whole year round. You wouldn't think she'd been gone so long, would you? Sometimes when I walk along the corridor, I fancy I hear her just behind me. That quick, light step. I couldn't mistake it anywhere. It's not only in this room, it's in all the rooms in the house. I can almost hear it now. Do you believe the dead come back and watch the living?
No, I don't believe it.
Sometimes I wonder if she doesn't come back here to Mandalay and watch you and Mr. De Winter together. You look tired. Why don't you stay here a while and rest? Listen to the sea. It's so soothing.
No.
Listen to it. Listen to the sea.
I won't listen. I won't. Maxim, I'm so glad you're home again.
Hey, you're choking me.
How am I?
Well, what have you been doing with yourself?
Oh, darling, I've been thinking. Could we have a costume ball, just as you used to?
Now, what put that idea into your mind?
Nothing. I just feel that we ought to do something to make people feel that Mandalay is the same as it always was. Oh, please, darling, could we?
All right, if you think you'd enjoy it. You'd better get Mrs. Danvers to help you, hadn't you?
No, I don't need Mrs. Danvers to help me. I can do it by myself, Maxim.
Oh. All right, my sweet, I'm sure you can.
But Mrs. Danvers did help me. It was she who suggested that I design my costume after one of the family portraits in the gallery. A lovely young woman in a white dress with great puffed sleeves and a hat with gay ribbons. When the night of the party arrived, I could hardly contain myself for excitement, for I'd kept the costume as a surprise for Maxim. I ran quickly down the stairs, and then I waited with the clapping and the laughter that would greet me. Suddenly, they were all quiet. Nobody clapped. Nobody moved. And then Maxim was coming towards me, his face white, his eyes blazing.
What the devil do you think you're doing?
Maxim, it's a picture, the one in the gallery. Well,
go and take it off.
Done?
Go and take it off. Doesn't matter what you put on, anything will do. What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear what I said? Go upstairs and take it off.
May I help you with another gown, madam?
No. No, thank you, Mrs. Danvers.
Mr. De Winter was upset. I watched you just now, madam. I watched you go down the stairs, just as I watched her a year ago. Even in the same dress, you couldn't compare with her.
The same dress? You knew it. You knew that she wore it, and yet you deliberately suggested I wear it. Why do you hate me? What have I done to you that you should hate me so?
You tried to take her place. You let him marry you. I've seen his face, his eyes. They're the same as those first weeks after she died. I used to listen to him walking up and down, all night long, night after night, thinking of her, suffering torture because he lost her.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
You thought you could be Mrs. De Winter, live in her house, walk in her steps, take the things that were hers. But she's too strong for you. You can't fight her. No one ever got the better of her. Never, never. She was beaten in the end, but it wasn't a man. It wasn't a woman. It was the sea.
Oh, stop it. Stop.
You're overwrought, madam. I'll open a window for you. A little air will do you good. Come and stand here, madam. Don't be afraid. Now look down there. Isn't the sea lovely? Why don't you go? Why don't you leave Manderley? He doesn't need you. He's got his memories. You've nothing to stay for. You've nothing to live for, really, have you? Look down there. It's easy, isn't it? Why don't you? Why don't you? Go on. Don't be afraid. Why don't you jump?
What is it? What's that noise? Maxim! 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 Where are you? Maxim! Frank, what's happened?
Shipwreck. There's a ship aground sending up rockets. Robert, notify the Coast Guard. Shipwreck.
Frank, have you seen Maxim on the beach?
Not since half an hour ago.
He hasn't been in the house all night. I'm afraid something might have happened to him. Frank, what's the matter? You look terribly worried.
Well, the diver who went down to inspect the bottom of the ship came across the hull of another boat. A little sailboat.
Frank, is it?
Yes, it's Rebecca's boat.
Rebecca's? Oh, why did they have to find it? Why couldn't they have left it there in peace at the bottom of the sea? Poor Maxim. It'll be so hard on him.
Yes, it's going to bring it all back again. And worse than before.
I searched the beach frantically for Maxim, but there was no sign of him. And suddenly I came upon the boathouse, Rebecca's cottage. There was a light burning dimly in the window. I pushed open the door, and there, in the glow of the dying fire, I saw the tortured face of Maxim.
Hello. Come in.
Maxim, you haven't had any sleep. Have you forgiven me?
Forgiven you?
For last night. For my stupidity about the costume.
Oh, that. I'd forgotten.
Oh, Maxim, can't we start all over again? I don't ask that you should love me. I won't ask impossible things. But I'll be your friend and companion. I'll be happy with that.
You love me very much, don't you? But it's too late, my darling. We've lost our little chance of happiness.
No, Maxim.
Yes.
No.
It's all over now. Rebecca has won. Her shadow has been between us all the time, keeping us from one another. She knew this would happen.
What are you saying?
They sent a diver down. He found another boat.
I know. Rebecca's boat.
Yes. The diver made another discovery. He broke one of the ports and looked into the cabin. There was a body in there.
A body? Then she wasn't alone. There was someone sailing with her.
You don't understand. There was no one with her. It's Rebecca's body lying there on the cabin floor.
No.
The woman that was washed up at Edgecombe. The woman that is now buried in the family crypt. That was not Rebecca. That was the body of some unknown woman, unclaimed, belonging nowhere. I identified it, but I knew it wasn't Rebecca. I knew where Rebecca's body was, lying on that cabin floor on the bottom of the sea.
Maxim, how did you know?
Because I put it there.
You?
Will you look into my eyes and tell me that you love me now?
Maxim.
See, I was right. It's too late.
No, it's not too late. You're not to say that. We can't lose each other now. We must be together always, always.
We may only have a few hours, a few days.
Oh, Maxim, why didn't you tell me before?
Sometimes I nearly did, but you never seemed close enough.
But how could we be close when I knew you were always thinking of Rebecca? How could I even ask you to love me when I knew that you loved Rebecca still?
What are you talking about? You thought I loved Rebecca? I hated her.
Hated her?
Oh, I was carried away by her, enchanted by her, as everyone was. But I never had a moment's happiness with her. She was incapable of love, or tenderness, or decency.
You didn't love her?
Remember that cliff where you first saw me in Monte Carlo? Well, I went there with Rebecca on our honeymoon. That was where I found out about her. 4 days after we were married. She stood there, laughing, her black hair blowing in the wind, and told me all about herself. Things I'll never tell a living soul. I wanted to kill her. I'll make a bargain with you, she said. You'd look rather foolish trying to divorce me now after 4 days of marriage. So I'll play the part of a devoted wife, mistress of your precious mandolin. And people will visit us and envy us and say we're the luckiest, happiest couple in the country. What a grand joke it'll be. What a triumph. I should never have accepted her dirty bargain, but I did. And I kept it. So did she, apparently. But after a while, she began to grow careless. She took a flat in London and she'd stay away for days at a time. Then she started to bring her friends down here. I warned her, but she only shrugged her shoulders. Then there was a cousin of hers, a man named Favell.
Yes, I know him. He came the day you went to London.
Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't like to. I thought it would remind you of Rebecca.
Remind me? As if I needed reminding. Favell used to visit her here in this cottage. I found out about it, and I warned her that if he came here again, I'd shoot them both. One night, when I found that she'd come back quietly from London, I thought that Favell was with her. I decided to come down here and have it out with both of them. But she was alone. She was lying on the divan. She looked ill. Queer. Suddenly she got up, started to walk toward me. When I have a child, she said, neither you nor anyone else can ever prove it wasn't yours. You'd like to have an heir, wouldn't you, Max, for your precious mandolin? And she started to laugh. How funny, she said. I'll be the perfect mother just as I've been the perfect wife. And no one will ever know. She was face to face with me. She was smiling. Well, Max, what are you going to do about it? Aren't you going to kill me? I suppose I went mad for a moment. I must have struck her. She stood staring at me. She looked almost triumphant. And then she started toward me again, smiling. Suddenly she stumbled and fell. When I looked down, ages afterwards it seemed, she was lying on the floor. She'd struck her head on a heavy piece of ship's tackle. I remember wondering why she was still smiling. And then I realized she was dead.
But you didn't kill her. It was an accident.
Who would believe me? I lost my head. I knew I had to do something, anything. I carried her out to the boat. I put her in the cabin. When the boat seemed a safe distance from the shore, I took a spike and drove it again and again through the planking of the hull. I opened up the seacocks, and the water began to come in fast. Then I climbed over into the dinghy and pulled away. Then I saw the boat keel over and sink. It started to rain.
Maxim, does anyone else know of this?
No one.
Then you must explain it. It's got to be the body of someone you've never seen before.
No, they're bound to know her. Her rings and bracelets, she always wore them. They'll identify her body. Then they'll remember that other woman. The other woman buried in the crypt.
Maxim.
I've done a very selfish thing in marrying you. I've loved you, my darling. I shall always love you. But I've known all along that Rebecca would win in the end.
No, she hasn't won. No matter what happens now, she hasn't won.
Hello, Frank. Who? Colonel Julian? Well, yes. Well, tell him I'll meet him there as soon as I possibly can.
What's happened?
Colonel Julian called. He's the chief constable of the county. He wants to know if I could possibly have made a mistake about that other body.
In a few moments, we'll return with the third act of Rebecca. Acting in a school play often leads to more than local fame. The guest I've invited tonight, Miss Barbara Rush, really began her professional career with her part in a class play at Santa Barbara State College. Is that so, Barbara?
Yes, Mr. Keeley, because it got me a scholarship at the Pasadena Playhouse.
Where so many studios have discovered fresh new talent.
Well, that's how it turned out for me. One night when I was appearing in Antony and Cleopatra, a Paramount talent scout saw me and signed me up.
I'm sure you made a lovely Cleopatra. Have you any particular ambition in pictures, Barbara?
Well, to be a good enough actress to play different kinds of roles, Mr. Keeley. I'm thinking of Betty Hutton's new Paramount Technicolor musical, Let's Dance.
And believe it or not, Betty has never danced on the screen before.
And imagine all those intricate dance routines she does with Fred Astaire.
Yes, Betty's certainly a remarkably versatile star. You know, you have to be good to be Fred Astaire's partner.
They make a terrific team in Let's Dance, as they sing, dance, and romance.
And Betty lives up to her reputation as a comedian, too.
That's a hilarious scene when she makes up her mind to sleep in the bathtub.
Sounds very uncomfortable.
Well, it was only for a few minutes, Mr. Kennedy. Afterwards, she could take plenty of time to relax in her own bathtub in her Lux Soap Beauty Bath.
Than which there's nothing more refreshing.
Yes, that big new bath-size cake is so luxurious. And I love the Lux Soap perfume. It leaves such a delicate fragrance on the skin.
Yes, screen stars say this beauty bath makes them sure of all over Lux loveliness. Thank you, Miss Barbara Rush, for coming tonight. And now, a Hollywood beauty hint to women everywhere. Try this generous satin-smooth bath-size Lux toilet soap. You'll enjoy the creamy, abundant lather, the flower-like perfume. 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap. We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of Rebecca, starring Laurence Olivier as Maxime de Winter and Vivien Leigh as Mrs. de Winter.
The body they had found in the boat was identified as Rebecca de Winter. There had to be an inquest, of course. Maxim was calm, almost too calm. I think that frightened me even more.
I'm sorry to drag you back for further questioning, Mr. De Winter, but you've heard the statement of the boat builder, Mr. Tan. I wonder if you can help us in any way.
I'm afraid not.
The holes in the planking were evidently made from the inside. Can you think of any reason for that?
Oh, of course I can't think of any reason.
Then, since Mrs. De Winter went sailing alone, are we to believe that she drove those holes herself?
You may believe whatever you like.
Can you enlighten us as to why Mrs. De Winter should have wanted to end her own life?
I know of no reason whatever.
Mr. De Winter, however painful it may be, I have to ask you a very personal question. Were relations between you and the late Mrs. De Winter perfectly happy? Once again, were relations between you and...
I won't stand this any longer, and you might as well know...
Mrs. De Winter! Oh, somebody quick, get some water, get some water.
We'll adjourn until after luncheon.
Darling, you're all right. Frank, help me. I'll take her outside. Careful, darling. There's no rush. I'll take you to the car.
It was very foolish of me, fainting like that.
Hello.
Maxim, it's Fabel.
And how does the bride find herself today?
What do you want, Fabel?
How are you, Max? I was rather worried about you when I heard about the inquest. That's why I came down.
I'm touched by your solicitude, but
My
if you don't
guess
mind...
is they'll turn in a verdict of suicide. And that is, of course, unless something unforeseen occurs.
What do you mean?
Well, I have a strong feeling that before the day is out, somebody's going to make use of that rather expressive, though old-fashioned term, foul play.
Go on.
You see, Max, I find myself in a rather awkward position. You've only got to read this note to understand. It's from Rebecca. She wrote it to me the day she died. Oh, I'm not going to bother you with the contents now, but I can assure you that it's not the note of a woman who intends to drown herself the same night. You know, Max, I've often wondered what it would be like to retire to the country. Have a nice little place with a few acres of shooting. I've never figured out what it would cost a year, but I'd like to talk about it with you.
Darling, Mr. Fabel and I have a little business transaction on hand. I think we'd better conduct it over at the inn. They may have a private room there.
Maxim.
You all right now, dear?
Yes, but I...
Well, Frank will be here in a moment. Ask him to find Colonel Julian. Then bring them both over to the inn immediately. Come on, Fabel, let's go. Colonel Julian, this is Mr. Fabel.
Oh, I know Colonel Julian. We're old friends, aren't we?
Good morning.
And since you're old friends, I assume you also know that he's head of the police here. I think he might be interested to hear your proposition.
I don't know what you mean. I only want to see justice done, Colonel. The evidence suggested certain possible theories concerning Rebecca's death. One of them, of course, is suicide. And now I have a little note here which puts that possibility quite out of court. Will you read it, Colonel?
Jack, darling, I've just seen the doctor, and I'm going to Mandalay right away. I shall be at the cottage all this evening and shall leave the door open for you. I have something terribly important to tell you. Rebecca.
Now, does that look like the note of a woman who had made up her mind to kill herself? Now, come, Colonel, as an officer of the law, don't you feel that there's some slight grounds for suspicion?
Of murder?
Or what else?
It's blackmail, pure and simple.
Blackmail's not so pure nor so simple, Mr. Crawley. Mr. Fabel, perhaps you can provide us also with a motive.
I knew you were going to bring that up, Colonel. Yes, I'll supply that, too.
Maxim, what's he going to do?
You come in, Mrs. Danvers. Thank you. Colonel Julian, Mrs. Danvers. I believe you know everyone else, Danny.
Mrs. Danvers, There are a few questions...
No offense, Colonel, but I think if I put this to Danny, she'll understand it more easily. Danny, who was Rebecca's doctor?
Mrs. De Winter always had Dr. McLean from the village.
No, you heard. I said Rebecca's doctor in London. We know that Rebecca went to a doctor in London on the last day of her life. Who was it?
I don't know.
Oh, I understand, Danny. You're trying to defend her. But that's what I'm doing.
Mrs. Danvers, it has been suggested that Mrs. De Winter was deliberately murdered.
There you have it in a nutshell, Danny. But there's one more thing you'll want to know. The name of the murderer. George Fortescue Maximilian de Winter. Well, Danny?
There was a doctor. Mrs. De Winter sometimes went to him privately.
What was his name?
Dr. Baker. 165 Goldhawk Road, Shepherd's Bush.
There you are, Colonel. There's where you'll find your motive. He'll tell you why Rebecca went to him. To confirm the fact that she was going to have a child. A sweet, curly-headed little child. She told Max about it. And so, like the gentleman of the old school that he is, he killed her.
Maxim, I'm afraid we shall have to question this, Dr. Baker.
I'm ready to leave now, if you wish.
Maxim, let me go with you.
Please, darling, wait for me at Mandalay. I'll be back first thing in the morning.
You're still sure you never had a patient by the name of Rebecca De Winter, Doctor?
Never, Colonel Julian. Oh, here are all the appointments for that day. Ross, Campbell, Steddle, Perino, Danvers, Matthews...
Danny? What the devil?
You read that name again. Did you say Danvers?
Yes, Mr. De Winter. I had a Mrs. Danvers for 3 o'clock.
What did she look like? Can you remember?
Yes, I remember her quite well. She was a very beautiful woman, tall, dark, exquisitely dressed.
Rebecca.
The lady must have used an assumed name, Dr. Baker.
Is that so? Well, this is a surprise. I'd known her for some time.
What was the matter with her?
My dear sir, there are certain
Could
ethics...
you possibly supply a reason, Dr. Baker, for Mrs. De Winter's suicide?
For her murder, you mean? She was going to have a child, wasn't she? Come on, out with it.
No, she was not, Mr. Favell. But she was very seriously ill.
She was not going to have a child.
That was what she thought, but my diagnosis was quite different. She wanted the truth, and I told her. She had only a few months to live.
A few months?
Perhaps even less. There was nothing that could be done, nothing that she could do, except wait.
Did she say anything when you told her?
She smiled in a queer sort of way, and... Oh, yes, I remember she said something that struck me as being very peculiar at the time. When I told her it was a matter of months, she said, "Oh, no, Doctor, not that long."
Thank you. You've been very kind. You've told us all we wanted to know. I should like to have a talk with you, Mr. Favell.
I didn't know that...
Will we be needed any further at the inquest, Colonel Julian?
No, I can see to it that Maxim's not troubled any further.
Thank you, Colonel. Frank?
Yes?
There's something you don't know.
Oh, no, there isn't.
Yes, there is. I didn't kill her, Frank. But I know now that when she told me about the child, she wanted me to kill her. She lied on purpose. She foresaw the whole thing. That's why she stood there laughing.
Don't think about it anymore. What's the matter, Maxim?
But
why did you stop?
Well, what time is it?
Oh, it must be 3 or 4. Why?
Look at the sky. Over that way. Can't be the dawn breaking over there.
Hardly. Perhaps it's the northern lights, but it's in the winter that you see them, isn't it?
They aren't the northern lights. That's Mandalay. It's burning. Robert, have you seen Mrs. De Winter? Where is she?
Maxim, here. Oh, thank heaven you've come back
Are
to
you
me.
all right?
Yes, I'm all right, but Mrs. Danvers, she's gone mad. She set the fire. She said she'd rather destroy Mandalay than see us happy here.
There she is, at the window, the west wing.
Maxim, she'll be killed.
Last night I dreamt I went to Mandalay again. As I stood there, hushed and still, I could swear that the house was not an empty shell, but lived and breathed as it had long ago. But Mandalay is no more, and we are happy now, Maxim and I, for all our fears and suffering lie buried in its ruins.
The curtain falls on Rebecca, and all our thanks for a truly memorable evening to Laurence Olivier and Vivien Leigh. Laurence, the last time we met, the circumstances were quite different. It was in England during the war.
Yes, I remember it well. You came down to Denham Studios while we were filming Henry V.
You were making a picture for the American Air Forces, weren't you, Bill?
Yes, and as I spent most of my time on the bomber stations, I didn't have the opportunity of seeing you, Vivien.
Well, we hope you'll make us another visit again, Bill. Perhaps we'll be able to repay some of Hollywood's wonderful hospitality.
We just can't believe that any two people could be so generously treated. And the same was true in New Orleans as well.
I believe you were there on location making scenes for your picture, Streetcar Named Desire. Well, Scarlett O'Hara should have felt right at home in New Orleans.
That's right, Bill. It looks like all of Vivian's American picture career will be spent in the Deep South.
By the way, Vivien, didn't you play Streetcar Named Desire on the London stage for some time?
Well, as a matter of fact, I did. And then when Larry decided to come over for Paramount to make the picture of Carrie for William Wyler, I decided to take advantage of Warner Brothers' offer to do Streetcar.
And what are your immediate plans?
Oh, plenty of rest. You see, we're taking the long way home. We're sailing next week on a tramp steamer.
Sounds wonderful. And what about when you get back to England? More Shakespearean roles, Laurence?
Well, no, I rather think we'll do something a little lighter for a change.
Fine. Now, you know, we'd love to see you both in a comedy.
All of which prompts me to ask, Bill, what's your play next week?
Well, next week we'll present one of our special musical treats. That's a boisterous comedy as well. 20th Century Fox's recent screen hit, Wabash Avenue. And our stars will appear in their original roles, Betty Grable and Victor Mature. A wonderful cast in the musical of the wonderful gay 90s.
Well, I'm sure everyone will look forward to that, Bill, just as much as we do. Good night.
Good night and bon voyage.
Who is this Hollywood star?
She was born in Paris, but speaks English without a trace of an accent. An Academy Award winner, she's also one of Hollywood's best-dressed stars and always wears bangs.
A fashion leader with bangs, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I nominate Claudette Colbert.
Claudette it is, John. She's a perfectionist in her clothes as well as in her work. She insists on Lux Flakes care for all her lovely washables, from exquisite suit blouses to flannels, ski shirts, and soft wool sweaters. Actual washing tests prove this gentle care keeps colors at their loveliest up to 3 times as long. No wonder Hollywood stars won't risk ordinary washing methods for their glamorous wardrobes. Take Claudette Colbert's tip. Give all your nice washables that lovely Lux look. Get a big box of Lux Flakes tomorrow.
Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Betty Grable and Victor Mature in Wabash Avenue. This is William Keighley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in our cast tonight were Betty Blythe as Mrs. Danvers, John Dodsworth as Flavel, and Eleanor Audley as Mrs. Van Hopper. Our music was directed by Rudy Schrager. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Wabash Avenue starring Betty Grable and Victor Mature. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.